Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in. The gremlins are at bay again. The gremlins are at bay again. Gremlins are working again. No gremlins allowed today. Yesterday we had no camera. Today we had no sound. I don't know why that trigger was pushed because I never pushed that trigger. My apologies. Welcome, everybody. First to chat was Miss June. Second was Teresa. Thank you so much for hopping on in. Grab yourself your cup of coffee. Get ready for day 2 of court. I was talking about Discord, of course. If you are coming into Discord, you may have to, I don't know, we'll see. You may have to go through the rules and click on them that you agree. If you're having problems, let us know. We've been doing some changes in our Discord, updating and getting things more organized and more accessible and a lot more friendly. Also, I've done something new. So, we're going to try something. I am going to in YouTube, not Yahoo. Chat. Let me see what happens when I hit this. Let's see if it picks it up. Nightbot is supposed to pick it up. Yay! Look at that. So if you are a member of our channel and you have a comment that you like, a question or something that you want us to see, type in the hashtag IMHO and ILY, and you will get a comment, a priority comment from Ada K. Thanks for being a channel member. And then put your comment in the next comment or the one before. Yay, that worked. Let's see if the new member worked. If you are new members, type in the hashtag new member. Let's see if that works. Yay! Shout out to our new amazing member for repping the Team Ada. Welcome to the family. So mods, if we have a new member that joins anything, Discord or whatever, you can do that. And also we have one for y'all that's called Team Ada. If you type in Team Ada, let's see what it does. Thank you. Oh, it didn't work. It's supposed to put your name in. Okay, I'll fix it. That's what I wanted to know. But we got some fun new stuff happening. You do have to be members to use some of these things. So another reason to become a member. What do y'all think? Give me some thumbs up if you think that's cool. Good morning, Miss Erin E. Good morning. I'm getting ready to start working on your hats now that I've made the move. And my sorry, I'm trying to read things all of a sudden. We do have anyway, sorry about my little sniffles. We did finally make the move. We are not in the studio old place anymore. We are 100% out. And I am so happy to be out of that moving process. Now it's just setting everything up. We have a bingo card for today. And I forgot to put that. I'm pinning it right now to the top of the chat. So if you would like to play bingo, you may play bingo. To play trial bingo, there we go. It popped it up there for me. Wow, Nightbot, you are on the roll today. Wow, good job, Nightbot. Okay, guys. I got that on. All right, we do have a trigger warning down there. This is a case that does talk about an infant fatality. So be forewarned. Be forewarned. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get into court. I know they started. Boy, they start right on time here. Good sound, good judge, right on time.
Have him come into the courtroom because he's going to need to be resworn.
Love this courtroom. I will need a sound check.
Any other issues to address before we get restarted? In the defense? Okay, very good. Have you all communicated further about your scheduling if necessary, or? Okay.
We're going to have to take a deposition during the lunch break.
Okay.
If Esquire is available.
But that would be me.
Okay, I didn't know if you had somebody else that could relieve you.
No, I don't, unfortunately.
I made that suggestion and it didn't like it.
Wow. Okay.
Alternatively, I think that we could maybe do it this afternoon. I just won't have time to get a transcript done.
Okay,
Y'all,
just
that
let
was
me
so
know.
good.
We'll address it. We have the jurors. They're on the way up. Okay. Let me go off the record momentarily.
Okay, they're waiting for the jury to come in. Yay. I took a risk and wore this outfit today. My son absolutely hates this outfit. Absolutely hates it. I kind of like it. Makes me feel richy. First juror coming in. And I don't have my caption is not showing. All right. Sorry, I forgot to get up the thing for the banners on the bottom. Almost forgot something. We are now on witness number 12. This is the mother of the victim. God bless her. Bless you, child. I feel for this woman, y'all. We are in a little bit of a pause. Let me zoom because I can.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. It's always my custom, particularly in cases such as this that are high-profile cases, even though I know I sound like a broken record, to always remind you the beginning and the end of court session. Make sure you don't get exposed to any extrajudicial information about the case. Don't talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, about the case. Don't do any research about the case and avoid all media reports of the case. We're going to continue where we left off yesterday. And Detective Newman, if you could come forward and be resworn for today's court session and take the stand, we'll continue with your direct examination.
Miss June, good afternoon.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
You can say it all you want, boo. It's true. He does look like Detective Newman. Newman.
Detective Newman.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Just for the record, state your name again, spell it.
Christopher Newman. Last name is Newman.
All right, we wrapped up yesterday with the defendant's interview.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and as part of speaking to the defendant, did you learn that he was married at the time of this case?
Yes.
Okay, who was he married to?
Debbie Escalera.
Okay, and as part of your investigation, do you also then interview other people that may know potential suspects or witnesses in the case?
Absolutely.
And does part of your investigation also then involve doing subpoenas or issuing search warrants for phone records?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and as part of your investigation, did you obtain, and I know you asked in the interview, you asked the defendant for his phone number. Did you also get the victim's phone number in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and did you also get Deborah Soto-Escalera's phone number?
Yes, we did.
Okay, do you recall what her phone number was?
I believe it's 989.
And for now, I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective Newman.
You're welcome.
During your interview with my client, he consented to give a sample of his DNA, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
I'm sorry?
I said, yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. And he also consented to a search of his phone, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he also consented to a search of his truck, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you let him leave with the truck
Yes,
after
ma'am.
the search?
Yes, ma'am.
So he took it home.
Yes, ma'am.
And during the course of your investigation, you talked a little bit with the state about that. You learned that Tania was also seeing somebody by the name of Bradley Rodriguez, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you learned that Tania's mother, Tania actually lived with her mother and Bradley Rodriguez, right?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Bradley and Tania lived at Tania's mother's house.
Yes, ma'am. Briefly.
Okay, and that Bradley was kicked out of Tania's mother's house in March of 2018 because Bradley was violent with Tania.
Yes.
And you learned that Bradley was possibly one of the fathers, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You also learned that there was another potential father of the baby by the name of Mark Burke, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you learned through the course of your investigation that Mark Burke actually had a turbulent relationship with Miss Wise. Is that correct?
As I recall, yes, ma'am.
And that he had actually abused her and was arrested, correct?
I don't recall if he was arrested for abuse. I can't recall that, ma'am.
Okay, if I showed you your supplemental report, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point of your approach.
Sure.
Sorry about that, y'all. I've been for some reason, my electric company's not accepting credit cards right now, and I was trying to pay the bill. We are at a sidebar. One of the things that they're going to be attacking here today is the evidence and the fact that they had not read him his Miranda rights when some people think they should. They're also going to be, the defense is going to be attacking a lot of different angles, I would presume. Evidence is going to be their attack today. They're going to really attack that evidence. Now I've got to get my things charging. It took all day and all night to charge that battery for the lighting. I know. Go figure. It's okay. It working. Good morning, Miss June. Miss June is in the background for me today. Miss June, I hope you're feeling okay. I did leave a private chat for you. But definitely we're going to zoom past the little sidebar if we can. He does look like Gomez from the Addams Family, just a lot thinner and younger. Yes, you are right. June just talks. He really does. Come on, boo.
Let me ask you.
I could not be a court reporter and having people standing over my shoulder like that. That would unnerve me to no freaking end. It would unnerve me. Good to know, babe. Good to know. Glad you're better.
Let me ask you to please step back into the jury room. There's an issue you need to address out of your presence. Please don't discuss the case with each other. We'll be with you momentarily.
Meaning we have issues we need to discuss. It's already starting out for them first thing in the morning. Maybe I need to do some smudging. Native American smudging. Somebody asked me, why would I be smudging? Oh, because I'm Native American. We need, just to let you know, I have I liked, I shared, I subbed up.
Jury
right
is exited. Just so I can clarify where I'm coming to. This is not directly in reference to what we were discussing at the bench, but I did give this some thought at some point during the trial that the reason I would allow this it's much like if it's reverse Williams rule. If the roles were reversed, domestic violence, killing, the history between the parties, it becomes admissible. So who wanted to inquire of the detective on this point as far as whether there's a public record as far as that arrest?
I just ran Mark Burke with his date of birth for his CCIS, and I don't see any arrest for domestic violence or misdemeanor battery.
Since the jury's out, Detective Newman, what they're trying to figure out is in your report, apparently you had some information about that person being arrested for domestic violence. We were trying to distinguish whether that was based on hearsay that somebody told you, whether there's actually a public record of the arrest that you discovered in your investigation. If you know that off the top of your head, which you probably don't based on what you previously said. That's what they're trying to figure out.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't recall that. I remember there was a fraud case from Port St. Lucie that we actually had a report number from. I don't recall any domestic violence getting a report for anything for that. So
I see the fraud case, and it looks like it was more gross.
So with that, anything else on the proffer? I would sustain the objection because it does look like it's based on hearsay and there's no actual basis for his personal knowledge as far as there being actual arrest in that regard.
Judge, can I at the time
Sure.
during your investigation, Mark Burke was under charges, had been arrested for charges with Tania for a fraud case?
yes, I can't recall the case number, but I believe we did get a copy of that. I think it was Port St. Lucie Police that did the case on that.
And they were co-defendants.
I believe they were co-defendants, yes, ma'am.
Did you learn during your investigation that Tania was afraid of Mark Burke because of that case?
There might have been people saying that, but with the amount of contact she was still having with him and meeting up with him when he still had an active warrant, I didn't really take that as she was afraid of him.
No, I don't want you to misinterpret what I was saying. if you wanted to ask him about that situation,
Yes.
I'm not precluding that because
Yes.
that's a separate motive situation. I just didn't want somebody to come in that was hearsay of an arrest that didn't happen through the other domestic violence arrest. So I'm not precluding that.
Yes, sir.
And the state's objection wasn't to that. But just to be sure, you know, I don't know if you heard that, there's, as far as the arrest with regard to the fraud situation, that being a separate motive, I'm not precluding that.
Well, and I guess my question about, because I'm looking at the fraud case and it says that Mark Burke wasn't even arrested on a warrant in the fraud case until August 27, 2018. So she's already murdered by the time he's arrested.
But he knew that the arrest warrant was out based on the evidence he was hiding out at Tomlinson's.
Or there's an
house.
inference that he knew of the global situation and its
Right.
possible motive involved.
Right.
Well, I mean, there's no evidence of that that's been introduced in this trial so far, but.
He's about to introduce that.
Right. All right, so, but the original objection was to the domestic violence arrest, which we've covered. There is no such arrest. So I'll sustain the objection as far as hearsay on that. It appears to be erroneous hearsay information from somebody else. All right, so I think we've at least made some headway clarifying where we are, right?
Yes,
Well,
sir.
Okay.
And I guess, so when I redirect him, are we permitted then to be like, so is there some domestic violence arrest between Mark Burke that you're aware of between him and the victim? And he's gonna say no. Because now the jury thinks that they got sent out of the room after she
Well,
asked this question.
that's up to you. I could instruct them to disregard the question because he didn't answer it. He didn't answer it in the affirmative. He said, I don't know.
I know, but
Yeah, that's up to
my
you.
concern is that obviously the appearance of objection gets sent out of the
It's
room.
just part of standard
All right,
litigation trial stuff that happens.
we'll address what we're going to do then.
Right. Otherwise, you're left with the argument that there's no evidence of that. That was just the question. The classic voir dire that I've heard 1,000 times where, didn't I prosecute you for, I think this is your own voir dire. Didn't I prosecute you for this the other day? No, you didn't. That's the question versus the answer. All right, let's bring in the jury and we'll continue.
So that was an interesting little sidebar. By the way, I have moved some of my monitors and lighting around. And so when I'm looking right here, this is where my captioning instead of over there. So if my eyes are a little higher up, I am paying attention. I'm actually have a special captioning app so I can read things more clearly and be able to follow along a little better. So this is where my eyes will be a lot of the time. I hope it's not too disturbing for y'all. Somebody asked me why were my eyes always over here, and I got to thinking, yeah, you might want to change that. So I hope this is a little bit more comfortable for you guys to look at. Like I said, everything I need to see is right here, just a little higher than the camera itself. I wish they could create a screen where the camera could go right through the screen, but that's not the way life goes. I don't see how they could do that. What in the world is down here? Oh. My kitty's been playing. She's starting to adjust a little bit. She's a little getting anxious to get out of the room, but we need to integrate her with Mama Kitty, and Mama Kitty and her had a little episode yesterday. So
And Detective, if you could scoot closer to the microphone as well, jurors may have some difficulty hearing you. Please continue your cross-examination. You're welcome.
Sir, in the course of your investigation, you learned that Mark Burke had an active arrest warrant at the date of the murder for a fraud case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that his co-defendant in that case was actually Tania Wise?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that Miss Wise was afraid of him because of that case. Is that correct?
Well, there had been people that had said that, but she had had numerous contacts with him after he had an active warrant, and she never turned him in and met with him on a regular basis. So I didn't know how afraid of him she was.
Okay, and when was the last time she had seen Mark Burke, to your knowledge?
I believe when I interviewed Mr. Burke, he said it was the week of her disappearance, and she had performed oral sex on him in his car.
Oh, wake up.
Okay, and I think during your direct with the state that you said Ms. Wise had been talking to a person by the name of Giovanni Alvarado, that you learned that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and actually she was supposed to, on the night of her murder, meet up with Giovanni Alvarado. Is that correct?
That's what several people were saying, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that during the course of your investigation, you also learned that a gentleman by the name of Jared Christie had dropped her off at her mother's house on the night of her murder. Is that correct?
That would be, because that was Mr. Casino, right?
Correct. He goes by the street name Casino, but his
Yes, ma'am.
legal name is Jared Christie.
Yes, ma'am.
And during the course of your investigation, you got
My apologies. I forgot to share something. Yep, here's our bingo card for the day. We have relationship. Well, we've already hit that one. Search warrant, next witness, Your Honor. I think has already been said. I'll double check. I do not recall. Nothing further, Your Honor. Objection has been had. No objection. Do you know if videos, right or correct, bring the jury has been said? Phone records, photographs, step down, sidebar. What, if any, evidence St. Lucie's police sustained or overruled? You are excused. DNA, text message, and yes or no has been said. What? Miss June will correct me if I'm wrong. If so, we'll correct it the next time I show this between witnesses. All right, let's get back into the testimony.
DNA sample from Bradley Rodriguez Jr. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got a sample of DNA from Giovanni Alvarado, correct?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And you got a DNA sample from Mark Burke, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you get a DNA sample from Jared Christie too?
I don't recall.
Okay, you don't remember if you got that one?
No, ma'am.
I have no further questions for this witness.
No questions. Subject to recall.
Thank you, Detective Newman. You may step down. You're subject to recall by the attorneys. Please make sure they have contact information for you. And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
Yes, sir. The people of the state of Florida call, excuse me, Agent Kelly D.P. Trantonia.
Agent Kelly is a we'll wait for her one sunny day. Thank you for hopping in. Y'all, we need to make sure you like, subscribe, and share. And when you do, please put it in the comments. I cite, just like One Sunny Day did. I sub and I shared. So you too could be in the drawing for the end of the month giveaway. Come on, guys. That makes sense. Good morning. Good morning. We have a lot of fabulous people on case one. Good morning. Yay, I'm free. You're free, case one. Actually, case one, with much investigation and discussion last night, your ears may have been burning. None of us put you in timeout. But then again, everything yesterday was Gremlin related. And I found out 2 other people were timed out. So go figure.
To the jury, there's another issue we need to address out of your presence. Please proceed to the jury room. Don't talk to each other. Make yourself comfortable in there, and we'll be with you as soon as we can. Don't talk about the case.
Okay. Let's get the sidebar happening. Wow, this must be serious. They are on a break. Wow. Okay. This has been an interesting morning already. We have not had much testimony. We've had more breaks, sidebars than we have testimony this morning. Oh my gosh.
Second
OMG.
of the defendant, is that right?
Allegedly.
Okay, allegedly.
So we'll start with the T-Mobile records first. In the T-Mobile records, there.
Hold on a second, we have the cadet issue here. How many cadets do we have like this?
31.
Okay. And what do you think of, when the defense had an objection to them coming in, but I don't know if you do, now that you see what they look like, I'm not sure you would associate that with law enforcement. They look more like no offense, they look more like a church group to me. So no problem with them coming in. Just look like students. I could even tell the jury that the people you see in the back are just students coming for educational purposes, if that makes you feel better. They're just wearing a shirt, for the record. That's
I think
like,
it's going to be all right, Judge. Do
okay.
you know how long these young people will be with us today?
They usually stay for an hour or two, right?
Yes, there'll be one more class, but they will not be dressed this way. They'll be civilian attire.
Oh, okay. Great. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so you can come in. That's fine.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
They've come in before. This gentleman here is the teacher. He's come in before other trials. All right, so back to our business on the item in evidence, Ms. Smitten.
Judge, I just realized that the witness through whom these records are going to come in through is in the courtroom. I'd ask that she be excused from the courtroom for this portion of the legal
Okay,
argument.
pursuant to the rule. If you could just step outside for a minute, we may need to have you come in momentarily though, so don't go far.
So in the folder that's labeled T-Mobile records, in that folder, there are subpoenas, which are not admissible, I do not think, regarding these phone records. I don't understand the utility of putting that in, nor do I think that that is necessarily something that's a business record certification or something that was noticed on a business record certification that a subpoena is coming in, signed by a judge. Then there are other items in this folder. So there's something labeled, and I apologize for the record, it's labeled SUB_TIBCO 772-607-0257_5545494. This is information provided to agency sheriff, requester, Andrew Belanca. And then it goes through subscriber details, and it says Bradley Rodriguez. So that's another individual subscriber information, not the information of the alleged victim.
Well, just in brief response, Ms. Vinola testified that Tania Wise was, her phone was paid for by Bradley Rodriguez. That's the testimony that's before the jury right now.
I do recall that someone testifying to that.
I do recall that, Judge, but again, it has his name on here. I just need to note for the record that I'm contemporaneously making these legal arguments without benefit of, good reflection or legal research whatsoever, because the first time that I'm hearing about the state wants to introduce these items into evidence was literally 10 minutes ago in a capital murder case.
Actually, that's not true. The state filed a notice of business records, notice to introduce business records on March 1st of 2021. And these records are in State Attorney Media 64, which is found on the 42nd supplement of the state's discovery, which was also filed and provided to the defense on March 1st of 2021. So these all of these items, an identical copy, have been available to them in their possession since March of 2021.
And Judge, I think we're
Snap.
at 90. We just got a supplement yesterday during the trial. I think we're up to properly numbered. There was incorrect numbering. I think we're up to 92 supplements, incorrectly numbered. I think properly numbered, we're up to 95. There are thousands and thousands and thousands, would not be an understatement, of pages of digital discovery in this case. Just because the state files a notice of introduction of business records, I do not know exactly what they are going to introduce. They have not told me they did tell me with the transcript translations, we are going to introduce these 2 items. Please provide your redactions, which is the standard course of conduct in our circuit. If you would like to introduce a piece of evidence that's not easily, I guess, debatable, like a picture.
Let me just interrupt you. I have an idea that might be productive. First of all, for legal purposes, I'll consider this, no pun intended, a Richardson hearing. Mr. Richardson. I don't find a discovery violation, but I think we have a practical problem here as expressed by Ms. Minton. She didn't see it coming, even though it was disclosed. So maybe what if you proffered the testimony of the witness as far as what the state is intending to do? Because I have a feeling that everything, this document, if it's voluminous, this thumb drive, it probably contains a whole bunch of surplusage that is not relevant to her testimony. It's just putting in because it's, and then you'll know what it is, and then maybe we can hone in on, for everyone's purposes. I'm not sure it really helps the state's cause to throw a thumb drive back there with the Encyclopedia Britannica. If there's something that the state wants to focus on in the records, you could highlight that. And if it goes into the record just because it's what you have, that may solve the problem. I think on both sides, I can understand the defense hesitation, but there's a lot of presumption on my part as far as what the witness is going to testify to. And I can't imagine that that's going to be a shock to the defense as far as the substance of what's in there. Right. So we want to do that. You want to just bring her in and proffer it and see what the item does as far as in the mix?
Yes, sir. But as a basic premise, can we agree that subpoenas, emails back and forth between the law enforcement agency and the provider are not admissible evidence?
What I was going to suggest there is, depending on where the road took us in the proffer, if there's how many entries are you going to highlight with the witness, just approximately?
Yeah, so
because what I was going to say is, if it was a limited amount, could you perhaps cull out, CULL out from those, the items that you're focusing on, maybe print them out and have them, I think that's better for everybody. It avoids the defense problem and it highlights what the state thinks is important as opposed to the Encyclopedia Britannica on a thumb drive.
Correct, and that's exactly what the state's going to do. That is the raw data. And the state, and Ms. DP Tranquilio has provided Exhibit 148, which is a summary of that, which has the particular data in it that she is relying on.
Okay, so then my suggestion would be, what if you just had her refer to the thumb drive? Is that's globally where she gets the summary? You don't put the thumb drive in evidence. You have to worry about the jury looking in the thumb drive, and we're all good to go.
I have no disagreement with that.
Is that a good plan?
That works. Yes,
okay, if you got a summary and it's an official summary from her, I think that's better for both sides. It avoids the problem.
Right. And I also filed a notice of intent to introduce summary evidence with this specific exhibit on August 15th of 2025. So this is no surprise to anyone.
Right.
And that's why I thought that's what they were introducing
Understood.
and not the thumb drive.
But I think that captured the chase practically, logistically for both sides, where we've cleaned it up.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Better for the state, better for the defense.
That works. Yes,
all right. So we don't need to proffer Miss D. I wrote it down phonetically here. DP Tranquilio. The funny thing I was discussing with the lawyers for everyone else here is there's a witness that's testified before me all the time. Her name is D. Pantronio. And Mr. Richardson said D. Pantronio. I thought he was mispronouncing it. And a different person walked in. It's a different person. So we have that on top of everything else. All right. Let's, so you're all good with bring it in the jury. And I can't remember where we got. She didn't get up to the part where she was sworn. I think she didn't get past.
Right. She
Okay.
has not been sworn.
All right. So she's in the hall. Let's bring in the jury, and you can recall her, and we'll go from there.
Y'all, sounds like a hot mess this morning. I'm working on Mr. Nightbot, by the way, if someone wants to know what I'm doing right now. Mr. Nightbot is getting an update. Mr. Nightbot getting updated. I have to reassign all the gremlins, I guess, yesterday had some fun in here as well. So we're having to reinstall everything. I fixed that, June. It no longer says member's name. That's been removed. I'll have to figure out why it's not taking that. We will see. But I have to reassign all the permissions on this, on my Nightbot. So I'm reassigning the permissions as we speak. And I think I am done. There you go. They've all been updated. They are ready to use, Miss June. Yay! I got it done. Now let me try this again. Let's see if it works. No, because I capitalized it. I shouldn't have capitalized it. There we go. Let's see if that works. Yep. Yay! It worked, June. It worked.
All right. The jury is present, and you may proceed with your next witness.
Agent Kelly D.T. Trantonio.
Okay, I don't know how to spell that name. We'll wait and see. Bum, 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 bum.
Raise your right hand if they support.
You swear affirm that evidence you want to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Head over to the witness box.
And you may inquire with the witness.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is Kelly D. Pietrantonio, Dipietrantrantonio.
Okay. And
I
Ms.
missed-
Keegan, what do you do for a living?
I'm a special agent with the FBI.
Okay. And can you give us a thumbnail sketch of your education, your training, and your experience, please?
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Arts and a Master's of Science from Long Island University. After becoming or before becoming an agent, I went to Quantico, Virginia, and did my 20-week training to become an agent there. I'm also part of the FBI's Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST as we call it, CAST. And to become a CAST certified agent, you have to do just like anything else that you don't know what you're doing. You start with a basic class, very simple. It's about a 2-day class, and we learn about the different providers. When I say providers, I'm talking about AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, US Cellular. And they show us the records that they maintain, why they maintain them, how they maintain them, what they look like. And then we figure out all of those records, and we figure out a way to actually plot those on a map so you can visually see where these phones possibly were when they were making a phone call or sending a text message or initiating a data session. After the basic class, you're paired up with a mentor and you go back to the field, you work your cases, you practice some of these records on your own. Then you can get invited to the advanced class. And that's just like the basic, but just a little more nuanced. You learn Google, Facebook, Snapchat, car records, very similar to how you can track a phone, you can track a vehicle. So we work with all of those. And then if you do well, again, in advanced, you continue working with that mentor, you go back to the field, you work on those cases and practice working with those records. After that, you can get invited to what's called CIRA. That's the Critical Incident Readiness Assessment, or CIRA. In CIRA, you walk in, it's not an instructor-based class. So you walk in and your teachers will say, okay, today there's a missing 3-year-old in Miami-Dade County. This is the phone number for the child's father. He was last seen with them, find the child. And again, it's a training environment. So you have to ask for the appropriate records in order to find that child and present your findings to your colleagues, to a team that's ready to go out and knock on doors and look for this child. If you do well in that, again, you go back, practice with those records, come back, and you can take the certification course. The certification course is 2 two-week sessions broken up into what we call Cert 1 and Cert 2. In Cert 1, you will actually get a chance to sit down with the providers and meet with the custodians of record and the engineers. The custodians of records are the folks that actually pull the records for you when we give them subpoenas and search warrants and exigent requests. And the engineers are obviously the folks who create, modify, and optimize the network so that we stay customers, because these are billion-dollar industries, right? And they want to keep doing that, keep making money, and keep us as customers. So that's a really great opportunity. The second part of Cert 2, in Cert 1, we also get about a semester's worth of training on radio frequency theory from professors from the Florida Institute of Technology. So it's the same professors that are teaching folks who actually go out and do this for a living, engineers in the field. In Cert 2, we have the opportunity to learn a new software that we use. It's called ESPA. And then we also learn a new piece of equipment. It's called the Gladiator Autonomous Receiver, or a GAR. If you remember those old commercials, I think they were Verizon, where the guy used to walk around and he used to go, "Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?" Basically, what the receiver does is exactly that. It will drive every single block in a neighborhood and will act as though we're making a phone call, and will be a Verizon phone, a T-Mobile phone, a Sprint phone, an AT&T phone, and it'll say, "Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?" And it'll actually figure out what the footprint of that tower is. So if I were to communicate with a tower, or if I was making a call, what tower would I connect to? In order to connect to a tower, one, very important, the phone has to decide which tower I'm going to connect to. And it does that based on what it views as the clearest, strongest signal for itself at that time. After that, if you're anything like me, and you start your day as soon as you get in your car, you start making calls. I live in Broward County, so I'll start making my call at my house, and then I'll drive down to work, and sometimes I go down to Miami. So the ending...
I'll overrule the objection is that preface to the overall testimony. You could continue. You're driving in the scenario.
Thank you. So I'll start at my house, and then I'll continue driving until I get to work. If I'm headed to Miami that day, my ending tower will be in Miami. So both providers, in this case at least, provide both the beginning and ending towers for your records. And then you'll actually take a case in Cert 2 at the end of your training to a moot court. So it looks just like this. We go to a real courtroom and have defense attorneys and prosecutors that come in and help us. We take a case from initiation. We look at the records, we analyze those records, we create a report, we do a drive test to figure out the footprint, or what we call the ground truth of those records. And then we present our findings in a trial situation.
Okay. And how many of these analyses that you previously described have you actually conducted and performed during your career as a special agent for the FBI?
Well, not every case that I do goes to trial. So I'm looking at phone records on a weekly basis. So I've looked at over 100 phone records, well over 100. But trial is not typically that many.
Okay. And how many times have you testified in a court of law regarding these phone analyses that you previously described?
Regarding phone analysis, probably about 11 or 12 times.
And you're doing these analyses on a weekly basis?
Yes, most of the time. Yes.
Over the course of how many years?
I became certified in 2021, but I started my first basic class. I was a tactical analyst beforehand, but you are not allowed to be certified in that position. But I took that class in 2016, so I've been working with these records since 2016.
Okay. And were you previously provided with phone records with respect to this case, the state of Florida versus Jose Soto-Escalera?
I was, yes.
Okay. And were you specifically provided with Sprint records where the subscriber, in which the subscriber was the defendant, Jose Soto-Escalera?
Yes, I was.
And were you also provided with T-Mobile records where the subscriber was a fellow by the name of Bradley Rodriguez, who paid for the phone for Tania Wise, the victim of the case?
Yes, I was.
Okay, I'm going to show you this particular item of evidence, which is a flash drive. What is on that flash drive?
These are the records that I received from both Sprint and T-Mobile for this case.
Okay. And did you, and when you say records, are these voluminous records?
They are, yes.
Okay. Did you rely on those records to arrive at the conclusions in your case, in this case?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Okay. And I am going to show you what has been marked as states 148 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
This is the report that I generated for this case.
Okay. And what is the, and you said it's a report. Go ahead and describe for the jury what data you looked at and how you analyze that data.
Sure. So phone carriers maintain a couple different kinds of records. The first is what's called the call detail record. If anybody remembers getting paper statements in the mail, you have a couple different columns. It's obviously one, your phone number, who you called, who called you, the date and time of that call, the duration of that call. It looks very similar to that. The only difference is with the call detail records is we have some tower information. So it'll actually tell us what tower you utilized to make that phone call, receive that phone call, send that text message, or receive that text message. Same with the data session. So we take those records and we marry them up with what's called the tower list. Phone companies are required to keep a tower list, and it's basically every tower within their network. But the call detail records, sometimes they'll refer to the towers as tower 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have to go to the call detail, to the tower list, I apologize, and see where tower 1, 2, 3, 4 is actually located. And that will give us the address and the Latin long of that tower. So we marry those two together to figure out, again, where these phone calls were taking place.
Okay. And the report in front of you, does that distill your analysis down to paper form? In other words, does it show the geographical area where these two phones were on the night of August 23rd of 2018?
It does, yes.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate representation of the report?
It is.
And is it true and correct?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves into evidence, exhibit number 148.
Any objection to 148?
Can you just see it real quick?
Really? I guess we have a sidebar. Okay, guys, let me throw this up. Well, this is what I have thus far on our bingo card. Relationship, next witness, objection, right, correct, bring the jury free, phone record, sidebar, and yes, no. That's what I have right now. Miss June has different. She'll let me know. Y'all joining us, please make sure you comment I like. I shared and I subbed. Yes, Miss June. Thank you so much for that. Oh, DNA, that was mentioned. Thank you, State of Confusion. I got the DNA. There you go. Got it in. I'm so close to bingos and the day just starting. Y'all, everybody give a shout out and a kudos to Miss June. She works hard to make these cards for us. We did take a poll yesterday to see about playing this game today. Understand that we will never celebrate a loss of life in any way, shape, or form, but we do play this game just to help keep us engaged in the case. Thank you, Tash. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, love it. Thank you. What does your thing say? Don't be a salty. Okay. Love it. I love it. Make sure you got your nice cup of coffee or hot tea or whatever you drink first thing in the morning. This is going to be a long case. Well, sort of, kind of. I think today's going to be a little bit longer feeling for us because we're going to be watching and looking at a lot of phone data. Still, bright days to me are always the longer days, but we'll see how they handle this. So far, they are moving quite fast in this trial overall. So hopefully everything will be continuing to move this fast. Everybody's giving you a round of applause, Miss June. You are so awesome. I love and appreciate your hard work. Yesterday we had 11 witnesses, including the medical examiner. There were a lot of interesting photos shown. So if you go back and watch, be forewarned. If you go back and watch, be forewarned. It was what a days. It was a very interesting situation yesterday as far as the photos and imaging that was being shown. So y'all be careful. What did Discord? Oh, Discord just came up on my watch for the first time. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. For the first time, Discord just came up. Hello, Miss Lady Jane. Okay, Miss Lady Jane. Oh, you did do the Your Honor. Okay, sustained and overruled. Oh, there it is. I missed that. You're right. Phone calls bring the jury. All right, I got them, love. Thank you so much. Let me show this again. I have been corrected. We have relationship. Next witness, Your Honor. Objection. Right, correct. Bring the jury. Free space. Phone calls. Recordings. St. Lucie Police. Sidebar. Sustained. Excuse me. DNA. And yes, no. I think I have... evidence. I got to get evidence. That's 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, we're all up to par. We're good. So you guys, if you get a bingo in any direction, comment I bingo, and you'll be entered into the drawing. You can have up to 12 bingos. Not yet. Text messages has not been said yet. Oh, thank you. Well, I can't because do you know what? I love that now. I don't know. Is it a new update or something? Because today's the first day I just got a notification from Discord. So I guess I don't know. But it's good for me because sometimes when I'm really focused here, Discord's over on the other monitor. I may not see it. So yay. Yay. Let me delete this. Delete that. Delete that. Okay, so wow, this is a long sidebar. Why have they not sent the jury out? I have no idea. It is a very long sidebar today, guys. Very long sidebar. Wonder what the get up is. Anybody have any ideas? You know what? My bad. I do need to do a road thus far on this trial because I got to pull up my notes because we did not do that this morning. We did not do that this morning. You know, I thought it would be easier to roll out of bed and go from one room to the next to work. I miss going into the shop. I ain't gonna lie, I miss going into my shop. All right, case background. So far, Soto-Escalera is accused of first-degree murder in the 2018 unaliving of Tania Wise and her unborn child, which was proven to be his unborn child. She was 8.5 months pregnant or 38 weeks. The prosecution is seeking the DP. Opening statements of prosecution stated that Soto-Escalera unalived Wise to prevent his wife from finding out about his affair and unborn child. The defense responded by highlighting Wise's work as an escort, saying she was associated with the unsavory characters, and that also introduced DNA evidence potentially from other men, long-term boyfriend, him, and someone else who dropped her off the night she passed away.
Court's ruling 148 will come into evidence. And ladies and gentlemen, Joe, I did want to highlight something. If you recall, the beginning of the trial, and several times I've described to you the difference between demonstrative evidence and actual evidence. The significance of that is when something is actual evidence in the case, it will go back with you into the jury room, and when it's demonstrative, it can be used here in court to explain other evidence. So just bear that in mind. There was a reference earlier to a thumb drive, which is just used demonstratively to explain the actual summary that's come into evidence at this time. In case you were wondering about the thumb drive, is not actually in evidence for later purposes. Thank you, and you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, so why don't you, and we'll go ahead. Is this the first page of your summary? Is that correct?
It is.
Okay, and let's walk through and just make sure that we're specific here. There are two phone numbers, correct?
Correct.
The first is 772-607-0257. Okay, which individual is that phone number associated with?
That's associated with Tania Wise.
Okay, and then the second phone number, 772-200-61. Which individual is that associated with?
Mr. Escalera.
Okay, if we could advance to slide 2. So, and I think you described a lot of this already, but why don't you go ahead and just put a briefly summarize what we're looking at here.
Sure. So this just says what I did in my involvement in this case. I was given some records. I was given points of interest for this case and times of interest, as well as dates of interest. I mapped the records around those dates, times, and locations of interest using my software, and then I drew my own conclusions from those records.
Okay. And go ahead and advance to slide 3. So what are we looking at here?
This slide just shows examples of cell phone towers. Something I think that it's important to note here is just because you see a cell phone tower doesn't necessarily mean that your phone is communicating with that tower if you're close to it. So for example, I have Verizon for my personal phone. So my phone can only see Verizon towers. I may be standing underneath an AT&T tower. My phone doesn't even recognize that tower. So just because you're close to one doesn't necessarily mean that your phone is talking to that tower. And then something else just to note here is that carriers nowadays, depending upon the location, will try to have the cell phone towers blend in. They're not always these ugly structures on the side of the road like maybe we're used to seeing. So I think that cactus on the left-hand side there, I think that is in Arizona. I think Wyoming has one that's kind of built into like a billboard of a bison. So again, just because you see them doesn't necessarily mean your phone's talking to them. And just because you don't see them or potentially don't see them doesn't necessarily mean they're not there.
Okay. And we'll go ahead and advance to the 4th slide. Okay. Why don't you describe for the jury what we're looking at?
Sure. So most towers have 3 sides. Some towers have 6 sides, some have 1. Those are called omnidirectional towers. But for the purpose of this report, I think most of the towers in this report had 3 sides. When each tower is placed on Earth, it's not always pointed in the same direction. So we call that the azimuth or the orientation. And that's another column that we'll see in those call detail records. The carriers will let us know how the tower is oriented so we know which direction this signal emanated from the tower to the phone. If you look at the photo all the way to the right, that's how I'll display cell sites that were that the phone interacted with. That shaded area does not show where the phone was located. That simply is just a guide for the direction the signal traveled. So it can or cannot be within that shaded area. And then a good way, I think, to think of my report, this is kind of a weird comparison, I know, but see how those lines are straight and it's very neat and kind of sharp looking. I like to compare that to almost like a cherry pie at Cheesecake Factory. It always comes really neat. The sides are straight, but if you ever cut a cherry pie at home, it's not neat. There's cherries that fall out. And even if you were to smack that cherry pie at home, typically it's still going to be that wedge shape, and you can tell it's a pie, right? But you may have a couple crumbs that are not attached at all at that point. And that's actually a more realistic depiction of what the footprint of a cell tower actually looks like. Radio frequency is not a straight line, it's jagged. So just keep that in mind when we're looking at the report. The report has these sharp lines just to show a direction or again, as a guide. But radio frequency does not travel in a straight line like that.
Okay. And why don't you go ahead? I think this is a good point to go ahead and describe to the jury some of the limitations of your analysis. You
Sure.
mentioned the analogy of a cherry pie kind of point out. Why don't you go ahead and describe that for the jury?
Sure. So a couple things just to take into consideration. These records are maintained by the cell phone companies. I don't know who's holding the device at the time. If it's a phone call, I don't know what was said on that phone call. If it's a text message, I don't know what was written in that text message. If it's a photo, I don't know what the photo is of. Same thing with the data session. I can't tell that they logged onto Facebook or they sent an email. I can only say that the phone interacted with this tower at this time on this date. So just something to keep in mind throughout the report.
Okay. And if we could advance to slide 5 now. Thank you. Go ahead.
Time in advance is another record that the telephone companies keep. This is what we consider the golden standard. Time in advance is a record that will actually, it's a signal that's sent from the tower to the device and back to the tower. And based on the amount of time that it takes the signal to go from the tower to the phone and back to the tower, we can figure out with a mathematical equation based on radio frequency and how it travels at the speed of light, how far away that phone may be at the time that it made that phone call or again sent that text message. But however, for time in advance, it's important to note that you don't have to be making a phone call to get a time in advance record. You don't have to be sending a text message, and you don't have to be within the footprint of that tower to talk to a tower. Time in advance is completely up to the network, and whatever tower wants to take a measurement of itself to the phone and back to itself can do so. So sometimes you'll get time in advance records that are very far away from the phone, and the phone is clearly not within the footprint of that tower. That's normal for time in advance. That's not typical for a call detail record.
Okay. And if we could advance to the next slide, please. Okay, what are we looking at here?
This is the phone number ending in 0257. So T-Mobile, anytime somebody signs up for their services, they keep a subscriber log. This phone is registered to Bradley Rodriguez, but again, used by Tania Wise. And it just says when they started their service, ended their service, and then a couple of other information about the actual device itself.
Okay. And if we could advance to the next slide, please.
This is the same thing, but for Sprint. This is for the number ending in 6163, subscribed to Mr. Escalera. And again, it just says when he started his relationship with Sprint, and then that the phone was maintained by him as a subscriber, his address, information like that.
Okay. And the next slide, please.
This is basically the same thing, just how Sprint kind of use it on their screen in their own program. But again, we can see that the phone ending in 6163 is subscribed to Mr. Soto-Escalera here as well.
Okay. Is that this name right here? This is Escalera?
Yes.
Let's focus in. Okay. And the next slide, please. Okay. And if it would be easier for you, if you would, don't mind stepping down and kind of walking the jury through what we're looking at. So here we are on the next slide. Go ahead and tell the jury what we're looking at.
So all of these green dots are T-Mobile towers. They make up the T-Mobile network. All of the black dots are Sprint towers, and they make up the Sprint network. I was given, as I said earlier, a couple different points of interest for this case. The first being this red flag here. That's the location of where the victim's body was found. The second here is this green flag. That's the victim's residence, or Mrs. Wise's residence. And this yellow flag is Mr. Escalera's residence.
Okay. And go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you.
You can see that the towers are kind of spread out here. This area is not super densely populated. If you were to go to an area like Manhattan or Los Angeles, you would see a lot more towers, a lot closer together, much more packed and condensed. But because of this area, we have less people, less devices, less people that need resources from each of the towers. You have less towers. They're a little more spread out, especially like in areas like this. I'll point out over here, you don't have a lot of towers. That's just because there's not a lot of people living there. It's very rural in this area.
Okay. In the next slide, please.
Okay. So here we have some time in advance records and some call detail records or phone calls that were made. I'll start with this one over here. See how this arc is a little bit darker than this one? That's only because there are actually quite a few time in advance records that are almost pancaked on top of each other here. So the first one we'll look at was on August 23rd, 2018 at 8:06 p.m. And that's this outermost arc here. You can see that there's a little area that's just a little bit lighter, a little further west. That arc was 1.73 miles from the tower. This arc relates to the phone ending in 6163 used by Mr. Escalera. So that's telling us that the phone used again by Mr. Escalera was in an area consistent with the defendant's residence, with his own residence. And then if we look here at 8:07, 8:08, and 8:18 on that same day, August 23rd, Mr. Escalera's phone moves just a touch eastbound. And that's that darker shaded area here that we have three different, again, kind of pancaked on top of each other, time in advance records. Now, if we continue on at 8:18 p.m., the phone again moved eastward closer towards the victim's residence. And we see that that arc was 0.94 miles away from the tower at that point. If we look here, these are all the phone calls that were made on this day from 8:06 p.m. through 8:18 p.m. on August 23rd. Let's look at the first one here. At 8:06 p.m., we can see that our target phone, the phone ending in 6163 used by Mr. Escalera, called a number ending in 0257. That was actually the phone that belonged to Tania Wise. That call lasted 38 seconds. It was a voice call, and again, it was from Mr. Escalera to Miss Wise. Now, because we have Mrs. Wise's call detail records, we see that same call, but incoming to her phone right after. So it took about 2 seconds for it to register to get to her phone. And then again, call lasted 32 seconds on her side, and it was an incoming call from Mr. Escalera's phone. Then Mr. Escalera at 8:07 and 8:08 p.m. calls two people. The first has a phone number ending in 3288, and the second a phone number ending in 8475. And then if we continue on again, just like the first two calls we saw that kind of were the same call really, we have that same instance here at 8:18 and 15 seconds. Mrs. Wise's phone calls Mr. Escalera's phone, and then we see the incoming call on Mr. Escalera's phone from Mrs. Wise, again at 8:18. And then we have another instance of that repeated call again at 8:18 and 15 seconds approximately later. Mrs. Wise's phone calls Mr. Escalera's phone, and then we see that incoming call to Mr. Escalera from Mrs. Wise's phone on his record. All of these calls were made from a tower right here, right where those two sectors kind of intersect.
Okay. And the tower, what can you say about the tower, the final tower that's that those calls communicated off of? Is that, how close to that is the victim's residence? Close to, how close is the tower to the victim's residence? I'm sorry.
So here's our key, but clearly less than a mile, maybe a block or two away from her residence there.
Okay. Okay. And then if we could advance to the next slide, please. So what are we looking at here?
So this is at 8:25 p.m. And then we have a couple different records that are just spread out by a couple different seconds here. So we'll start with the first one at 8:25 and 27 seconds. We have a call, an outgoing call from Mrs. Wise's phone to a number ending in 6163, which we now know is the phone used by Mr. Escalera. And that was done via this sector here pointed eastbound, the green sector. All of the green calls, if I didn't mention this earlier, belong to Ms. Wise, and all of the black calls in the black sectors belong to Mr. Escalera.
Is he asleep?
At 8:25 and 28 seconds, we have again that same duplicative call, but on Mr. Escalera's record. So we can see that he received an incoming call from a number ending in 0257, which we know belongs to Ms. Wise, and he used this sector to receive that call. So towers may be in the same spot, and what companies will do sometimes is it costs a lot of money to build these towers. So once a tower is already built or constructed, they'll just put their antennas on top of each other. So sometimes you can see different layers, and sometimes it's different layers of the same network. Sometimes it's different networks or different providers. But it looks like the towers are very close together, if not the same tower. The sectors are just different because remember how I said they orient their towers differently? So his tower, and specifically his sector that he used, is oriented just a little bit further north than Mrs. Wise's was here. Then at 8:25 and 50 seconds, we can see that there was a time in advance record for Mr. Escalera's phone that put him about 0.45 miles from the tower. Within 0.4 miles is Mrs. Wise's residence, which you can see here by that green flag.
Okay, so is it fair to say that Mr. Soto-Escalera's phone is within 0.4 miles away of the victim's residence on August 23rd, 2018 at 8:25 p.m.?
Correct. I would say this is an area that, or his phone is utilizing a tower that is consistent with being at or around her residence.
Okay. And if we could advance to the next slide, please. Okay, so what are we looking at here? It looks like we're looking at the time frame between 8:44 p.m. and 10 p.m. on August 23rd of 2018. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go ahead and walk the jury through your analysis, please.
So we have a couple of different things on this slide. I'll start with Mrs. Wise's phone down here to the south of the map. At 8:44 and 8:45, she made two calls, and she utilized a sector that was facing southbound, right here, kind of adjacent to the Florida Turnpike. Both of those calls were outgoing to numbers ending in 2218 and 7301. And here, typically on the other side, we saw a duration. Here it says -1. That's just a nuance with T-Mobile records. Sometimes they don't maintain the duration for certain calls. And when there's no duration populated in their call detail records, our software will kind of tell us that by just inputting a -1. So it's not that the call was -1 seconds. Obviously, that's impossible. There was just no duration noted there.
Let me stop you there if you don't mind.
Sure.
Is it accurate to say that at 8:25 p.m. until 8:44 p.m., the phone for Miss Wise traveled north.
Yes. Yep, because if you remember at 8:25, the phone was further south down here by her residence.
Okay. And the same question for Mr. Soto-Escalera's phone.
Correct. So we don't see him over here, but we do see him even further north. And again, if you remember from the last slide, he was in that same general area of her house, just like Ms. Wise was.
Okay. So go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead and pick up on your analysis.
Sure. I'll switch over to this center call out box right here. We're going to start with this call at 9:51. That was a outgoing call made from Mr. Escalera's phone to a number ending in 7131. And then this actually, if you remember earlier, I think I mentioned that the phone itself decides what tower it views as the best tower to make that call at the initiation of that call. And that's really important because the network takes over at the ending part of that call or anywhere after the initiation. So you can skip 10 towers, you can only have 2 towers in a call, you can have 1 tower. So the phone decides at the beginning of the call what tower it's going to connect to, and then the network takes over. So here you see how we have a 38-second call. Here's a 38-second call, and it's just 38 seconds after the first one. This is actually the ending tower for this same call. So that's why we don't have a phone number over here as well. So the call started over here from this tower and ended on this tower. Now, in between those two, we have a timing in advance arc. And cell phone coverage kind of works similar to a sprinkler system in your yard. You want to have a little bit of overlap just so you don't drop calls because, again, these people are in business to make money. If you're dropping calls, you're going to leave and you're going to go to another provider, right? They don't want that. So what they'll do is they'll create a little bit of overlap, but not too much that it overflows your lawn and your lawn is overflowed with water. In the radio frequency world, that creates what's called a lot of noise in the network. And it gets difficult for the phones to hear the towers to hear the phones, and vice versa. Based on how short this call was and where this timing in advance point is, you can see that it's almost right in the middle of both of those towers, which tells me, knowing that there's no more towers in between here, that the phone was likely in this area when it made that phone call. After it made that phone call at 9:52, we'll go to this one at 10 p.m. here. Mr. Escalera's phone made a call to a number ending in 8475, south of that initial call from the slide, but again, using a sector that was pointed northbound. And that's this one right here. And we can see that the timing advance arc for that tower was about 1.3 miles away from the tower. I think that covers this slide.
Okay. And let me ask you this: what is the closest point that the defendant's phone, Jose Soto-Escalera, got within the intersection of Johnston Road and Russo Road, which is our crime scene?
So this right here, this red flag is again the crime scene where the victim's body was found. This to the tower is 4.33 miles. I would say that that is probably less than 2 miles away.
Okay. And does that include the outside of the crime scene as well?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Okay. And if we could go, I believe that's the last. So if we go to okay, that is the last slide. Okay. Thank you. You can. Thank you.
Okay. Agent DP Trantonio, thank you very much. I have no further questions. Defense counsel may have some for you.
Thank you.
No cross checks, thank you.
May this witness be released from her subpoena at this time?
She.
Any objection to releasing her?
No objection.
Thank you, Agent DP Trantonio. You are released from your subpoena. You're free to stay or leave as you wish.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
Donna Carmichael with the San Lucie County Sheriff's Office.
Well, that was short and sweet. I expected that to take a whole lot longer, y'all. So I am happy for that. What do y'all think? How are we doing on the how are we doing on the bingo card? Hello, Chris H. It's been a while. Welcome. Good morning, Chris. It's been a hot minute. Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
I do.
And you may inquire of the witness.
Morning.
Good morning.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Donna Carmichael, Carmichael.
All right, and are you currently employed?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, you're recently retired?
Yes, sir.
All right, what did you retire from doing?
I retired from the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office. I was the crime scene supervisor there.
All right, and if you could tell the jury, how long did you work for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office as the crime scene supervisor?
I worked for the Sheriff's Office for 31 years. The first 11 years, I was the evidence custodian. For 12 years, I was a crime scene investigator. In the last 8 years, I was the supervisor of the unit.
All right, and if you could tell the jury, what was your background and your training and experience that allowed you to be able to do that job and work all the way up to the supervisor for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office?
I have thousands of hours of training through different organizations such as the FBI, the American Institute of Applied Science, West Virginia University, North Carolina Justice Institution, the International Association of Identification, and LEVA, which is Law Enforcement Video Analysis, and other forensic discipline organizations. Through that, the training is through documenting scenes, processing evidence, video analysis, latent print analysis and comparison, homicide scenes, death investigations, shooting investigations, to just name a few of the different types of training that I attended.
All right, and as far as the crime scene supervisor, were you employed in that capacity back in August of 2018?
Yes, sir.
And were two of the other crime scene investigators, Kayla Lim and Janine Hiller, did you supervise them at that time?
Yes, sir.
And did you provide assistance to them in working the homicide case of Tania Wise?
Yes, sir.
What was your involvement in the case as far as the collecting and the documentation of physical evidence?
Well, there was several different days. We worked on this case for multiple days and weeks. On the initial scene, I assisted CSI Hiller with the documentation of measurements, because of course you need two people to hold a tape measure and that. And then when it came time to examine the victim, I assisted with the examination allowing her to be able to take photographs while I adjusted the victim, moved the victim for her so that she could take photographs.
All right, so now let's go to August 25th, 2018. Did you assist in the collection of evidence from the defendant's truck?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what I'd first like to just show you is some photographs that have been marked. And those have been marked as State's Exhibits 171 through 182. You can just tell me if you recognize these photographs.
Yes, sir.
All right. How is it that you recognize those photographs?
These are the photographs that I took that day
And where did you take those photographs?
at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office in the Criminal Investigations parking lot.
And what are the photographs of?
They are photographs of the defendant's truck, a silver Dodge Ram truck.
Do those photographs accurately reflect the defendant's vehicle as it was at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office on August 25th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state would move into evidence with remark for identification, states 171 through 182. Into evidence. Just the same.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Those items will come into evidence at this time without objection.
Publish these photographs. All right, so we have State's Exhibit 171 up on the screen. Where is this parking lot located?
It is on the west side of the sheriff's office in the fenced-in area, which is
I don't know who parked that car, but go back to parking school, y'all.
normally employee parking for the detectives.
All right, and then we're looking at, this is a side photograph, passenger side of the defendant's truck.
Yes, sir.
All right, State's Exhibit 172. I think we could see you in the reflection of the tailgate. What is it? What are we looking at here?
The rear tailgate area in the back of the pickup truck showing the license plate number.
State's 173.
That is the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay, why do you take all these different photographs?
We do it to show if there's any damage or any other evidence that might be easily seen with through taking photographs and to show the condition of the vehicle when we first see it.
174.
That is the front area of the vehicle to show the front quarter panel and driver's area of the vehicle.
175.
And again, the actual front of the vehicle to show what it looks like.
176.
That is the bed of the vehicle,
177.
just a different angle, making sure we can get all of the areas of the bed.
Let's see, 178.
This is the interior section of the driver's side of the vehicle.
179.
This is a close-up so that it captures the center console area in the seat and to show that the items on the seat.
180.
This is the back driver's side seat showing that area.
181.
A pair of shoes that were on the floor of the vehicle,
And 182.
the bottoms of the shoes.
Now, in addition to photographing the defendant's vehicle on that day, did you and Ms. Lim also do swabs of the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and did you work on the driver's side of the vehicle while Ms. Lim worked on the passenger side?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as state's exhibits 152, 153, 154, and 160.
Okay.
Do you recognize these items?
Yes, sir.
All right, then as far as 152, 153, and 154, what are these?
There's DNA swabbings that I did of the interior of the truck.
Okay, and if you could describe for the jury just briefly, how do you do that?
What we do is we take sterile swabs that are packed, two swabs come in a package together. They're sterile, and we open that package. We have small vials of sterile water that we will moisten one of the swabs with the sterile water and leave the other swab dry. We keep the two swabs together when we're swabbing an area so that they're together, then we will rotate the swabs while we are swabbing the area and then put the swabs back in the sterile package, and then they go into an evidence envelope.
All right. As far as states exhibits 152, 153, 154, are those swabs that were taken from the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And then states exhibit 160, how do you recognize that exhibit?
It has my handwriting and information on the package.
And what is that exhibit?
It's hairs that was found on the right shoe.
The shoes from those pictures?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state would move into evidence with the mark for identification 152, 153, 154, and 160.
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection. So as far as that day with that truck, is that your the extent of your involvement with that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right. So in addition to taking those swabs, did you also take some buccal swabs in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is that?
A buccal swab is basically a DNA swab to collect a person's DNA. And what we do is we have special swabs that come in special tubes that we can swab the interior of a person's mouth. And we take two different swabs and swab each side of the mouth, one swab on one side and one swab on the other. And then those are submitted to evidence.
All right. So in this case, did you take a swab of the defendant, in this case, Jose Soto-Escalera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would like to show you what's been marked for identification in States Exhibit 161. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
My handwriting is on the package.
All right. And is there any identifying information that shows it was you that did this swab?
Yes, sir. It has my initials and my ID number,
What was your ID number back then?
1030,
Okay. And what is the date that you took this swab?
8/25 of 2018.
Okay. Do you see the person that you took the swab from, Jose Soto-Escalera, here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
If you could you point to that person, identify him by an article of clothing?
He is sitting over to my left. He is wearing a black jacket and a blue colored shirt.
Okay, so that's the person that you swabbed, and that's the swab that's inside of this envelope, States Exhibit 161.
Yes, sir.
All right, this time, the state will move in evidence with marked for identification of States Exhibit 161.
No objection.
That item will come into evidence without objection.
All right, did you take some other buccal swabs and some other people in this case?
Yes, sir.
And would those be Giovanni Alvarado, Mark Burke, and Bradley Rodriguez?
Yes, sir.
All right, this time I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification of States Exhibits 162, 163, and 164. 164.
Okay, we're going to do a quick.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
All right, how do you recognize those?
Again, it has my handwriting and the information on the packages.
All right, and then do you document who you're swabbing on each one? You write the name of the person that you're swabbing,
Yes, sir.
and you place those in those envelopes?
Yes, sir.
How are these, I guess, what is, just so the jury knows, what is all the writing that's on and the tape? What is all of that?
That is our initials, our ID numbers and dates of when we sealed the package. So then, like on this one, it has my initials and date up here, but somebody else opened the package at a later date and they signed down at the bottom of the package and dated on this side of the package. We always try to open the package in a different location than where it was sealed, but unfortunately, sometimes a package gets opened multiple times for different reasons, and but everybody tries to not sign over top of somebody else's seal, so it's resealed each time.
What are reasons why packages have to be reopened and then resealed?
It all depends on the evidence and who collects it. If say a road deputy collects a piece of evidence or a detective collects a piece of evidence, and the crime scene unit needs to examine that for trace evidence or process it for fingerprints or something like that, then it will come into the crime scene unit and we would have to open that package to then process it. And once we're done, we would repackage it and seal it. Also, it could, if it is a cell phone or something like that, it could go to our forensics lab where the detective that handles cell phones and pulls data from those, they would have to unseal it and then reseal it again. And a lot of things go to lab to be analyzed by an analyst at the lab. So they would then unseal it and reseal it.
So if there's a buccal swab and you guys put it in an envelope and seal it, if you send it to the lab, does it have to be reopened to be tested?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But every time that it's opened, it's documented and it's initialed and it's dated.
Yes, sir.
At this time, state moving to evidence with marked for identification. States exhibits 162, 163, and 164.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
Thank you, Ms. Carmichael. That's all the questions I have for now.
Yes, ma'am. When you took photos of my client on August 24th, 2018, you did not see any visual injuries or abrasions, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, my client gave verbal and written consent to give his DNA, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And swab his truck.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also, I think the state mentioned, got the DNA from Mark Burke, Giovanni Alvarado, and Bradley Rodriguez, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Bradley Rodriguez Jr., I should say. I have no further questions at this time.
Any further questions from the state?
There you are.
May Ms. Carmichael be released from her subpoena at this time?
She is subject to recall.
If you please step down, and you do remain subject to recall by the attorney so long as they, or make sure they have a phone contact for you. Thank you. And the state's, do you need to approach?
Just a break.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a restroom break. I know I've sent you back many times, but the attorneys need a break as well. Please remember during the break, leave your notes on your chairs. Don't discuss the case with each other. We'll be with you in about 10 minutes.
No, you did not miss anything important. Okay, so we didn't really miss anything important other than cell
Jury
phone
has
tower.
exited, and we'll be in recess for about 10 minutes. Give you all a restroom break.
Okay, so we're going to go over to the bingo card. This is what I have. Of course, if I have missed anything, I'm sure someone will inform me. So far, we have relationships, we have search warrants, we have next witness, we have your honor, objection, right and correct, bring the jury, free space, phone records, photograph, nothing further, your honor. I know what that was said. St. Lucas Police Department, evidence, sidebar. Did he say step down? I don't recall. No, yes, DNA. You're excused and sustained and override. I have a bingo. Hi, Jesse. Hello, Jesse. Thanks for coming in. Oh, thank you for liking. Everybody, don't forget to like, subscribe. I sub, I liked, and I shared. Only I sub if it's your first time. You have to be new for that one. But this is what I have. If anybody has anything different, you feel free to inform me. I will be happy to change. Just about the time I go up, I need to get me something in my tummy. I have had way too much coffee this morning. I'll be listening, no chat. Oh, well, Jesse, thank you for chatting this much, and thank you for listening. We greatly appreciate it. So I'm going to continue my summary of this trial thus far. We have had multiple witnesses yesterday. I think we ended up with 11 witnesses yesterday. Yes, we do. Again, no bingo today for me. Had a day off work. Oh, yes, I understand, Aaron. I understand. So the defense is claiming that she was an escort of sorts and saying that she was associated with unsavory characters, Miss Wise, the victim, and that they are trying to introduce DNA evidence potentially came from somebody else, a longtime boyfriend, the man who was managing her extracurricular activities, and someone who dropped her off the night she passed away. A lot of this going on, a lot of pointing of fingers in multiple directions. So some of the key witnesses first was Christine Gavin. She testified she found Weiss's body in the ditch and she called 911. Then Deputy Joshua Gilkey, a first responder, corroborated that information and was first on scene. A man named William Mullins saw the truck parked late the night before between 11 and 11:30 p.m. He said it was suspiciously creeping along the road. Lights were irregular. Tina Wise's mother, Elizabeth Bertola, testified of the plans for her daughter and her daughter's unborn child. They intended to name the baby Josiah Thomas. She was also talked about Wise's other relationships, boyfriends, and whether she had whether there had been any forms of violence in those relationships. Now, Linda O'Neill, who is the medical examiner, came in and described the injuries to Wise as a blunt force trauma to the head, skull fractures, hematomas, a large cut across the 19 centimeters, and that basically nearly severed the spinal cord. It cut all the way to the spinal cord. That was very aggressive, very aggressive. The unborn child was found to have been fully formed and healthy. No abnormalities in that child, and he did decease due to the results of the deceasing of the mother. Yeah, so horrible. The obstetrician, Dr. Rule Solsel, confirmed that both the mother and the baby had been monitored and were going to regular checkups. She was scheduled for going in, I think that week, the next week, for her to be scheduled for a C-section. Everybody, both mother and baby, were healthy prior to the event. Had been referred to his care due to her heart condition, the mother. So the evidence so far, DNA testing confirmed Soto-Escalera was the father of the unborn child. So you can't claim somebody else was the daddy boo. You willingly gave your DNA. Crime scene details were presented on the location, and the state of the body was found face down in a drainage ditch. She had vomited and her clothes were wet. The forensic evidence, impressions on the dirt, hair was found, a truck, a Dodge Ram that was tested positive for her blood. At the same time, a testimony remarked that did not match. Also, testimony tires that did not match. That's what I'm looking for. Soto-Escalera's interview with the law enforcement was played. He denied having any intimate or romantic relations with Wise, claimed his last contact was by phone, giving an alibi whereabouts for the relevant night. But he allowed DNA swabs. Go figure. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry. My nose. I'm just trying not to sneeze. Grr. Okay. So, Anyway, so there we are, road thus far. We have had, today has been pretty much a cell bright day. It is pretty much, that's what it's been, data today. So today's witnesses are Kenneth Barron, a former co-worker of Soto-Escalera. Barron testified that on the summer of 2018, the defendant approached him about buying that wasn't today, that was yesterday, sorry, about buying a firearm, asking specifically for something like a ghost weapon, untraceable. Jeanine Hiller, a crime scene investigator, described the graphic photos and the physical condition of the body where it was found. That included details like her hands were clenched with grass, her clothing was wet, she had stomach contents, her hair was hanging from a tree, and impressions in the dirt. It was violent. Both of her hands were clenched, and she did have, thank you for the blessings, Erin. She did have, what is it called? Grass in her hands. we're going to change this. Court is on a short break. I will be right back. I have to take a comfort break. I was in the process of going to do that when we went to break. I'll be right back. Come on. Thank you, Tinkitude. Pretty much did the same thing. I don't even know where my drum is. My son made me some eggs. What a sweet kid. Thank you guys for sharing, liking, commenting, bingoing. You bingoed? Woohoo! Good for you, Tinkitude. You bingoed. Yay. So we are waiting for court to come back. They are on a short break. Everybody kind of stretch your legs. Everybody kind of move around. Hope y'all are doing well. I hope everybody's doing well. And my son heard me say something about needing some nourishment because I am, I've drank a lot of coffee today. Today is the 16th. So, oh my gosh, Chris, thank you so much. Joy, you received a free, you received the membership. Thank you so much, Chris. I really appreciate the membership. You rock, boo. You rock. Oh, thank you so very much. We have missed you, Chris. How are you? Update us. What's going on in your life? Yes, if you have a question, please put the question marks before so I can grab it and pop it up. Thank you again, Chris, so much for your kindness. I just really, really appreciate it. We are growing, and yay, we are growing, but it takes it takes all of us, and I do appreciate your efforts and your help with that. Thank you so very much. So, I had some people ask me questions about the baby and all of that, and I'm not going to get into any detail about what happens to a baby when the mother passes away. I could, but I choose not to. Please understand. Welcome, Ms. G14 or Mr. G14. Welcome, Joy. You got a free membership. We are in a short break, our morning break, our restroom break for the attorneys. We've had a lot of short breaks for the jury. They have been sent out numerous times. So right now we are on a break for the attorneys. So they're having their little break. Oh, by the way, yesterday, if you were not here yesterday, we had a lot of gremlin attacks. So we had some little things made. There's the gremlins, the before and after. I really like this one. That is too cute. And then we have the gremlins. So yesterday was a very difficult day. Everything that could go wrong went wrong yesterday, but that's okay. We got it all worked out. Everything's flying right now. I walked around singing the song to my computer, straighten up and fly right, straighten up and fly right. I was like, straighten up and fly right, gremlins, don't you blow your horn. No, I just was like, no, we're not having it today. Not today. Okay, while we are in a break, I'm going to go ahead and play a video from our sponsors.
I want to welcome Ollie T to our family. They are our new sponsor. Ollie T is a veteran, woman-owned company. They are passionate about creating artisan small batch herbal teas, focusing on self-care and wellness, while at the same time offering tasty drink options. Ollie Tea does not incorporate scenting or flavoring agent and is naturally caffeine-free with no added sugars. They let the natural ingredients speak for themselves. The herbal teas are packed as loose leaf and in convenient tea bags. Certified Go Texas and homegrown by heroes. They offer many different choices from lavender citrus to lemony mint to restore and to scarlet nibs. They also offer fabulous Christmas gifts such as these wonderful tea strainers. Y'all, this is absolutely beautiful. Please click on the QR code or go to www.buyollietea.com to get your tea. Let me know which is your favorite. I hope you enjoy.
Yes, I hope you do enjoy. And guys, I am working with a potentially new sponsor. I can't wait. Yes, thank you, Miss June Just Talks. Hey, June Just Talks, you want to hop in during the break and visit with us? You can. You can. How are you doing, Miss June Just Talks? How you doing, love? Oh, we got more pet pics and Discord. Aw. That's a pretty drum. I've never painted my drum. Never have I painted my drum. My drum, I'm too afraid to do that. I think it's beautiful. Thank you so much for that, Mandy. If y'all want to see what I'm looking at, go to our Discord and go to Pet Pics. Mandy put a beautiful picture. No problem, love. For those of you who don't know, I'd say it all the time. I'm Cherokee and Cree, and I'm Irish. If you notice, I list the native first because that is my heart is native. My heart's Irish too. I do play the Irish whistle. Maybe I'll play it someday for you. But I also play the native flute, which I love. Love, 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 love. Love my native flute. It's in the other room. It's in a safe spot. Very safe spot. I had to pack up all my regalia. It's all packed up nice and safe. My beading area is getting worked out. I'm working on my crafting area over there. I'm just discovering that I'm just going to have to use a kitchen table for sewing, y'all, because I just don't have enough space in here for that. But that said, I am so happy to have a space to work. I'm getting ready to start beading 3 cowboy hats for a special person. Now that I am in here, my beads are no longer stuck in a bag. It's been an interesting move. I need to contact my eye doctor in a minute. So let me get some, hold on. Okay, so here's some interesting facts that have not been brought up in this trial. I'm going to go there now. And my computer will cooperate. Investigators found Soto-Escalera's phone had scratches made the night before Tania Wise's body was found. Searches on his phone the night before her body was found. The words that were searched, and which I'm sure we will find out more about, is dead body in woods and wooded area dead body. The fact that Soto-Escalera initially stated that he was not in a relationship with this woman sounds like some president we know. But yet turns out the DNA turns out it was his child. The narrative prosecutors are using is that Wise had threatened to tell Soto-Escalera's wife about the pregnancy unless he paid her $500 for the removal of the fetus. Escalera, or some people are calling it, I don't know what some people call it. According to some reports, said that Wise had blackmailed him in a sense. She did not have that procedure, obviously, and she had given the money to somebody else. I seen June. He also deleted all of his text messages before and after the day of the Red Room. The state of Florida filed to seek the DP against Soto-Escalera, citing aggravated circumstances. They wanted a change of venue. The defense filed a motion claim for the Miranda rights and a change of venue. They say his Miranda rights were violated. Motion was made for the
All
venue
right,
to
the
be
jury is
changed,
present.
and
We
it was
continue with the
denied.
state's case. The state may call its next witness.
Call Wayne Walker with the Indian River Crime Laboratory.
So you can go forward, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
We'll get you next break, okay?
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My full name is Wayne Austin Walker Jr. My first name is spelled Wayne, and my last name is Walker.
All right. How is it that you're employed?
I'm a criminalist in the biology section at the Indian River Crime Lab.
And how long have you been working with the Indian River Crime Laboratory?
Since October of 2014.
All right. What is your specific job title?
I'm a criminalist in the biology section.
Criminalist. So what does a criminalist do?
So I examine items of evidence for biological material, such as blood, semen, and saliva. I then try to develop a DNA profile from unknown evidence samples. And if I am able to develop a DNA profile from that unknown evidence, I'll do a comparison to known standards that I have, and I'll perform statistical analysis to determine how common or rare that unknown profile is. And then I write a report and testify when needed.
Now, prior to being able to do this type of analysis, I assume you have to have some training and a certain education?
Yes, I do.
If you could tell the jury about your background as far as your education and then your training leading up to you doing this job.
From the University of Central Florida, I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in forensic biochemistry, along with minors in chemistry and micromolecular biology. And from the University of South Florida, I have a Master's of Science degree in medical science with a concentration in health science. I started my career at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Orlando Regional Operations Center. I started as a forensic technologist in the biology section. Basically, it's an entry-level science position. I helped clean the lab, make chemicals, do some maintenance on some instruments. After about a year and a half, I was promoted to a crime laboratory analyst in the biology section, at which point I went through about a year and a half training program. It's divided into two phases. The first phase deals with readings and working on practice samples, and the readings are about the techniques used in DNA analysis, as well as statistical methods used in DNA analysis. I then work practice samples. At the completion of the first phase, the second phase is supervised casework. So I started working actual cases under the direction of an already trained analyst. I was an analyst, caseworking analyst at FDLE for about 4 years before coming to the Indian River Crime Lab, at which point it was about a 6-month training program. I kind of say, I used to work at McDonald's, now I work at Burger King. One makes Whoppers, the other makes Big Macs, but it's really just burgers and fries. So both labs are doing the same thing. Some things are a little different, and that's what the 6 month of training was about at Indian River Crime Lab.
All right. Now, as far as the Indian River Crime Lab, is that certified?
It's an accredited laboratory, yes.
All right. And do you have to continue to have training periodically to able to keep doing what you do for your living?
Yes, I am required to have at least 8 hours of continuing education each year.
All right. And have you ever testified previously in court?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Roughly 60 times.
Now, can you, I guess, explain the difference to the jury between what is called, you referred to as an unknown standard or an unknown sample versus a known standard?
So when you have DNA, there's no name. It's really what it looks like is peaks on a graph. So when you get evidence from an unknown source, you just have these peaks on a graph. It doesn't tell you whose this is. So what we'll do is after we determine what we can interpret, I'll then compare it to a known standard, which usually comes in the form of an oral swab or a blood stain card or a blood swab from an individual. And that way I know what is this person's profile, what are the peaks that I would see, and I can use that to compare to the unknown profile from the evidence.
All right. And can you just explain the physical process of how you do a DNA? I guess, how does a typical case where you get some swabs or a sample in the lab, how does that work? What do you do?
So for the very first thing that I'll do when I get evidence is I make sure that the packaging is properly labeled and is sealed. The packaging is sealed, it's properly labeled. I'll do whatever testing may be required, what's called the serology or body fluid identification. And then I'll take samples on for DNA analysis. And the DNA analysis, the first step is called extraction. And this is basically adding some chemicals and heat and just trying to break open the cells to get to the DNA. The second step is called quantitation. So I actually want to know how much DNA is present in my sample, because how much DNA I have can affect my later processes. So I kind of think I like to use a lot of analogies. And this is sort of like orange juice concentrate. You don't just drink straight orange juice concentrate, you have to dilute it out. And the same thing happens with DNA. If I have too much DNA, that can affect my later processes. So I may have to make a dilution of that sample. On the flip side, if I have not a lot of DNA, if I don't get very good results, well, I know why I didn't get good results. There wasn't a lot of DNA to be processed. So it's also a good quality control measure. The next step is called amplification. And I actually don't look at all of an individual's DNA. We only look at 21 specific areas, and we make billions of copies of those 21 specific areas. This DNA is then, these copies of the DNA are then put on an instrument that separates it based off size. And this is represented graphically. These are the peaks on the graph I mentioned earlier. So it's these peaks on a graph that I will use to interpret.
All right. Now, as far as you use this term DNA, what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the genetic blueprint that makes up all life. Humans actually have 2 copies of DNA. You get 1 copy from your mother, you get 1 copy from your father. This is determined at conception, and it remains the same your entire life. And all the cells of your body have the same DNA. So whether it's your blood or your skin cells or the inside of your mouth, all of those cells have the same DNA profile, and no 2 individuals have the same DNA profile except for identical twins.
All right, so my DNA is my DNA alone. Nobody else has the same DNA. I don't have an identical twin, so no one else has the same DNA that I would have.
That's correct.
All right. So I want to talk about some of the evidence that you received in this case. Is one of the things that you can do at the crime laboratory is determine paternity or who the father is of a child?
Yes, we do paternity testing for criminal cases.
Okay, and were you asked to do some paternity testing in this particular case?
Yes, I was.
All right, so what I want to do is, before I show you any exhibits, how do you determine paternity? What do you need from the sheriff's office or from law enforcement to be able to do that analysis? What is required?
So first it'll be from the child, because I need their DNA profile, the mother, and again, so remember when I talked about DNA, humans have 2 copies, 1 comes from the mother. So from that child, if I know what the mother's DNA profile is, I can subtract out her DNA, and what I'm left over is what's obligate DNA from the father. The father has to have these peaks. So then I need standards from individuals who are the alleged father to do a comparison. And then if I cannot exclude that alleged father, I'll perform statistical analysis to give some weight to that person's inclusion as a possible alleged father.
All right. So in this particular case, then, did you, and these have already been entered into evidence, States Exhibits 9 and 144. States Exhibit 9 is the blood standard of Josiah Wise. And then States Exhibit 144 would be the blood standard of Tania Wise. Can you take a look at those and let me know if you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize them?
So on both of the exhibits, there is a barcode sticker from the Indian River Crime Lab that has the Indian River Crime Lab case number and exhibit number. And then it's covered up with a sticker here, but you can see it more clearly here. I hand wrote the Indian River Crime Lab case number, the exhibit number, the date I examined it, and my initials.
All right. So were you able to get a DNA profile for each of those two standards?
Yes, I was.
All right. So those would be the mother and the child. What is missing for you to then determine whether or not someone's the father?
Standard from an alleged father.
All right. And did you receive additional standards in this case from some males?
Yes, I did.
What I'd like to do is provide you with States Exhibit 8, which is the DNA standard of Eric Alvarez. States Exhibit 162, the DNA standard of Mark Burke. States Exhibit 163, the DNA standard of Giovanni Alvarado. And then States Exhibit 164, the DNA standard of Bradley Rodriguez. Mr. Walker, do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
So again, each of them I'll put up two at a time. They have the Indian River Crime Lab barcode sticker with the Indian River Crime Lab case number and exhibit number. And then I hand wrote, and I'll put the other two, I hand wrote the Indian River Crime Lab case number, exhibit numbers, the date I examined these, and my initials.
All right. And were you able to get a standard DNA profile for each of those individuals we just listed?
Yes, I was.
All right. And then did you do a comparison to the previously referenced standard of Josiah Wise, the baby, and the victim, Tania Wise, to see if any of those individuals could be the father of Josiah Wise?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what were the results of that analysis?
So the DNA profiles from the child, baby Wise, and the mother, Tania Wise, were compared with that with these alleged fathers. And these individuals are not consistent with having the DNA profile of that required to be the child's biological father.
Okay. Can you confidently say that?
Yes.
Okay. How can you say that?
The obligate markers that are needed, these individuals, maybe there might be some sharing, but they don't have, there are places where they are missing an obligate that needs to be present. So they would be excluded as the alleged father.
All right. Now I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification evidence. States Exhibit 161. This is the DNA swab of Jose Soto-Escalera. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
It has the Indian River Crime Lab barcode with the case number and exhibit number. And then I hand wrote, again, it's covered, but I hand wrote the Indian River Crime Lab case number, exhibit number, the date I examined it, and my initials would be under that sticker.
All right. And were you able to get a complete male DNA profile from that standard?
Yes, I was.
All right. And did you compare that standard to those previously analyzed of baby Wise and Tania Wise?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to reach a conclusion as to whether or not the defendant in this case, Jose Soto-Escalera, is the biological father of Josiah Wise?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what was your conclusion?
So the DNA profiles from the child, baby Wise, and the mother, Tania Wise, were compared with that of the alleged father, Jose Soto-Escalera. The DNA profile from Jose Soto-Escalera is consistent with that required of the child's biological father. And now I'm going to read two stats that give statistical weight to that statement. The first is what's called the parentage index. And this is an odds ratio that determines how much more likely the alleged parent is to be the biological parent than an unknown random individual. And the parentage index is approximately 241 trillion. The next stat is called the probability of parentage. This is the chance that the alleged parent is the biological parent when compared to a random individual. And this is approximately 99.99999999.
Is that 10 nines?
Yes, it is.
So
99.109%. Yeah, percent.
That he's the father of the child.
Yes.
In addition to those standards, did you also receive swabs from evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
What is StarMix?
StarMix?
Yeah.
So StarMix is a software program. It's called Probabilistic Genotyping Software Program. And StarMix, it's a tool that's used to help interpret data for DNA analysts. It uses biological modeling, probability theory, statistical theory, and computer algorithms to help infer the DNA profiles that would explain the unknown profile that I have.
Somebody was honking out there.
I want to ask you about some items of evidence that you've received in this particular case. The first one I want to show you is State's Exhibit 7. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How do you recognize that?
It has the Indian River Crime Lab barcode sticker with the case number and exhibit number, and then I hand wrote the crime lab case number, exhibit number, the date I examined this, in my initials.
All right. For the record, you're looking at State's Exhibit 7, which is a DNA swab from a flashlight. Were you able to, I guess, what do you do when you get that swab in the lab, and what happened after you did your examination? And I believe for you, the number 295781.
So what I did with this exhibit is I tested it for DNA. I took a cutting, put that in a tube, and then performed the DNA analysis method on it.
And did you find any DNA on that item?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you compare it then to the profiles? Well, I guess, did you find a major contributor or a minor contributor?
So my results of what I got was a DNA profile obtained from the swabs of the flashlight was consistent with being a mixture of a major and a minor component. A male DNA profile was obtained from the major component of this mixture at 15 locations. Results at the remaining 6 locations were inconclusive due to insufficient DNA quality and/or quantity.
So did you compare the major contributor, the DNA profile that you found, to the males that we previously referenced?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did it match any of them?
They were all excluded as a contributor to the major profile.
All right. So there you found, to summarize State's Exhibit 7, found some male DNA is on it. It's present, but it doesn't match Mark Burke, Giovanni Alvarado, Eric Alvarado, Bradley Rodriguez, or the defendant.
That's correct.
All right. State's Exhibit 160, hair from Nike shoe. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that one?
It has the Indian River Crime Lab barcode sticker with the case number and exhibit number. I hand wrote the crime lab case number, the exhibit number, the date I examined it, and my initials.
All right. And based on your examination of that item, what came of it?
So for hair, I do an examination of the root end of a hair. Hair probably is the thing that is most, there's a lot of misinformation from TV and things like that. A lot of hair falls out naturally, and you can't get nuclear DNA, the type of DNA testing I do, from the hair. The hairs that we need to get DNA from have to actually be pulled from the head, so there's some skin material. So I looked at the root end of the hair that was on this, and it was found to be eligible for nuclear DNA analysis. But when I did my testing, it was subjected to DNA extraction procedures, but it failed to yield sufficient STR DNA. So basically what that means is this hair, when I looked under a microscope, it was good enough to at least try. But when I did the DNA process, there's no DNA on this sample.
So you can't do anything with it because there was no DNA.
There's no nuclear DNA.
All right. And then I want to ask you the same questions for some additional items. These are all involved. It's State's Exhibit 22, hair from left hand, states 23, hair left thigh, states 24, hair left waist, states exhibit 25, hair left side, states exhibit 26, hair from inside back of blue underwear, and then 27, hair from back of gray and blue underwear. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
So it's under this green card, but each of them has the crime lab barcode sticker with the case number and exhibit number. And then I can see my handwritten, I hand wrote the case number, exhibit number, the date I examined it, and my initials.
In the analysis that you just described in reference to hair, did you also perform that same analysis for each of those exhibits?
Yes, I did. I examined them microscopically.
And what were your conclusions? Were you able to get any nuclear, DNA for examination?
So I didn't even try. These were, after looking at a microscope, they were unsuitable for nuclear DNA analysis.
Okay, and what do you see that makes it unsuitable?
The hair, when it's unsuitable, it'll kind of have like a baseball bat shape. And that is because the hair is actually coming out of the follicle. So it detaches itself from the follicle. So it starts to shorten and becomes bulbous. And there's no, what I can see under microscope of looking like skin, we call it a follicular tag. So no skin or anything like that on there. So if it's just this kind of looks like a bulb, baseball bat, some people call it like a light bulb, then it's not even, I'm not going to attempt nuclear DNA analysis. I probably won't get anything.
All right. Now I want to ask you about some items that have already been entered into evidence. These are swabs from the victim. We have states exhibit 11, DNA swabbing from left-hand fingernail. States 12, DNA swabbing from right-hand fingernail. 13, fingernail scraping left ring. 14, fingernail scraping right thumb. States 15, fingernail scraping right middle. 16, DNA swabbing from left breast. And 17, DNA swabbing from right breast. Same questions as before. Do you recognize them? How do you recognize them?
So I do recognize them. Again, it's probably the best. They each have the Indian River Crime Lab barcode sticker with the case number, exhibit number, and then I've handwritten the case number, exhibit number, the date I examined it, and my initials.
All right. And for all of the victim swabs, did you perform an examination?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any DNA that was foreign to the victim on those items?
So I did additional testing on some of the items first, which is I tested them a presumptive test for blood. So the swabs from the left-hand fingernails, the swabs from the right-hand fingernails, and the swabs from the right breast, they tested positive chemically, indicating the presence of blood. I then did DNA analysis, and for all of these exhibits, the results were there were no DNA results foreign to Tania Wise were found on these following exhibits.
But some of them did have blood present.
They did not.
They did not have blood present.
Or they did not have a red-brown staining that would give me an idea to look for blood, to do my testing for blood.
All right. Now I want to ask you about State's Exhibit 18 that's been entered. It's the vaginal swabs from the sexual assault kit that's already been entered into evidence. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
So this item came from a larger package that would have the Indian River Crime Lab barcode sticker. So this was inside, but I still handwrite the exhibit number, the case number, the date I examined it, and my initials, and those are present on here.
All right. And what analysis, do you do anything different or a different chemical test for this because it's a vaginal swab from a sexual assault kit?
Yes, so for the vaginal swabs, they tested negative chemically and microscopically for the presence of seminal fluid.
All right, so once you know that result, do you go any further with that?
Yes, so just because there's not semen, there could have been perhaps oral assault or digital penetration, so there could be DNA foreign to the victim on this sample anyway. Every time someone has sex, it doesn't mean they ejaculate it. So I did DNA analysis on this sample, and the vaginal swabs were subjected to DNA extraction procedures, but they failed to yield sufficient male DNA for STR analysis. No further analysis was performed on this exhibit.
All right, so based on the results that you got at the crime lab, you couldn't do any further analysis.
That's correct.
I'd like to show you what's been marked for or it's already been entered into evidence. States Exhibit 33. This is the swabbing of the rear passenger door pull of the Dodge Ram truck. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
So it has the Indian River Crime Lab barcode sticker with the exhibit number and case number. And then I hand wrote the crime lab's case number, exhibit number, the date I examined it, and my initials.
All right. Did you perform the same DNA analysis on that item?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results of your examination?
Oh, okay. So from this item, I obtained a mixture of DNA profiles from 2 individuals was obtained from the swabs from the rear passenger door pull. And then I did do a comparison to the standards that I have.
All right. And would those have been Eric Alvarado, Jose Soto-Escalera, Mark Burke, Giovanni Alvarado, Tania Wise, and Josiah Wise?
Yes.
And I think Miss Bradley Rodriguez. What were your results?
So Eric Alvarado, he cannot be excluded as a possible contributor to this mixture. For the locations I was able to perform statistics at, the probability that a randomly chosen unrelated individual would be included as a possible contributor to this mixture is approximately 1 in 137 billion. Bradley Rodriguez, Jose Soto-Escalera, Mark Burke, Giovanni Alvarado, Tania Wise, and Baby Wise are excluded as possible contributors to this mixture.
So on the rear passenger swab, Eric Alvarado cannot be excluded, but the rest of the people that you have standards for can.
That's correct.
Next, I'd like to show you what's been entered into evidence of States Exhibit 152, the swabbing from the front passenger headrest. You recognize that one?
Yes, I do. So it has the crime lab barcode sticker with the case number and exhibit number, and then I hand wrote the case number, the exhibit number, the date I examined it, and my initials.
All right. And did you perform an analysis on this exhibit, States Exhibit 152?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what were the results?
Mixtures of DNA profiles from at least 3 individuals was obtained on the swabs from the front passenger headrest. Due to the complexity of this mixture, no further conclusions are possible regarding this profile.
All right. Is there ever a time where evidence that's been examined by your crime laboratory is then also sent to another lab?
It does happen occasionally, yes.
Okay. Did that happen in this case?
Yes, it did.
How does that happen?
So it depends. There's different ways. For this situation, the sheriff's office wanted to have additional testing done that is not performed at the Indian River Crime Lab. So when I do my testing, that first step is called extraction. That's getting the DNA out of the cell. What's left over is is a small amount of liquid. I don't use all of that liquid. I use a portion of it, and then we retain or save that in case there's ever further testing that's needed. So this extract was given to the sheriff's office, and if they pursued further testing, they would be able to with that extract.
All right. So for some of the exhibits in this case, there were extracts that were made, or is that something you do on every single piece of evidence?
Every piece of evidence does starts with the DNA process. There is an extract left over because it's extracted. So then there's an extract.
All right, so for every swab, there were extracts, but the extracts themselves can be sent to other labs if additional testing is requested by the agency.
Yes, it can.
Okay. And are you aware whether or not that was done in this case?
The only part I know is that the extract was given to the sheriff's office. I don't know what happened with it afterwards.
What I'd like to show you next is State's Exhibit 153, swabbing from the steering wheel. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Okay, is this another item that went to your lab in reference to this case?
Yes, it did, and I can recognize it. It has the crime lab barcode sticker with the case number and exhibit number, and then I hand wrote the case number, the exhibit number, the date I examined it, and my initials.
All right, and what were your results in reference to State's Exhibit 153, the steering wheel?
The DNA profile obtained from the swabs of the Dodge truck steering wheel was consistent with being a mixture of a major and a minor component. The male DNA profile obtained from the major component of the mixture matches the DNA profile obtained from the oral standard from Jose Soto-Escalera at 15 locations. Comparisons at the remaining 6 locations were inconclusive due to insufficient DNA quantity and or quality. For those 15 areas, the frequency with which the major evidence DNA profile is expected to be found in an unrelated individual in the population at large is 1 in 288 quintillion, and then no comparisons are possible to the minor component of the mixture profile due to insufficient DNA quantity and or quality.
All right, so the major contributor in this case is Jose Soto-Escalera.
His profile matches, and then this is a stat to give weight. So
Okay,
he
and
matches.
it's the number that you gave?
Yes. So what that number is what is the chance that you were to randomly select a person, an unrelated person from the population at large, and they would also happen to match? For this major profile, it's 1 in 288 quintillion.
How many zeros is quintillion?
Quintillion has 18 zeros, so it's 1 followed by 18 zeros. To get to a quintillion is a billion times a billion.
So that's a high number.
A quintillion is a large number, yes.
Now I want to show you State's Exhibit 154. You recognize this one?
Yes, I do. It has the crime lab barcode sticker with the case number and exhibit number. And then I hand wrote the crime lab case number, exhibit number, the date I examined it, and my initials.
All right. And what were the results of your analysis on this this item 154?
The DNA profile obtained from the swabs of the Dodge truck driver's door was consistent with being a mixture of a major and a minor component. The male DNA profile obtained from the major component of this mixture matches the DNA profile obtained from the oral standard from Jose Soto-Escalera at 12 locations. Comparisons at the remaining 9 locations were inconclusive due to insufficient DNA quantity and or quality. For those 12 locations, the frequency at which the major evidence DNA profile is expected to be found in an unrelated individual in the population at large is approximately 1 in 40 quadrillion. No comparisons are possible to the minor component of this mixture profile due to insufficient DNA quantity and or quality.
Now I want to show you what's been entered into evidence. Swabbings from top of armrest, State's Exhibit 155. You recognize that one?
Yes, I do. It has the Indian River Crime Lab barcode sticker with the case number and exhibit number. And then I hand wrote the case number, the exhibit number, the date I examined it, and my initials.
All right. What was the results of your analysis on State's 155?
This was an inconclusive mixture of DNA profiles was obtained from the swabs of the driver armrest top and is not suitable for comparison to any known standards.
All right. So based on what you saw, there's nothing you can do with that. No further testing you can do.
Yes. So this is an inconclusive mixture. There's a mixture is being DNA from more than one person, but I can't interpret and tease out the different contributors. So this is, I can't interpret this data.
I want to show you now, entered as states 156, swabbing from the bottom of the armrest. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do. It has the Indian River Crime Lab barcode sticker with the case number and exhibit number. And then I hand wrote the case number, the exhibit number, the date I examined it, and my initials.
And what were the results of the examination on that one?
This also was an inconclusive mixture of DNA profiles was obtained from the swabs of the driver armrest bottom that are not suitable for comparison to any known standards.
All right. And now we'll show you what's been entered as States Exhibit 28, DNA swabs, driver door behind handle. Same question. Do you recognize it? How do you recognize it?
I recognize it. It has the Indian River Crime Lab barcode sticker with the case number and exhibit number. And then, again, I can't see, but I hand wrote the case number, the exhibit number, the date I examined it, and my initials are on this package.
All right. And for States 28, what were the results of your analysis?
So from this, there was an insufficient DNA/data was obtained from the swabs of the driver door behind the handle that is not suitable for comparison to any known standards.
All right, so insufficient on this one, because the last two previous you said were inconclusive. So insufficient is there's not even enough DNA?
Yeah, so this insufficient is just, there's not enough, and it's still very complex to be able to interpret. So inconclusive, there's a little bit more data. Insufficient, there's less data, and that's why I'm not able to interpret it.
All right, and then I'd like to show you States Exhibit 157, driver's door panel, top edge of storage area swab. Do you recognize it? How do you recognize it?
I do recognize it, and it's from the Crime Lab barcode sticker with the case number and exhibit number, and then I hand wrote the Crime Lab's case number, exhibit number, the date I examined it, and my initials.
All right, what were your results for that one?
For this item, there was also insufficient DNA/data that was obtained from the swabs of the top edge of a driver door storage that is not suitable for comparison to any known standards.
All right, and then we get to States Exhibit 158, DNA swabbing from front driver seatbelt. Do you recognize it? How do you recognize it?
I recognize it because it has the Indian River Crime Lab barcode sticker with the case number and exhibit number, and then I hand wrote the Crime Lab's case number, exhibit number, the date I examined it, and there's my initials.
All right, what were your results as to States Exhibit 158, the swabs from the seatbelt buckle on the driver's side?
The DNA profile obtained from the swabs from the front driver's seatbelt buckle was consistent with being a mixture of a major and minor component. The male DNA profile obtained from the major component of this mixture matches the DNA profile obtained from the oral standard from Jose Soto-Escalera at 7 locations. Comparisons at the remaining 14 locations were inconclusive due to insufficient DNA quantity and/or quality. For those 7 locations, the frequency with which the major evidence DNA profile is expected to be found in an unrelated individual in the population at large is approximately 1 in 12 billion. No comparisons are possible to the minor component of this mixture profile due to insufficient quantity and/or quality.
Yeah. What I'd like to ask you about now is States Exhibit 29. It's a section of carpet from the driver's side of the Dodge Ram. If you could take a look at this exhibit and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do. It has the Crime Lab's barcode sticker with the case number and exhibit number, and then my I hand wrote the case number, the exhibit number, the date I examined it, and my initials.
All right, now obviously in all the other exhibits you had swabs. This one is different. Is there any difference in the process of what you do?
So the main difference is for an item like this, It's a larger item, so I kind of look over it. The request was that is there the possibility of blood being on this? So I'm looking for any discoloration, not just red brown stains, but sometimes blood can appear blackish. So I would look for any staining like that, and then I'll perform testing on presumptive testing for blood. And then possibly, if that's positive, I'll do DNA testing.
All right, so on this particular piece of evidence, did you do the chemical testing to determine whether or not there was blood?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results of that test?
The carpet tested positive chemically, indicating the presence of blood.
All right, so now that you know that you have blood, do you do DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
All right, were you able to get any DNA evidence from that carpet?
Yes, so the DNA profile obtained from the carpet was consistent with being a mixture of a major and a minor component. The female DNA profile obtained from the major component of this mixture matches the DNA profile obtained from the blood standard from Tania Wise at all 21 locations. For those 21 locations, the frequency with which the major evidence DNA profile is expected to be found in an unrelated individual in the population at large is approximately 1 in 87 million. No comparisons are possible to the minor component of the mixture profile due to insufficient DNA quantity and or quality.
Right. So when you first started testifying, I think you said you guys look for matches on all 21 loci. Is that right?
So we look at 21 areas. Those are 21 areas we amplify. When I have the data, I try to interpret as many of those areas as I can. Some of them you can't. There's whether it's not enough data is present there or it's too complex. So before I look at any standards, we look and interpret our unknown evidence first. So I first look at my unknown evidence. I determine what areas could be used for comparison, and then I look at standards to compare to.
All right. So say for the one we just did, the seatbelt buckle from the driver's side, that states Exhibit 158. You received that first as an unknown, and you determine a major and a minor, and then once you have that profile, then you compare it to our standards.
That's correct.
And when you compared it on that particular item, states 158, it matched on 7 out of the 21.
There were 7 that were possible to be compared to.
Okay, and then the other 14 you could not.
Correct.
And that produced a number that the frequency was 1 in 12 billion.
Yes.
Okay, so then we go to this one, just so I can comprehend this. So on this one, it was an unknown sample that you found. First, you tested it chemically for blood. Then there's an unknown standard, and then you compare that to a known standard.
I tested it. I did the chemical test for blood. I did DNA analysis. I have the DNA analysis from this carpet. That's my unknown sample. I interpret the unknown data first, determine what I can interpret. And then once I've done that, then I compare it to any standards that I have.
And on this one, you indicated it matched on all 21.
Because all 21 areas were able to be resolved.
And 87 non-million. It was the frequency in this one was 1 in 87 non-million. How many zeros is a non-million?
A non-million is 1 followed by 30 zeros. So to get to a non-million is 1 billion times 1 billion times 1 billion times 1,000.
All right. And for this one, the major contributor was Tania Wise.
So she matches that major component.
And is that the highest number that we've heard of since you started testifying?
Yes, I believe so.
I don't have any other questions at this time.
Cross-examination?
Very briefly. Sir, you also did a test on a condom that was found at the scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Soto-Escalera, Mr. Burke, Mr. Giovanni Alvarado, and Eric Alvarado's standards were excluded as contributors to the DNA on that condom. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
And you also did DNA testing on a flashlight in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and there was a male DNA profile found on that flashlight. However, Jose Soto-Escalera was excluded as a contributor to the DNA on that flashlight. Is that accurate?
To the major component, yes.
Okay, and when we talk about DNA, it doesn't necessarily have to come from blood, correct?
Correct. So it just comes from cells.
Okay, and in fact, when we take buccal swabs, that's getting what's called an epithelial cell from the inside of your mouth, right?
Yes.
Okay, so epithelial cells meaning like skin cells, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Any further questions from the state?
Can we approach her?
Sure.
So we are in the sidebar, of course. I am going to share
It's a
this
blood.
to see how I like it. Oh, I don't. Don't like that. Let me get out of this, go back to my.
Downstairs to the jury assembly room. Please remember, avoid any extrajudicial information about the case. Don't do any research. Don't talk to anyone. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll
What?
see you
We're
at
having
1:45.
that long
Please
of a
leave your
lunch?
notes on your.
And/or
No.
Like skin.
We'll have to find something else to watch.
At 1:45. Please leave your notes on your lunch. At the lunch hour, the lawyers have an issue to attend to that must be done outside of your presence. So we're going to take a little bit of a longer lunch, give you a longer lunch, ask you to come back at 1:45 downstairs to the jury assembly room. Please remember, avoid any extrajudicial information about the case. Don't do any research. Don't talk to anyone. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 1:45. Please leave your notes on your chairs.
And I could leave all this stuff here, or just,
What's that?
should I? Put that shit that has to be sealed. This is what kind of one.
That's an evidence, right?
No, the one I have, the one I have, I have a
Oh.
missing that thing. This is not the one.
I would take all of that with you, so we don't. All right, jury has exited.
Just, so I've instructed the witness that we're going to be back at 1:45.
Okay, he's still on stand at 1:45.
Still on stand.
Okay. All right, we'll see y'all at 1:45. Enjoy your lunch.
So what are they handling outside the jury's presence? Go figure, y'all. Okay. Hello, lovely.
Oh, I was muted. Hi.
Hola.
How is everybody today?
I was about ready to ask the same question. How are you, love? Long time no see.
I'm tired. I'm recovering from a very busy weekend. Bit of
What did you
fatigue.
do?
Was up at the van, so probably more walking than I should have done. But the weather was nice. Shh. You knew he was going to bark.
Oh, it's okay. I'm all in for it. I'm doing something that may be a little controversial.
Oh. I don't mind controversial. Oh, my pink. Yeah, Deborah, I will agree. I will be very honest and say these are pajamas. I am that much fatigued that they are my pajamas.
Your pajamas, huh?
My pajamas. Yeah.
I am creating a new shirt, and some people may not like what I'm doing.
I did. It was around that about the evidence, Chris. It was when they had to take that sidebar, and she says they've only just chucked this evidence. They've only just declared it. Oh, thank you, Deborah. They've only just disclosed this evidence now. But then prosecution went, it was in the packet and they got it in March. And you're just like, mm-hmm. So had you not read the packet properly, or had you just realized something? Am I right? Go on. Am I right in thinking that this happened in 2018?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, and yeah, her poor son is now a teenager.
Yeah. And that mum, the testimony we watched yesterday, she's waited for 7 years to get justice and closure.
Yeah, I my heart really goes out to her. I just, and the fact that she could sit through that entire, I would not be able to do that. I would have been so rageful if I would have, if that had been me, I would be raging. In all honesty, I would. I take it back. I have the ability to dissociate, separate myself from things due to the first response work that I do. But when it comes to personal, like when my dog died and I had pepper in my floorboard and I had to jump in and do CPR, I was a hysterical wreck.
Yeah.
I mean, I was crying, I was screaming, I was CPR. I mean, I was absolutely batshit hysterical.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely batshit hysterical. I'm having to lower my monitors.
And I think, as Deborah's put in the chat as well, I mean, he's got 4 sons from a prior marriage. We've got, I mean, as much as he is allegedly, I'm going to say allegedly, done these heinous crimes, because yes, he's being charged, but he's under the law, he's still innocent until proven guilty. He's still got a family as well. There are, children and partners on both sides. It's got to be tough to, whichever way this goes, it's got to be tough to say that. Say at the end of this, he gets there is a guilty verdict, and those children then have to live with the knowledge that their father is capable of this. I don't know.
Yeah,
Juna's shameless. Juna's eating.
She's eating. She needs to be eating.
Raspberries and Greek yogurt.
Oh.
So did you say you've been making a t-shirt? A new design?
I am.
Mm-hmm. And you are alluding to some controversy?
I am. Why can't I create?
Well, while you're doing that and I'm not eating, I'll just, for anybody who's listening who doesn't know me, so I'm June. I've joined Ada on a few streams, on a few court streams where we've sort of like mulled over the case at the end of it. Ada's done a deep dive. I've come in at the end, and we've just sort of like tossed around our thoughts for a bit, and it's been really cathartic. It's really, and also it puts two perspectives in. So you probably guessed I'm possibly not in the States. So I'm on the other side of the pond. I live in England. So at the minute it's 5 o'clock in the evening. Oh yeah. Oh,
What are you
it's
doing? Sorry, the kitty.
they are the people who are forgotten about a lot of the time in all of this. It's the extended family that is either judged or ignored, and it's very rare there's a middle point. You just hope that they can have anonymity through this.
Yeah, unfortunately, no matter what happens in this trial, you've got a very much grieving family of a loss of a daughter and a grandchild, a whole loss of a mother. This poor kid, I feel for that child. I really, really do. And I just absolutely, my mind and my heart go out to that child. He is now a teenager, and I can only imagine the rage and the anger and the confusion that he has, and the fact that I want to know who his father is. And I was glad that I've not heard that this guy is the father of the kid. Okay, guys.
Have you managed to create it?
I did.
I'm not going to put any yogurt in my mouth then, in case I very inappropriately laugh, because laughter is my response when sometimes I don't know how to respond.
I'm publishing it now. Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
I like, yes.
You're like, yeah. Yeah. I'm doing it for powwow. I might do another color behind it, but I'm doing it for powwow because every time I go to powwow, I have people questioning me, and it's like, dude, native, I mean, and it's not the it is not the what's the word I'm looking for? It's not the Native Americans that do this. It's not. It's the white people, no offense, the non-natives that do this. And it is so frustrating. So frustrating. Because you're just kind of like, does it matter?
Well, there was a good few years ago, I took my youngest on holiday. My youngest got very, very long, back then it was blonde. He was 14, 15-year-old, hair halfway down his back. And he was really worried about getting sweaty hair. So he says, Ma'am, we're going to, I know it's going to be hot. We were off to Turkey. Can I have cornrows put in? And I went, yeah, not a problem. I said, he thought that's going to be great. He can just, it's going, get them done. It's going to keep his neck cool. Oh, the backwash we got off some people saying that it was inappropriate for him to have cornrows in his hair.
It's like, Get over it, people. You
I've got
know,
a young lad that just didn't want to have to wash his hair 3 times a day because it was stuck to the back of his neck and halfway down his back.
well, there's nothing wrong with that.
But
I don't know.
But no,
So I hope no one takes offense to this, but I'm creating it anyway. And I'm gonna wear it to powwow.
good.
I kind of think I like that color the best. I don't know. I got to figure out which color I want to get.
Go back to that pinky one. I think that the other one you did, I feel that she's lost in that background. I don't know what anybody else feels. I just feel
I
she's
think
a
that
little
gray
bit
would
lost.
work. I think the black is the best, especially for this.
It is because it isn't always black and white. And I think you've got to have it black and white.
Yeah, well, so I mean, comment, you guys. What do y'all think about this shirt? Uh, yeah, I am so tired of being asked at powwow. So how much native are you? Like in quantity in blood, how much? You're very white. And I said, I am Irish on the outside and I'm Cherokee Cree on the inside. And you want a deadly cocktail, mix Irish tea and Cherokee. And I'm a ticking time bomber. You want to continue this conversation?
Oh yeah.
I have actually said that to somebody. They are not ex-wife yet, just FYI. Deborah, they're not divorced yet. They are going through a divorce. They are going through.
They haven't got it. Hasn't.
She
Is it
filed
not?
in January of this year.
Wow. I'm sorry, Missy. I couldn't have waited that long.
Well, but here's the thing. A lot of times, and this happened in my ex-husband's trial, that a lot of times lawyers will ask that, okay, you want to divorce him, that's fine, but we're going to ask that you wait and sometimes until after trial because it automatically can put a presumption of guilt on them the moment, because if the wife is hightailing it and running it, they must be guilty, boo. That kind of mentality. And so a lot of times attorneys will say, if at all possible, is there any way you can hold off on filing for divorce? Obviously, she couldn't. She waited for a while.
Yeah.
She is filed for divorce. He is still in jail. He has zero bond.
No.
So he cannot bond out.
You would have thought that even if she didn't want to divorce him on the grounds of what he was accused of doing, he'd had an affair and had fathered a baby.
If he had one, how many more?
Yeah, if she'd gone through the divorce, that's what prosecution could have said. You may note this. There is an excise. It is purely because of this. Oh, thank you. It was unsaid. All right. Sorry, I read that as Deborah. I read that as it had been finalized. But that's such having to live in limbo for her. Totally unable to move on. Limbo,
yeah. Yeah, I see. When I was going through my situation, I didn't believe he had done it at that point. And I was not going to divorce until I knew otherwise.
Yeah.
But once I knew otherwise, honey, that divorce I filed immediately.
If they'd said to you, will you wait?
They actually did tell me that. They said, if you're contemplating a divorce, please don't do so until after the trial. After sentencing, actually, is what he told me. If he's found guilty after sentencing. I'm like,
no.
Well, and you know what my husband was accused of, but
yeah,
it was just one of those things that No one showed me evidence that he was
But
guilty.
it's
I saw none of the evidence. I
but
wasn't talked to by the prosecution, none of the investigators. Nobody said boo to me. So it was kind
yeah.
of like I was on the fence, and until I knew which side of that fence I was going to go on, I didn't move for the sake of my children.
Yeah. It's such a tough place to be in. Such a tough place. Oh,
It is. It is a horrible place to be in. Um, come on, mouse, cooperate. Why are we not cooperating? Thank you.
oh, state of confusion. Yes. Divorces. I've had 2. So my first one, we won't get into the second, but my first one thought that it would thought that it would be easier if he just didn't sign anything or keep in touch or anything. And it took 5 years. And he lived in the same city as me, and it took 5 years because he wouldn't respond to any solicitor's letter or anything. And in the end, my solicitor went forward with something in the UK that's called deemed service. And apparently that's where they go to the judge and they say, it has been 5 years. We can show this from the first letter to now. We have done this many letters. He's not helping. And if this has been happening for 5 years, after 5 years, you can get it done through this. What more could we do now? And the divorce can be granted without their signature. So he didn't know he was divorced. And I sent him a happy divorce card to tell him he was, because he didn't. And you're like, what person thinks that that's going to be the easier way?
I have no idea. Hey, state of confusion. Were you able to get back into Discord? Everything should be worked out. We had a friend, a dear friend, working her magic late into the night. So I think we've got everything resolved. So will you do me a favor and try and go back in? You'll have to verify and accept Discord rules, and you should be good to go. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, we've had to redo some things in Discord because we had a I don't know if it's called a bot or whatever, but to verify, and it was so difficult for people to verify. So we changed that, and now you need to verify and just click on the Discord rules. And oh, Deborah, it is not allowing you to post anything. Okay, we're got to work on that.
Do you not remember when I messaged you the other day, Ada, and I sent a screenshot, and literally Discord for me on your channel had gone totally blank.
Yeah,
it didn't show any historic posts. And I'm like, Ada, look at this screenshot. Like, what have I done? I was convinced I'd done something.
No, there were some gremlins. Somehow, we don't know how, but like we can put something in a setting and give certain permissions, like for you guys to access your member stuff and everything, and go back an hour later and it didn't hold, and we're like, what the hell? And anyway, we have a dear loved one dear friend behind the scenes, being so kind as to helping us, and it's just been frustrating. By the way, I'm going to do something real quick. Hold on to your knickers. We want to thank Seeking Justice so very much for all of your kind support of this channel. If you are looking for court documents and you love to read all of the motions and keep up to date with what's going on in a specific trial, please go into Discord to Seeking Justice. Give them a thumbs up, go and subscribe and become a part of their Discord. And you too can have access to all the same documents that we have. Again, seeking justice. Thank you for partnering with us. We love and appreciate you.
They're amazing.
Or you're cutting
The channels.
Say it again.
Is that working better?
Now it is.
It's wonderful that some of these channels are, oh, I've got dog hair, are out there and that people are getting these documents. They're publicly accessible, but sometimes
Not
it's
all of them.
publicly
Some of them are hard
but
as
sometimes
hell
it's
to get.
publicly accessible if you have the funds.
Yeah, that's where the problem is. Look at my hair. I'm like, that was an accident.
That's a beautiful, it's like a twisted braid.
It is, and I can't believe it's staying.
But yet, it's nice so that people can see this, because a lot of the times you just don't see all these documents and you're relying on another streamer showing them.
I don't know, State. We had our guru work on it, so let us know what's happening, okay? Which let me go to my DMs. Everything was going crazy yesterday. Where Debbie? I don't see what post. Can you redo it? Because I don't see anything from a weird Debbie M. Oh, Deb. Okay, wait. Yes, about the mug. Yes, I did see that. I will order it shortly. You didn't tell me what color though, Boo. They come in multiple colors. What color would you like your mug to be in, love? Will you please send me the color? I'm surprising. I'm not a yellow person, but I do like the yellow mug. I will have to say.
But you've got a nice little pop of yellow behind you in a flower. Just.
Well, that's true too. That may be true too.
Well, maybe if she divorces him, she doesn't. Could it be like she doesn't want the sons to say that she's abandoning him when he's got that presumption of innocence?
That is a good possibility as well. The flowers behind me came from the First Responder Appreciation Night in Bernie, Texas. And they blessed me with some flowers. They blessed me with some flowers. Thank you. I thought I added the color. Let me double look. Let me double check.
It must be really tough with this level of accusation, because I'm not saying that he did it. I cannot say that because of the presumption of innocence, but with this level of accusations up against him, it must be really hard to not want to divorce and cut ties if you, even over the unborn child and the infidelity.
Yeah, I'm just like, in this particular case, it's a red room case. If there's, I know I want to get another fresh cup.
I've got doggies.
I see you get the doggies. Being that I've been in that position, the crime that my ex did was not red room, so I didn't have that on my plate, but it was pretty bad. But the thing for me is that if DNA evidence came back that was his child and she's been unalived, she may have been waiting for that DNA evidence to come back, and it finally came back in January, and she goes, I'm done, boo. You know, I gave you the benefit of the doubt. You're my husband. I'm going to stand by you until I know otherwise. That's what I did. And I said, until I know otherwise, until evidence shows me that there was guilt, I am not going to abandon my marriage. And that's maybe where she was. And then when the DNA comes back positive,
Yeah,
She's like,
because
I'm out.
there was no testimony about when these were done. But he did say that they took DNA from little Bubba, little Bubs, and Mum, and the people who, and then they were left with paternal DNA once it extracted that. So this must have been done pretty quick. Yeah, state of confusion, love. It could have been absolutely that she maybe still does. We don't know. And maybe she's trying, maybe she can see, maybe she knows the evidence, maybe she's already made up her mind that he's guilty and wants out of it before the trial's finished.
Well, that, or there could be the fact that maybe there's other indiscrepancies that had happened and this was the last straw. We don't know anything about that marriage at all. And I mean, I almost, and I hate to say this, I got eggs on me this morning. Ooh, I almost kind of want to hear from her. And I know that's horrible to say, but I do.
Because we spoke about this, it's the families that are left behind that are either persecuted for what a family member did, or they're ignored. And sometimes the being ignored is much easier.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Because then you haven't got the question. I'm sorry if I look like I'm pulling funny faces. I'm positive I've got a raspberry seeds between two teeth.
Oh, I hate that. Hate it when you have a seed between the teeth.
How old were his children? Do we know? I sent you his I found on Discord, I found his inmate sheet for when he was brought in on 2018. And on 2018 was he born in 76, I think. He's 9 years younger than me. And I'm sorry, I think I look better than him. If he's 9 years younger than me, and the picture on his inmate sheet is him from 9 years ago, and he's aged a lot.
He has aged a lot. I will tell you that. Where did you said you put that image?
I sent you the link in Discord.
Where in Discord?
DM.
Okay, I'm going there now. My mouse, why are you so squirrely? Quit it. I just charged you. You should be just fine.
Your state of confusion, he does have a level of intimidation around him. We don't know. I mean, we can only surmise and speculate on maybe's what level of control there was. But when you see the picture from, can you see it, Ada? When you see the picture from a few years ago.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I have the same one. I'll show this. Definitely we'll share this.
Hasn't he changed in a few years?
Oh gosh, yes.
Yeah. Because we've got the picture in the bottom corner there of him now.
That's him now. Then.
Yeah. That was him then.
6, so he's 5 years younger than me.
Yeah.
This
7 years.
18. Well, this was taken in 18.
Yeah, so this is his booking.
7 years ago.
Yeah.
And he's been in jail this whole time.
Uh-huh. But have you noticed how there he looks, I don't want to say it, but he looks like a wrong'un.
And what?
Now he's a wrong'un, a wrong one.
A wrong'un? Okay.
A wrong'un. He looks like he could have done something. That little picture of him in the corner with his rimmed glasses and his shirt and tie, he just looks like a guy sitting on a bar stool. But he has got that. There is an element.
They're very young adults now. If they're adults, I think they're very young adults. I don't think they're older adults.
I have no idea because there's never been any mention of. I can't imagine he'll give testimony.
I don't think he will either. I think if he did give testimony, I think that would be one of the most foolish things that he could do is to give testimony in this case. I think
we've been really, really lacking recently in idiot defendants who are actually deciding not to do it. And you're like, but I want to hear what they're going to say.
I have to say, Donna Adelson was the one that if I was really wanting to see on the stand, it would have been her.
I think she would have sat up there like Nancy Brophy in a, did you blah, blah? Yes, but with a caveat. And you're like, well, yes, but let me explain why. And she would have, like Nancy did, taken the control. But she wanted to. You knew she wanted to.
She did. And the attorneys, it's my understanding that the attorneys were like, no, don't you dare get on that stand.
Even the judge was like, are you sure? Go and speak to your attorneys because they're advising you not to. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that Laurie didn't, because that would have just been disrespectful. Daybell.
Well, I'm surprised. I'm kind of surprised Charlie didn't in the Adelson.
Yeah, but that would have just been.
He could have thrown his mother under the bus and.
But she's the one in control. So confusion. Someone in the chat said they are, young adults.
I know. I figured two of them were going to be young adults. That I figured, but I didn't know at the time that this had happened what their ages were. And the mom may have been waiting for them to get to the youngest one to get to a certain age that they can understand. I would be, I would sacrifice myself in a marriage for my children if I felt it was going to be in their best interest.
I have to admit as well, he's got a pretty, I don't know for where he lives, but it seems like a pretty distinctive surname. And if they have the same surname, if there'd been a divorce, we could have done the change.
Yeah. I remember when I changed my kids' names, or all of our names. I changed my last name. I took a name that had no connection to anything in my past. Yeah. My adopted parents that raised me wanted me to take my maiden name back, and I'm like, no. That kind of hurt their feelings. I don't think they fully understood. They didn't really try. They were just upset that I took the name that was connected to another person, but it's such a common last name. My surname, my maiden name. Well, my birth name is a super common O'Neill. My adopted name was Smith.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like, I'm going to pick something that's neither of the two. I almost took my birth name back, but I decided that I needed to disconnect from everything to try to make it as hard as possible.
Yeah.
And and I told my son, I said, Matthew, you are the only one who's going to live with this name forever unless you do a legal name change.
Yeah.
I may get remarried. Your sister's going to get married. It's kind of one of those things that you just kind of go, so I let him pick the name, and he wanted a specific name. And I said, and it was tied to a dear, dear family friend of ours.
There you go.
And he
There
went
you
and
go.
talked to the gentleman, and he said, well, the Browns don't lie, cheat, and steal, and we're God-fearing young man. If you're willing to if you accept that, then you may have my name. And that's what they did. They gave us their name.
There you go.
And
So that was done as a family.
Hmm?
It was done as a family. It wasn't you saying to your children, this is what I've decided. It's what we've decided.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah,
Oh.
exactly. So, yeah.
Mm.
So it's one of those things that, people, when you are in a situation where someone that you know and love is now being charged, tried, found guilty of a major crime, and it was televised, it was on the news all over the place, especially when it's in today's day and age when everybody can find everything. That to me, it was important to change their name, because you go to school and they're in elementary, so they're sitting up against the wall and they scream out the last name and everybody goes, that's the kid, and I didn't want that for my kids. And a name to me is just a name. It doesn't define me. Ah,
good.
I know a woman who changed her name to Blaze Jordan, and she had red hair. And she said when she used to go skiing, her hair was very long to her waist, and it looked like she was blazed when she was skiing. So everyone called her Blaze. I ran into her. She's a crazy, batshit crazy woman. I ran into her. Her hair braided is down past her butt, and she's got it that carrot top orange, that fake synthetic carrot top orange. And I'm all like, oh. And she's 10 years older than me. And I'm all like, oh, it is so harsh. I just.
Because if that was natural, it would have started lightning by now.
Yeah.
And it probably is underneath.
Oh, she's totally gray underneath. 100% gray underneath. She
Because
spent like 8 months in jail. And when she came out, she had these long roots. White. The first thing she did was went to Walmart and got a box of Miss Clairol and dyed that hair. And then she got her nails done. She's such a vain person.
No, the thing is, as we get older, our skin color, our skin tone changes. And our hair color changes. And they change alongside each other.
I'm getting the wrinkles in here.
Oh,
Maybe
they happen.
to entertain some Botox.
Why?
No, what it is? Do you know what it is? And I've got a filter on right now, because I didn't really put makeup on this morning. Here, I'll show you without my filter. I don't always have it, but I didn't put makeup or foundation on this morning.
It looks fine.
But with me, the more weight I lose, the more.
Oh, yeah. Well, I got asked at the weekend. Was it at the weekend? Yeah. What under eye cream I use, because it must be really good because I've got no bags. No. So there you go. There's mine, which I have got little bits. But I don't use an under eye cream. I don't use a face cream.
Well, I use face cream because I'm excessively dry. I mean, excessively dry.
I use, yeah. If I've worn makeup, like I'll put a cream on prior to putting makeup on. And I'll put a cream on when I take my makeup off.
See?
Will you feel better if you put your filter back on?
It doesn't matter.
You don't need it. You
Oh,
don't.
I found it funny. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I find it funny that there are some people out there that I've seen on YouTube, and I was all like, "Oh, their skin is so great. Everything is so." Here's a heavy filter. I'll show you the heavy filter. There's the heavy filter. Their skin is so great, but you can see that line right there where the filter stops. So you see my real skin right here. And I'm all like, "Why when you put the hat on, it looks perfect." And I'm like, "They look so great." And then I see them in a picture on their Facebook page or whatever, and I'm going, "Oh, they're using filters."
But it's with what annoys me. Oh, okay, then you take care, Debbie. What annoys me about these filters is teenagers are not going to have pictures of themselves growing up that look natural. They've all got sunflowers and hearts printed on them and sparkly bits and Snapchat filters and things. It's
I don't go that far.
no. Oh, wow. State of confusion.
Change my
Wow.
names to Jamie. Oh, that's interesting.
There you go. Some things on nature.
Yep.
You hear this about twins who were separated, and that there's so many parallels in their lives. Deborah, I think, did it say 1:45, Ada, for it to start again?
There, got it up there. 12:45 Central Standard, 1:45 East Coast. Well, East Central. I didn't mean to put East. It's or whatever East time. ET. I didn't mean to put ECT, but anyway, they'll be back at 1:45 East ET. Extraterrestrial. I'm kidding.
Oh, ugh. Sorry, state of confusion. It's okay.
no,
I would rather have dry skin.
Yeah. Well, I am trying a new product, and I'm loving it.
Right.
And it's all natural. It doesn't have all these weird parabens and all this weird crap in it that can make you sick. The one thing that I learned when I had my skin cancer, and by the way, when I mean skin cancer, I could show you the pictures, but I won't. Right here on my spine, on my back, I have a scar that's about this big, and I have another scar that's like that. I have a side T from when I had my melanoma. And people don't realize melanoma is actually one of the #1 killing cancers out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I went through all my treatments and everything, did everything. But my doctor said that one of the things that people need to realize, and we don't, is we buy all this over-the-counter creams and serums and chemicals and peels and things we do. And a lot of it has a lot of bad stuff in it for you. And so your skin is the largest organ in your body, and anything that you touch or put on your skin can absorb, gets to your bloodstream 10, 20 seconds. And so I have been very, very careful now what I put on my skin, the lotions I use, because people just have no idea how bad. I mean, I don't care if you're paying for Estee Lauder and it's $120 a month, golden, whatever. If you look at the ingredients, a lot of them are cancer-causing ingredients. And the other thing that I look for is placenta, because a lot of these anti-aging products that are on the market actually have afterbirth in the product for the anti-aging. And I won't put that on my face.
No.
I don't care if it's human, animal, I don't care. I don't want it. That's my limit. And a lot of it is human, and it's from certain organizations that do certain things, and they buy the stuff. So I won't do that.
Hi, honey.
I want to know what's in it. I don't want poo on my face.
No.
But you will drink poo. What's that coffee you drink?
Yeah, my weasel poop coffee.
But they actually, it's the bean that comes through and they clean the
So
bean.
the yes.
I got to bring this up.
Just type in Vietnamese weasel coffee. The weasels eat the beans. They go through their digestive system.
Oh my God. No.
Yeah, and I turned my nose up at snails.
And you turn your nose up at snails, but yet you eat this stuff?
Yeah, civet coffee.
Oh my gosh.
They clean the bean. It's the smoothest coffee. It's not bitter. It's beautiful. Brew my poo.
Oh,
yeah,
look.
the Kopi
See,
Luwak.
so they live in these cages.
So there's different variations. The cheapest one you can get is the equivalent of like a battery hen, you know, where they're caged. And yeah. Then you've got a one where they're almost free range. I know. Where they're given a space, but it's still farmed. And then the most expensive one is where they go out and they, in the wild, try to find the civet poo. I've made coffee with his poo. Well, maybe it's not his, but
$1,000 cup.
Well, mine wasn't that. 300 grams. I don't know how many ounces 300 grams is. See if I can find out how many ounces that is. Was $20.
And how do we know for sure this is actually weasel coffee?
Because the packet says it is.
5 ounces, $69.
Oh, well, hang on. Mine was bought at Vietnam Airport by my son-in-law. And it was down as $20 US.
Okay, so it would be more like this one here, closest to
10.5 ounces was $20. 100 grams is about 3 ounces.
No, boo. No bueno. You know, if someone gifted it to me, I might try it with hesitation, but I'll stick with my Shooter Shack coffee. Thank you very much. So, Miss June, would you drink it? June S., would you drink it?
Would you try it?
Would you try it?
Try it.
Someone gave me mountain oysters and I went to take a bite and I went, this doesn't seem right. And I'm glad I didn't.
Yes, June would.
I would try it, but
But it's the same as we were talking about English foods and black pudding.
Keep talking. I can hear you.
Black pudding. It was just like black. It's in some parts of the UK. It's called blood pudding. So it's mainly made from blood and cereals like usually oats or grains and not much more. And we fry it up and put it on a breakfast with bacon and sausage. And it sounds the maddest thing in the world, but it's lovely. So I introduced Ada to that, and then haggis, which is just, we have some weird foods in the UK. But I think, am I right? Like in the US regionally, you've got like specialities. Like, you know, we have certain foods from different areas in the UK that are indicative of those areas. But black pudding is across the UK. Absolutely. It's lovely, but it's blood with grains, and it's cooked up into like a solid roll, and it looks black, and it's gorgeous. But I know people that, yeah, blood pudding. Yeah. Oh, what have we found? Oh, and we've even got a corgi ginger biscuit tea. How very British. It's Bridgerton. It's got a corgi on it, which is the royal dog.
Somebody asked me if someone gave me a corgi for a service dog, would I take it? And I went, hell yeah.
Oh, they're so cute.
I have an eyeglass company that is wanting to partner with me and for sponsorship, to where you guys can order frames. And I really am going on this thing. It's ridiculous that frames cost.
Oh, does it smell like a ginger biscuit? So does it smell like a ginger biscuit?
Yes. It does. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. Honey, exactly. Blood's a massive source of nutrients, a huge source of nutrients. And they will use it as a thickener because it naturally thickens up. But I have told Ada that if she ever does come across to the UK, she is going to be sat down and have a full English breakfast. She's got to go to Scotland and have a full Scottish breakfast, and an Irish will go to Ireland and have an Irish breakfast, because even though it's all the United Kingdom, they are totally different breakfasts.
Oh, I look forward to it. And you know, if I ever come into money,
mm-hmm.
I hate to say this, but I'm going to. I've never inherited money, so that probably ain't going to happen. But if I did, number one, get me a new car. Now, when I say new used, I don't ever pay full sticker price. I get it like, 10, 20, 30,000 or more, but get the car that I want. And then I'm going to take a trip to Europe, in the UK. And what's left, then I'll invest and use wisely, because I've never traveled, and it would probably be a once in a lifetime thing for me. Mm-hmm. So I would hit everything all in one. I would go for a month and a half, 2 months if I could.
Yeah,
I would just go as long as I could. I'm going to let that down. It's hot.
And the thing is, different areas of the UK, you will find a totally different regional dish.
Go with me?
Yeah, we'll go around the UK together.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
So you need to go and eat.
Yeah.
Oh, steak and kidney pie. Oh, what about, honey? What about a steak and kidney pudding?
I do what? Well, here's an agreement we're going to have to make.
Right.
You don't tell me what's in it.
Oh, that's okay.
Till I taste it. But the thing that I was going to say is just like the Hispanic culture, they have caldo, or they have things with intestines and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like,
we have haggis. We have haggis.
I've never eaten intestine. It's a rubbery. It's like it took me forever to eat calamari. And fried calamari, I ate it and I was like, okay, I can do this. It's like an onion ring.
Yeah,
I can do this. It's just I think it's a texture thing for me. I don't know. We'll have to try it and see. But one thing I was telling JJT was that I personally, when I don't want to go when I travel, even around here, I don't like going to the tourist traps. I mean, I may want to go to Sydney. I mean, not Sydney. I may want to go to see the London Bridge and do all that kind of stuff in London. I may want to do all that for a day.
Stay in a
Everything
little
else-
Airbnb.
Yeah, but everything else I want to experience is true culture. I rather find an elderly couple that has a Airbnb on their farm and get to immerse myself in the culture. That is how I am. So if I was going to go to Australia, dude, I want to go camping, man. Let's get a kick butt campsite set up. I want to go out and explore. I don't want to just sit in a hotel room in a big city like Dublin. I would go see Dublin, but I can't believe I got food on me. It's driving me crazy. I would go see Dublin, but I would want to go out, explore more.
Well, that's why I was so glad when I went. Oh yes, the beef pie. So obviously the beef pie is a cottage pie, but if it's curry flavored, it'll be like a keema pie. So it'll have keema flavors in it.
I don't know how I don't know if I can handle curry. I don't handle spice well at all. It doesn't, it hurts me physically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. We do. I'm sure of it.
We do. But if I tell you that I'm going to take you to Blackpool, so honey, 2,800 is going to giggle now. Honey, I am going to take her to a coastal town and she's going to eat cockles.
Say that again?
Cockles. See, yeah, with LES on the end. The word you're thinking of with LES on the end.
Likely it's type of a small edible heart-shaped bivalve mollusk around it. What? I'm going to get
it.
It
Lives in the sea in a shell. It's a seafood.
It's like clams. Oh no. I don't do
no,
oysters.
it's not. Oh, but it's tiny. Oh, so I can't feed. Oh, so cockles and mussels are out then.
Raw for sure. I won't do that crap raw. All right. For you, mollusk. I might try it. If you do this, if I ever get over there,
I'll eat them with you.
But
they are cooked. They are yummy. They are.
And hey, honey boo, I go geocaching in Texas. Do you know how many rattlesnakes I've probably walked across and never knew it?
But no, there are, depending on where you are in the UK, there are so many mad foods you can try, sweet and savory.
If you take it out of the shell and mix it up with pasta or something like that, I might.
No, you're going to get
salty.
Right, they are going to cook them in their shells. Then you are going to get a bowl of cockles in their shells, and you're going to get a pin, and you're going to pick them out of the shell and eat them off the pin. That's a very old school way of doing it. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, they're cockles, yeah. Type in, I'm going to send you a word I want you to, right, type in whelks. WHEL. There. They're the same sort of thing. You can have. But we have wonderful things to put in sandwiches like peas pudding.
Darling, don't you think our snakes here won't hurt us? I came home with a rattlesnake on my porch. But still,
Oh.
little ones will kill you quicker than a big one because they don't venom. There is zero control when it comes to baby snakes.
Mm.
I rather face a full-grown adult than a baby snake. Just saying. Oh. All right. Only for you, boo. Would I try this?
Well, I keep saying it's the only place where, to me, you have this. You do
that. I will do.
Oh, she does. She needs to experience. I've seen some places in America that apparently do fish chip, but it's still not the same. It's not the same as British, where you
Now I don't know. We have one place that he cooks it. It literally looks like y'all stuff. What kind of fish do they use?
Cod or haddock.
I had a haddock fish and chips, and it was fabulous.
Because what happens is when they batter the fish, and then they put it in the oil, the fish steams, so the fish isn't oily. That fish should never be oily.
Well, one restaurant here in Kerrville that he goes to the coast and gets the fish, and the way he cooks it. I have never been a person who will walk into a fish restaurant and eat any fish. I can't stand fish. It stinks. It's nasty. It's like eating salt water to me. My son convinced me to get some salmon at this place. And I said, he gave me a bite, and oh my God, it was fabulous. There's not a fish that I have not eaten. Red snapper, haddock, salmon, I don't even know what all. At that restaurant, it's expensive, but it's here in Kerrville called Wahoo's, and I will eat anything that guy serves except for oysters on a half shell. I don't even like grits. Except for my grandma's grits, but no one's ever fixed them that way for me before. So since, so I don't know, but I don't like grits. And they have a shrimp grits cakes. It's like a crab cake, but made with shrimp and grits. Oh, that's all I want. Just that and the sauce. Just that's all I want. It's so good.
But it's fish. If fish smells like the sea in that, it's off. Fish shouldn't smell. First thing you're told, it shouldn't smell.
And I see all these Oriental women on TV eating all these weird sea creatures raw, I watch them kill the squid and do all that. And
Ada, can you Google geoduck? Apparently in Canada, we have geoducks.
Oh, yes. No, I can't. No, I cannot.
Do I have to look at this myself then?
Do you know what this is?
No.
Sea peanuts. Peanuts.
Oh, right. Gooey duck.
No. Absolutely not.
I've had sweetbreads.
Oh.
I've
Just
had
the look of them, it's like, oh. Gooey duck.
So what animal is it from? Or does it not matter?
Give me a second. Let me get back to a gooey duck is a very large burrowing clam native to Pacific Northwest. Its long tubular siphon cannot be pulled into its shell.
Also, it's not a big winky.
It looks like a very ugly
winky.
A
winky, yeah. Oh.
They can live 160 years. It's one of the longest living creatures.
Well, do you know what that means? I'm going to die long before it does. so I'll never have to eat it. Oh,
No. As my friend would go, gross. That's how she throws her voice. She'll go, gross. I'm like, no.
oh,
No, ma'am.
no.
As Bush said, not going to happen. 1,000 points a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what that referred to, but that's what he did. It ain't going to happen. 1,000 points a lot.
Mm.
No, absolutely not going to happen.
It just looks intimidating.
It looks like somebody pulled a Lorena Bobbitt and put it between some shells and said, here you go. You know who Lorena Bobbitt was? Do you know who? Okay. I wonder
Yeah.
where she is now.
Oh, but oh no, but it looks like a big winky. I know it's not one, but it looks like a big winky.
I'm looking up, trying to find out where's Lorena Bobbitt now. And the bad thing is they reconnected his wiki and he became a home star. Oh, here's Lorena Bobbitt now. This is what she looks like now. This is court related. We can do this.
Oh, she's still involved
back
in
in the day.
Is that going back in the day? So how long ago was it?
This was back in 93.
Wow.
She was found guilty in 94. And
That's over 30 years.
But she was found not guilty due to temporary insanity. She was ordered to spend time in a mental hospital treatment and evaluated 45 days, and then she was released. He became a home star, which I won't tell you how I know that. But that's her now. She now goes by the name of Gallo, resides in Mass. Oh, God, another Mass. Manassas. With her daughter and partner of 20 years. Oh, she is a partner? And he ain't afraid of Lorena Bobbitt? One of my missions is to educate the public and young women about the red flags in dating an abuser. I go to colleges and talk to sororities. I bet you do. Oh, here's John Bobbitt now in 2019.
But
I guess his Winky is no longer the star of the show. He went on to have a short-lived Orne career and was recurring guest on the Howard Stern show, of course. Oh, he has been arrested several times and served jail time for violence against 2 different women. Oh, really? During the April 24 interview with The Sun, he revealed that he was diagnosed with toxic peripheral polyneuropathy, a condition linked to his time at camp. Okay. Caused him to develop nerve damage. Aww. Aww, but that's Lorena Bobbitt now. Okay, that little side note.
So whilst she's
to see where these people are.
Yeah. So whilst I like the fact that she's going around educating people about being in a toxic relationship and these things, is she still going to then own up to what she did because of this?
Oh yeah, she's owned up to it. I mean, she said I did it.
But will she do it when she's going around these campuses?
Do what?
Do you know what I mean? You know, I'm in this toxic relationship. I was in this toxic relationship. This is the signs of a toxic relationship. But you know how you get out of one?
Whack it off. Hi, honey. 2800. State of confusion. I know I'm not trying to harass you, but did you get into Discord I'm needing somebody to go into Discord who's not in Discord and go through the process and let me know how it goes, whether you were able to get in. Was it difficult?
Oh, state of confusion. Absolutely. What I want one of these days on I'm a Celeb is for Ant and Dec to have to do it. We've seen them wimp out of them. I want them to have to do it because they really grill these celebrities when they're struggling with this food. And I just want to see them have to do it. Because when they have to do it now and then, they don't have to eat the bad stuff.
I don't
Not the
know.
really bad
I've
stuff.
had jail food, the same meal the jail people in jail
Mhm.
get, because I was there working, and I said, okay, I'll try it. I want to see how bad this really is. It was the worst goulash I've ever had in my life.
Literally goo.
It literally goo. The pasta is cooked to the point to where it's almost mush. It is so horrendous. But I'd rather eat that than eat that little what did y'all call that thing I just looked up?
Oh, the gooey duck.
Gooey duck. Gooey
Ugh.
duck. Ugh. Ugh. Hey, Angela, how are you doing? Good to see you, beloved. So, yeah, what's the craziest food that you've ever eaten? I don't care if you liked it or not. What was wait. What's the craziest thing that you ate that surprised you that you liked? And what was the most disgusting thing you ever ate?
For me, thing I didn't know I would like but was lovely was sweetbreads. So were sheep's testicles.
We call those mountain oysters, but those can be
Yeah.
cattle, bull.
They were
whatever.
okay. I haven't found anything I really, really don't like. I've got
Maybe you need to try the gooey duck.
the gooey duck. Yeah. As if I'm going to find gooey duck in the UK. Oh God. No, I've got them Googling.
See, I would love to go to China, Japan, and the Orient. Don't get me wrong, but this chick ain't going because I can't eat that food. Rattlesnake is good, actually. I didn't know I was eating rattlesnake, but rattlesnake is actually good.
Oh, I could possibly buy from an Oriental supermarket. We do have some of them in Newcastle.
Good afternoon, my dear. Good day. I'm learning to say good day to people because because in this world, I don't know what time it is where you are. I've tried grilled octopus. When done Greek style, it's amazing. I tried escargot. Oh, I can't do that. I won't do snails. Won't do snails. Yeah. Did it taste like chicken? June. June S. What is same question to both of you, Angela and June? The one food you ate that was out of this world crazy and you liked it, and the one food that you ate was absolutely out of this world gross.
Now,
Frog legs.
Honey there said about grilled octopus. Now, my youngest grandchild will eat like grilled squid. Will have grilled squid tentacles. But all he does is he eats the little, because once you grill them, the suckers go crispy. He just takes all the suckers off with his teeth and then leaves the tentacle for his dad.
Whoa, back it up. Monkey sticks? Oh hell. What is monkey? Is that the fingers? June, what's monkey sticks? It can taste like that. It depends on how it's prepared. I can't believe you ate monkey and you want my monkey butt? Let me see if I can get Matthew to bring monkey butt. Well, no, we can't. Never mind. We got too much crap in front of the cage.
You see, because I'm in the UK, for me, it's come up as a monkey stick is a traditional English percussion instrument.
Okay.
But I'm assuming that's not the same.
June, What's monkey meat?
Oh, it is monkey meat. Ah,
I have a monkey. I can't do it. I can't. Now, my papa grew up so poor that when he was like 7, 8, 9, he started getting up at 4 in the morning and getting the 22 and go out, and he'd kill possum, squirrel, rabbit, whatever moved. And that's what they'd have for the day. And if he didn't kill anything, they had no meat. And I just can't imagine. He said squirrel and possum's good. I'm all like, oh, no, no, no. Tried oysters, and no, absolutely, that's a big nope. I don't think I'd like elk. Elk, actually, believe it or not, I love elk. In fact, I have a little bit of elk in my freezer right now. A friend of mine is a hunter. Every once in a while, he gets somebody that gives us some elk. Yeah. You're about ready to lose your wrench, June. You ate monkey butt. Literally monkey butt.
oh, so was bear not very nice? Was this like what sort of bear? Or does it not matter?
Yeah, freshwater. I mean, well, bear, it depends on, it depends. I actually have, okay, when I go to powwow, I love the Indian fry bread. Oh, give me fry bread any day of the week. I got to learn how to make fry bread. But if I learn how to make fry bread, I'm going to gain 400 pounds. And sometimes the meat will be ground bear, ground buffalo. Buffalo is fabulous. But it depends on how you cook it. It really depends on the chef. Really depends on the chef. Oh crap, that means okay. It really does. So yeah. But when it comes to me, sushi is a no-no.
Oh no, I like
Raw
sushi. I
fish.
don't mind raw fish. No, don't mind raw
It's
fish.
salty. It's fishy. It's icky.
Don't mind what
Rubbery.
raw salmon isn't. If it tastes fishy and smelly and
You're
tastes of the
forgiven because
sea,
you served our country. I'll forgive you.
yes, and you were exploring the world and decided that you didn't like that bit.
Yeah. I would love to. I wish we had more access to buffalo. My moccasins are made from buffalo hide. The softest oh my God, buffalo leather is just amazing. So soft, so supple, and durable. Oh, that reminds me, where are my moccasins? I will wear my moccasins. Someone kind of fussed at me, and I was HEB, and I was wearing my moccasins with shorts. Well, not short shorts. They were knee. And they were like, how can, and I'm like, get over it. I mean, real true moccasins are fabulously comfortable.
I don't know what gives people that they think they've got the right to question as to why you made a decision to wear something.
I guess because I don't look native, and those are really native looking, those are authentic moccasins. They're not the store bought with, I mean, nowadays, depending on where you're wearing the moccasins, we do put soles on the bottom of some of them, but these did not have soles. They were very, very authentic and hand beaded. And I think that some people just have a hard problem with this white girl dressing native. One of these days, I want to put all my regalia on and go to HEB and stand there and go, the grocery store, go, I'm native, get over it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my hearing aids are squealing now. I don't know why.
That's what you got for squealing there. Getting excited. No. I'm having you on. It's all right.
But anyway, so the thing that I love to go fishing and I love to go. I mean, I've killed one deer, and it was a year that we were, and I probably should go ahead and do one this fall, is because I couldn't afford to feed my kids meat. The cost of meat has gone outrageous, and it was far cheaper to pay for processing of a deer that I shot than it would be for me to go and buy all this meat. I still have a freezer. The problem is I got to learn how to cook backstrap, and the steaks are a little different, venison steaks, but oh my gosh, I love the ground beef. I love the meat. So, oh, sorry. When I race cars, I use moccasins. Oh, really? Is it because you can feel, and it's like being
It'll be
barefoot?
racing shoes, racing boots are very thin soled. And
Yeah,
I'm assuming that's so you can get a good amount of feel on the pedals. So is that G14? Is that why? Is it to do with feeling the pedal?
I would assume, because
Yeah.
they are heavenly, y'all. They are. And when you have arthritis and sometimes putting shoes on, it just touching hurts.
Mm-hmm.
And when I'm in a flare, I'll throw my moccasins on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go, G14. I'll put my moccasins on and walk around. The only thing that sucks is gravel. I have very tender feet because I don't go barefoot. Even in the house, like right now on carpet in my office, I have a big rug. I'm barefoot. But the moment I get up and walk around, I throw on my slides. I have my Birkenstocks. I throw them on. But so walking on pebbles sometimes can be a little bit. But other than that, I will wear moccasins anywhere. They're fabulous. Fabulous.
I've got to have comfy feet.
Instead of happy feet is comfy feet.
Comfy feet. Round the house, I wear my Crocs.
Comfy feet or happy feet?
Oh, they've got to be.
I need to go get my Crocs again. I got these Crocs. I absolutely adore them. Are they in here? No. They have the fuzzy on the inside, but we can't take them out and wash them.
Oh.
Can't get them out of these. And it's like, now they feel like I've worn them for 3 years. So now it's almost like cardboard. I had a pair of moccasins I made for my kid. I wish I had another pair. I wore mine out. And I did walk on gravel on them. Yeah. I got to recondition mine. They're getting a little brittle. I've got some oil and wax stuff that I need to put on mine. If you take care of the leather. Now, when they start to wear out, you can cut and lay them, put them down on a good piece of leather, cut it, and then fold it over and resew over what you have. I mean, there are ways to do that. But I hear doctors say that Crocs aren't good for you.
I wear mine in my house. And then actually, oh, there we go. That's mine. I have my little diamondy prismy Crocs.
Oh my God, I've never seen those.
And then these ones, oh, everybody's telling you that you can put your fuzzy Crocs in the wash.
I can?
Yes. Tinker 2D puts them in.
I'm sorry,
in the wash.
I'm stepping on my mod's toes, guys. I'm not used to having people pop things. My hands are off of comments. It's all y'all's now. I apologize. See, now I have mods in the back that can pop my comments, and I'm not used to that.
Yes.
Yes.
There you go. You can put your.
Hey, I'll do that tonight.
Yes. And then do you do this? You've got your Croc and you wear it like that normally. And then if I'm going out, it goes into sport mode.
I want those Crocs. I've never seen those.
I've had these for a few years. Aren't they just, look at them, they're dirty. But that's because I wear them a lot. I don't even know if you can still get these ones. If you can, I'll send you the link.
Send me the link. I want them. I think they're so stinking cute. I've always got a lot of black Crocs because as an interpreter and when I was wearing them a lot, I have black that are kind of look like they're glittery. What is it called? Yeah, glittery. But they've so worn down that they've lost their luster. I'll have to try that, honey. I will do that tonight. I'm going to have to do some odd washing tonight, so I'll do that. Clogs. Now, I do love the clogs. I did wear the clogs a lot. Love those. When I worked at the state hospital for the criminally and forensically insane, that's what I wore. But the clogs we wore had to have backs. Everything had to have a back on them. That's why people wore the Crocs, had to have that back strap up on them, because if you didn't, you were getting trouble. So Angela, are you feeling okay this morning, boo? Sorta, kinda. Well, this case, guys, I mean, we've got about 20 minutes before they come back. For those of you who've been watching, we have been hearing from multiple detectives and special agents and Cellbrite data and all that kind of stuff. Let me quickly throw up the bingo card. Make sure I'm good to go. June, will you let me know? Do you know if I could have sworn I heard that, but I could have been wrong. No objection. What, if any, step down and text messages are the only things I have not marked off. Everything else I've gotten. So there we go. I do have a question for y'all. Do y'all like having the defendant's picture and all of this on the bottom of the screen like I've been doing? Oh, no way you could as an EMT. You have to wear the steel-toed boots as an EMT. And those are so heavy. Oh, they're so heavy. So let me know what y'all are thinking. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You don't have to be frantic, Angela. Go back to bed. I figured you weren't feeling well. I knew you weren't feeling well yesterday. Go back to bed, boo. It's okay. We love you. If you need to rest, rest. Are you up? My son could not go to sleep last night. I think it was like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning before last time I saw him, heard of him. He was so exhausted. I mean, he just said, I'm exhausted and I can't sleep. And that's so frustrating. And I felt bad for him. Okay, so on the bingo card, are we good, June? Oh, there's a comment. My bad. Are we good on the bingo card? I think we are. I'll pop that back down. Let me know otherwise. It is so weird. I'm hungry, but I'm mentally hungry, but physically I'm not hungry. I hate it.
Yeah.
Right now we were talking about food. I want an English muffin so bad. I want to learn how to make English muffins.
Well, I'll send you some recipes.
Put it in our recipe. We have a
Now,
recipe
now,
folder.
are we talking now? What do you class as an English muffin? I want to make sure that we're thinking of the same thing here. Do I have to send you a care package?
Yes.
With English food in?
Yes.
What we'll do is
sourdough English muffins. They're the sourdough English muffins.
That's fine. That's what I'm thinking. What I'll have to do is I'll have to send you a care package and I'll have to have the identical food here. And we'll do a taste test together. Because me and Ada have been talking.
Do a dual live where we're both live at the same time.
What we've been doing. Oh, yeah. I've got 10 subscribers, Ada.
Well, we're going to grow you, boo.
We are talking about doing lives where they're not court related. They will just be like what we've done here. They'll just be talking about anything. But
My
I've
hair
just
starts to come out.
Yeah, I've just started my channel up, which is my music,
Put your
shameless
link
plug.
up, please.
So it's my musings. It's June Just Talks. Oh, yes. And it's literally, it's a place to promote dialogue and discussion, but it's just when I think of something, instead of me getting excited or irate about it, I'm making a live about it. I've done one about decorative cushions because they bug me on beds and I don't see the point of them.
Pillows?
Yeah, you know when you see beds and they've got like, you've got your pillows that you sleep on, and then they've got like 12 other cushions on the bed. I'm like, well, where do you put them when you go to sleep? Do you have a little cupboard?
I make a nest around me.
Yeah. One of my friends told me on Facebook, she does have a few cushions, but they're commemorative ones, and she's fine. She's fine with that. They're like little sentimental cushions. And my other one was about dogs on beds. And so it's just, I'm just musing about anything that comes into my brain.
We're correcting my
Yes, the bun that a McMuffin is in, that's an English muffin.
Say that again.
State of Confusion has said the bun that a McMuffin comes in at McDonald's.
Yes, that's what I'm talking
That's
about.
an English muffin. But yes. Now you see that little bit of wit in me and that little bit of dark humor asks me, was he on a boat in the middle of the ocean? Because all I'm trying to work out is what's the joining point between. So I apologize for that. But Scotland's amazing. Scotland's beautiful.
Oh, it is. I would love to go. June, you startled me on that one. We have these new little sound effects. And for those of you who are regulars, if you hear, let me get my sound effects up. It's now in the program. If you hear this, that means my attention is needed. I don't know, you know, I wanted to do this earlier. Suspense, the heartbeat.
Oh, sorry there. Honey, that's wonderful.
Just playing.
Beautiful.
Lord. Ooh. Oh, that's amazing. That's
And
awesome.
and it's very much like you don't wear a tartan that you are not allowed to wear. It is a uniform. You get people that'll get married in tartan and they wear one because it's pretty and it matches the bridesmaids' colours. You're like, no, you wear the tartan that you're allowed to wear, and then you pick the bridesmaids' colours around that, not the other way.
Wow.
Oh, what colour is the ancient Campbell tartan?
I don't know. Don't give me no lion, me no nada. I don't know.
Oh, it's a lovely green one. Oh, that's nice. Because it's very green based, but there'll be a few little variations within it but absolutely, yeah, the green one is a stunning. Yeah. Oh, Blackwatch is beautiful.
I'm pulling it up. Once I get my mouse quit being so dang squirrely. My problem is, how do you know the difference? They all look so much the same.
So the Campbell tartan's the beginning one.
So that's
There you go. Dark green, tan, and black, accented with red and white.
That would be my tartan.
Yep. And if you're going to go it, yeah, as Honey says, but they're not all the same. It's the pattern of the threads. And they are so personal to different areas and clans and families. And now my husband is a Scot.
I see. So this one has 4 red squares, 2, 4. Okay, I'm starting to see now.
Yeah. So my husband is Scottish by heritage, and he's allowed to wear the Stuart tartan, which is a red one.
So there's
yes. That's it. There'll be different. The same name can have a number of different tartans.
It depends on what your lineage is.
Yeah.
I want the female tartan. I want that right there. Well, where did it go?
See, I think people always assume that tartan is red. The royal family tartan. Oh, is that Windsor? Oh, Balmoral. I don't know if it's the Balmoral or the Windsor.
Yeah. So, yep.
The Queen Elizabeth II does actually have our own. So it's the Stuart Royal.
Yes.
So the Stuart Royal is a red tartan.
Mm-hmm.
But
yes. Yes. Let me G14. This purple square is actually to show comments, but because I'm talking, I can do this. Let me remove the media. That little purple square is where if y'all start typing your comments, it should be popping up. And because I turned it off so you could see me, but I'll just do this. There, it's gone.
See, we've talked. So in this brilliant, what we'll say, hour and a half, while Court's been on lunch, we have talked court, but we've also talked food and clothes and gooey ducks. No. Oh, really?
Where did this fly come from? Wow.
Oh my God, the MacDuck. I'm on the Scottish Register of Tartans. Never. That's so then if that's number 2, there must be 2.
How and why would he have a tartan?
But that's number 2. So I'm assuming there's a MacDuck number 1 tartan. It just looks like a
I don't know.
But that in the Scottish Register of Tartans will give you everyone that has been officially registered. So it is like, if you know you've got heritage,
Keep talking. I heard something.
if you know you've got heritage within a country due to marriage, due to your lineage, you can go hunting up to find out which one you're allowed to wear. And you can buy anything made out of tartan. I don't go to Edinburgh very often. Oh yeah, there are copywritten tartans. It's absolutely mad.
Do you know what the hill? Do you know what a hunter's tartan looks like? American hunter's tartan looks like.
No.
This is the redneck tartan.
Is this where we go? I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. Yeah. We can go all Monty Python and sing the lumberjack shot song.
I can't wait till it's warm enough to wear this. This is so soft. My sister and I went and bought the same. I still have the tag on it. We went and bought the same things and never got to wear them. So I have mine and I have hers, because mine is now too big for me. Hers fits me. So
I love that. Yes, that to us is just a lumberjack shirt. I love that, a hunter's tartan.
that's an Americanized hunter's tartan right there, y'all. Right
But
there.
it is. It's tartan. But it's the weaves and the stories that are built into the weaves. And
Exactly.
oh,
You did good, June. S.
mine has a lovely cap. Oh, but it's the colors in all these tartans. If you go into one of the kilt shops or one of the tartan shops in Edinburgh, there's just so many, and it's full of tourists buying, usually Japanese tourists buying kilts.
Japanese tourist?
Buying kilts in Edinburgh.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely.
But they're so expensive.
Mm-hmm. And if you're going to wear it, you've got to go the whole way with it. You've got to get the sporran, you've got to get the knee-high socks, you've got to get the skidoo, the little knife to put in your sock. But yeah, the colours have so many meanings. Yeah, I love that, June, pointing on these messages as we're talking. She's a star.
I will tell you that if I ever make it over to Ireland, I will buy my tartan.
If you're going to buy it, you're best off buying it in the country. Because then you're going to, and preferably in the area, because you're going to end up finding, or you've ordered it, you've dealt with the kilt maker in advance, you've built up a relationship, and then you go over and buy it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't disagree with that. And once again, that's one of the non-touristy cultural thing. The tourists just walk in and grab whatever they think is cool looking, or they may find something if they have a connection to a name, but they don't understand any of it. It's just something cool to have.
Right, June. They will say that a true Scotsman doesn't wear anything under his kilt. That's what they will say. But that's the only rule, is that a true Scotsman wouldn't. Oh. And there's some fabric in a kilt. There's a lot of work.
A lot of work, a lot of fabric.
In one episode of the Great British Sewing Bee, they made kilts.
The Great British Sewing?
In the Sewing Bee, they made kilts.
I didn't know
Oh,
there was such a show.
oh, it's as addictive as the Bake Off.
Do you know what?
Mm.
Maybe we ought to watch it.
We'll have to.
Discord.
But no, they're gorgeous.
Mm, 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 mm.
Mm.
I,
yeah, if you go,
I have switching countries. I have a sorry. I have a.
Oh.
Well, it's not like theirs. I mean, let me see if I can pull up a picture of me in it. And then I have what I call my summer saris that I've worn a couple of times this year. Now that I've lost enough weight to be in them comfortably, they're 100% cotton, and they are so comfortable. That's all I can say, man. They are so comfortable. I think it was in 2020. Oh, look what I ran across. This is a picture of me, my wedding day.
Oh.
And that's my best friend, Sally. She's with the Lord now.
Oh, what year were you married?
99.
Oh, Jess, last time round, I got married in 2002.
And I was all of, my shoe size was a 5.5. Look at this storm photo I took.
Wow.
A lot of storm photos that year.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at Honey's last. No. Oh, can you imagine having to go and explain that you lose your cleaning deposit?
What?
Sorry, I was thinking skid marks.
Oh, yes. I would imagine you would.
Mm.
Have you all seen this photo of me?
I'm getting a bit of Shania off you there. A bit of Shania Twain.
I was Miss Daughters Republic of Texas. That's what the crown is for. Oh, here it is.
Oh, yes.
And I had
Comfy.
gold leggings underneath. They were so comfortable. Oh, here I am with my daughter at a premiere.
Lovely.
But yeah, but I don't have pictures of me in my summer. Sorry. I love to go to Middle Eastern stores and buy saris. I actually have the one that wraps around and you pleat. I have one of those. They're so comfortable, but once again, wearing that in public, people look at you like you're crazy. What's that white girl wearing that for?
You wouldn't get that so much in the UK, because in the UK, there would just be an assumption that you've married into an Asian family. Oh, monkey butt.
She was a baby there. She was 5 years old. She's 10 now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, when she was little, her face was about that big. Do you know those little bottles they use for kittens? That was too big for her.
Ada, I've just looked at the time. Is court due back any minute?
Yep, and we're waiting for court.
Well, what I'll do is I'll come out of StreamYard and I'll come off the thing, because I'm going to have myself a nice lie on my side.
Oh, well, thank you for hopping in.
Oh,
Weddings.
no, I haven't. I'm going to have to see whereabouts that is.
Wow, no, I haven't either.
I'm going to see whereabouts that is.
Let me see if I can pull it up before she goes.
And then what I'll do is I'll carry on listening to the stream and have myself a lie. I need to
you gonna
take the
have a
strain off a
lie?
hip.
Aw.
A lie on me side. Take the strain off me a hip for a bit.
Well, I appreciate you hopping on. These long lunches sometimes can be a little monotonous. But here, before we go, damn fly is. I'm gonna kill this damn fly.
Right, go on to
Oh
maps,
my gosh.
please. Would you go on maps?
And do what?
Click on maps at the top. Right. So we're West Coast. Oh, we're just south of Glasgow. All right. I see. Just south of Glasgow.
I have no idea.
Yeah. Well, I can tell that from that tiny bit. I know it's West Coast. I can tell that much by that. But yes, just south
That is
of
a cool
Glasgow.
castle. See, I want
It's
to
a
go
good
see
one.
these.
Yeah.
Go see these. I don't know. I could so live back, but I would have to be a lady. I couldn't live as a low class.
Oh no. Right. Well, I'll move into normal chat.
Oh, that's 8 o'clock your time. That's right. I forget. It is now 8 p.m.
No,
your
it's
time.
6:45.
Oh, 6:45.
Quarter
Okay,
to
so
7. But I'm just going to keep my headphones on, and I'm just going to have a bit of a
chill.
rest and a listen. A bit of a chill and
In
a
America,
listen.
we call it chilling. We're just going to chill.
But if I chill too much, I'll fall asleep. So I'm not chilling that much. Oh, honey, Dunoon's lovely. It is. It's beautiful.
Do you know one thing I think of when we visit these old places is that I am walking where people have walked, the walls that they've touched.
You feel it. You feel it. You will feel it. It's wonderful.
Oh, I want to do that so bad. Just hate that somebody's going to have to die for me to do that.
Sylvie.
Oh, you're so bad.
Right then. So
it depends on who has to do the unaliving.
Oh, true.
Yeah. All right, bye. We appreciate
I'll catch
you.
you
Thank
all
you so much
later.
for hopping
Bye.
on. Oh, didn't mean to cut her out that quickly. And you get to see my cord mess in the background. Sorry. Yeah. See, I've got a light here lighting up the background. Otherwise, it looks real weird color gray. Oh. So, court's starting to move. Yeah, yes. Let me get everything back up and running. Miss June, thank you for sticking it out. Did Angela go have a lie down? I hope she did. I know she was not feeling well. Poor Boo. But court will be back in a minute. That was a fun hour and a half. Thank you so much. And any of you want to pop on with me during a court lunch break like that, and y'all want to chat and have fun, please. Oh, I know what to do, Angela. I don't know if you can hear me. I can't help you right now, but I know how to fix that. You got to go up and give permissions if you can hear me, Boo. You need to go. June, can you tell her that if she right clicks on the HTTPS, that little thing next to it, right click and give permissions to the cameras and the mic, it should pick back up.
All right, since I'm not ready for the jury states.
No,
checking the
sir.
evidence.
No, sir. And I also have some housekeeping.
She can come in without also, June, the camera and mic, and then I'll help her. She goes in the program, go to the cogwheel, and then go to camera and mic and give permissions. Sometimes that happens to me, and it's so frustrating. Let me come back and see what they were saying here. Well, I talked over them. Which
The depot?
Yes, we did the depot
Okay.
and it was transcribed already.
Very good. Okay. All right, since I'm not ready for the jury states
No,
checking the
sir.
evidence?
No, sir. And I also have some housekeeping.
Sure. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. Anybody know the truth? I mean, I don't ever know what's true and what's not true because a lot of times that stuff that's going all over the place is created. Like right now, I feel real bad for Charlie Kirk's wife because everybody's saying that she's pregnant, that she's just barely pregnant and found out. I mean, that's cruel. If she wasn't pregnant, that's really cruel. And if she is pregnant, that's
really
none
kind
of
of
your damn
depends on
business.
how long this will go today.
I
But
don't know.
I have a witness that I absolutely need to call. And that witness is totally unavailable tomorrow because she is testifying in a homicide case in Broward County. She's already been instructed to show up there at 11 a.m. So she may be, I don't think I can get her on today. So she may bleed over into Thursday. But I just wanted to make everybody aware of that. A lot of it depends on the rest of my case, but probably I would have to call her Thursday.
Is there any other alternative where you could take her out of order earlier?
I can't. I'd like to, but I can't.
Well, let's see where we are. Maybe much ado about nothing.
Yeah.
Depending on where we are.
And I can give you the name of I can find out the name of the judge and all that. So
Well,
I'll let you know. Yeah.
no purpose for me to have that unless we're negotiating appearances.
Yes, sir.
Which doesn't sound like it. I mean, I don't know if you talked to, it's a homicide case in Broward, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to the state attorney that's handling the case and see if they can't fizzle around? Because even though it's diluted, you are on the same team, the great state of Florida team.
Yeah, and I'm going to try to call her tonight, but
they can negotiate that to what's best for you both.
Yeah, I'm going to try to call her tonight, but I can't make.
What kind of witness is it, out of curiosity?
An
'Cause-
interpreter. It's a translator.
Oh, the translator for the
Rose Rosario.
garbage truck? For the garbage truck?
Yes, sir.
Huh. That's interesting that there's another case with a similar issue, unless she's just interpreting.
No, it's the exact same issue.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
He specializes in waste truck interpretation.
You're right. Huh. Yeah, because that could leave a big void, though. I'm assuming if the state's calling it witness in custody, it's probably going to take some time, but a few hours probably. But aside from that, I don't know the rest of your case, but in my mind, based on what I've heard, those are the two main pieces, the remaining.
I think we can get through many of the witnesses today. I think we'll still have some more witnesses tomorrow. So just in my view, depending on how quickly or slowly we go today, I think we can at least do a half day tomorrow and then maybe I'm going to charge conference or jury instruction, something like that. Tomorrow afternoon and then start with the final witnesses on Thursday.
Charge conference probably can take about 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is what it is. So you just see if you can see what the situation is in Broward. Maybe it's not as pressing as ours.
Yeah. But I would add, I mean,
because if I call the judge, I can't tell the judge, tell the prosecutor to try the case this way.
Right.
But you can do that on your side. I mean, you can mutually agree as far as order of witnesses and so forth.
Yeah.
They probably haven't given it any thought. They just plan on calling that witness tomorrow, and you're getting the result of, if you call them, they may say, oh, if you called us, we were able to move that person around, to accommodate your situation. Because if we were able to get this case, the guilt phase, resolved comfortably this week. I think that would be the goal. We may still be able to get it to the jury on Friday, but we don't want them to be rushed either side. I think you'd all rather be, the goal would either to be to get it to them Thursday afternoon or Friday morning.
Yeah.
Right? Because your closing arguments are going to be substantially long. I think it's a complicated case. There's a lot of arguments to be made on both sides. So I'm looking at eating up an entire morning, probably, or afternoon. So it's pretty significant if we waste half a day as far as the effect on getting the case to the jury in a timely way where we're all comfortable with that,
Yeah, I think the upshot is we can still get done.
If you want to take, yeah.
We can still get
If you want
That
to,
sounds- that sounds correct, and I think we're on schedule, even if there be a penalty phase, to take that in next week.
Yeah.
Completed.
I agree.
that part's looking that way to me as well, but even for the flow, if you wanted to take time now, just a pause to call, Broward, the state attorney's office, that's probably worthwhile doing that. And then you find out one way or the other, as soon as you can get an answer.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
she's
you're
in
all
Broward.
kind of been busy, you're doing this and they're doing that, and, if there's any way to kind of get a hold of them,
Yeah, I think she's in trial right now.
the prosecutor.
Mhm. Right.
So maybe after hours, you think?
Yeah. I've already spoken to her.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
I'm gonna-
All right, so, all right, and then,
Are you good with this? Or?
No.
Do you have an issue? I mean, is this something we can
We can
address
talk
right
about
now?
it.
Okay, go ahead. Ms. Minton, I think, has an issue with some of the hard drives in this case, so I'll let her address it.
the hard drives.
So the state has just provided me now, Judge, 3 different hard drives that are the total of the Waste Pro videos and audio. Again, for the record, this is a capital case. It is incumbent upon me as defense counsel to view everything that is digital evidence that is meant to go back into evidence, and it becomes evidence of the case, to ensure that it's properly in evidence and that it is what the state purports that it is. There is not sufficient time for me to do that now with the amount of video and audio on those drives. It's not something, I did take a cursory review of the file types on it, but to have listened to it and watched it, I cannot do that in this amount of time. Over and above that, there were redactions that were requested of the, I'm gonna say video and audio as an amalgam, both the video and the audio. There were redactions that were requested, and maybe I improperly assumed this, that the state would redact that from evidence. They have not done that. And so there is extremely prejudicial audio and video on those pieces of evidence that the state seeks to introduce into evidence. The state has conveyed to me that they do not intend to send those items back with the jury. However, they would be improperly allowed into evidence, and I have a legitimate objection to the items. If we could have Mr. Walker step out, Judge, because the rule of sequestration has been invoked, and this goes to another witness's testimony before I say what I'm going to say is on the tape.
Okay, Mr. Walker, if you could step into the hallway for a minute while we sort this out.
Sorry, Judge, I just want to make very clear for the record the impact of the thing that's on those items on the case. So there is a reference on the audio and video from the Waste Pro truck that my client had, or an intimation that my client has committed a previous murder in a different jurisdiction. Obviously, that is extremely prejudicial, both for guilt phase and penalty phase. And I move to redact those items from the translated transcript that the state had informed us that they were going to seek to introduce into evidence. I again made, I guess, the improper assumption that it would also be redacted from the evidence itself if the state was intending to put those pieces of evidence actually into evidence. The state has now informed me just now that they would like to put the unredacted video and audio into evidence with that information on it that I've just relayed to the court. I have significant problems with that. There are also other audios and videos on the third hard drive that are not translated and transcribed in the transcripts. And so they're in Spanish. I have no idea what they said. So I cannot agree to allow those items to go into evidence when they've neither been translated nor transcribed. I don't know what they are.
Let me digest this for a second here, taking notes.
So I have to pause. Are you telling me that he's been accused of another red drum? I couldn't find anything online. I Googled it. Where was he accused of another red drum?
Before I hear the state's response, do I understand correctly what we're talking about on these hard drives is the audio and video, the garbage truck audio video that's been subject of this case for 7 years? That's been the main evidence. That when I asked myself, why is this case going to trial in 2025? The answer has always been because we have this audio video on a garbage truck and it needs to go to the FBI. It needs to be enhanced. It needs to be interpreted. It's been the main subject of the case. That's the first question. I'm not saying that. It sounds like I'm saying that in a pointed way, and maybe I am in part, but I'm really kind of scratching my head. That's what we're talking about. So first of all, that's my understanding. That's what we're talking about now?
Yeah.
And on these videos and audios, we have three issues that flow from it. One is it's claimed by the defense that they don't know, they have to review it because they're not familiar with it. Number two, there's something on there that was not anticipated. And then number three, there's this issue of the redaction of materials that should be deleted, which came to my attention. I think that I harken back to the Friday. We had the jury panel filling out questionnaires, and y'all were standing right here, and we were litigating something else. So we don't agree that on deletions. And I was thinking, well, they better get it done because the case is 7-8 years old. We're about to be in the jury trial. That's something normally we sort out pre-trial months, years before, so that we're actually ready to go. That's the way I'm perceiving this situation. I just want to make sure I'm perceiving it correctly before we determine what, if anything, can be done to rectify this. So that's my introduction or questions that I have with regard to this. What's the state's response?
Yeah, so let
Just
me
kind of hone in on the issue. It's not a Richardson violation situation, but it's more of the practical situation. Maybe it is a Richardson violation. I'm just not sure exactly what is going on here, because it just doesn't seem possible that we could be in this posture as I sit here after 2.5 weeks of doing this actual trial, that this is happening. I can't wrap my mind around it. Go ahead, Mr. Richardson.
Right. So there's three issues here, I believe. The first, I'll start with the hard drives that were translated by our translators that will be introduced into evidence, which is exactly what the court's talking about. The first is what's been marked as exhibit number 169, and it is the translation of the August 24th, 2018 Waste Pro video. Okay. This video was
You see, it's a translation that's on a hard drive. In what form is there a translation? Is it someone speaking the
No.
translation? Or what are you talking
No,
about?
I'm sorry. I'll be more specific. It is the videos from the August 24th, 2018 Waste Pro truck that resulted in the transcript. And it is the videos that were relied upon by translator Rose Rosario to arrive at her conclusions that are spelled out in her written translation.
How is that different from audio and video from the garbage truck? Is it enhanced?
Right.
Okay.
Yes. They've been, these were enhanced prior to being received by Rose Rosario.
It's alleged. At this point, it's alleged. I don't know if he actually has or not.
And she used that enhanced video and audio to arrive at her conclusions in that for her translation. This particular hard drive, which is States 169, is in discovery, and it has been marked as SAM State Attorney Media 0072, and that has been in discovery since the state's 61st supplement, which I believe is 2023. The transcript of the translation is found on page 2264 to 2278. So
you're talking about an item standing alone, or is that on this hard drive and it's one piece of evidence along with other pieces? I'm not sure.
no, what's on the hard drive are audios and videos that have been enhanced by the FBI that were translated by Rose Rosario. The transcript itself is not on the hard drive, if that's the court's question.
Well, when this all started with you walking up here with a hard drive that had a cord on it, and the objection was that I'm just not clear what's on what.
There's 3 hard drives.
There's 3 hard drives.
So let me walk you through.
All right.
Okay. So that's the
one
first
of the hard drives is what you just described.
Yes, which is States Exhibit 169. Okay.
Okay.
So let me move on to States Exhibit 170. This is the hard drive that has also been enhanced by the FBI, and it is for the video. It has video and audio for the remainder of the days. So that would be August 21st, August 23rd, August 25th, and August 27th.
So what was the date of the first one?
The first one was August 24th.
And the second was just other days.
Correct. Yeah. So this one was used by FBI translator Norma Campos to arrive at her translation. There is not a written transcript on this one either. Okay. And then that is SAM 000 or 0079, which has been in discovery for more than a year, I think. I don't have the specific supplement on there, but it's been for a while. There is a, hang on, I might have it right here. Yeah. Yeah, I can find that particular date of the supplement, but I believe it's been at least free. It's been in discovery for at least a year. Yeah, I didn't put that down. Okay. Then the third hard drive is States Exhibit 183. So States Exhibit 183 is a compilation of all of the data that was, one, obtained by the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, and two, analyzed by the FBI. The analyst's name is David Mingerelli. So
what type of data?
Video and audio.
That gave rise to the previous two exhibits?
Yes, sir. Right. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So to address the redaction set and all of that data that's contained on that particular drive has all been in discovery for well over a year. Most of it has been in discovery since August 27th of 2018.
So there's no discovery violation. For Richardson hearing purposes,
No.
there's no discovery violation. Do you agree with that? Let's start there because for appellate review, that's what they're going to be focused on. Is there a discovery violation first before we get into whatever else is going on here?
Yes and no. If the state is saying that every audio and video that are on those 3 pieces of evidence have been translated and transcribed, then no. If, however, there are video and audio on those items, which I believe is what Mr. Richardson told me is on item number 183, that has neither been translated or transcribed and provided to us in English, which is the only language that I speak fluently. This presents a problem for another reason, Judge, and it goes back to my even trying to say is what's on that piece of evidence that we're going to put into evidence. Is it what's in the transcript? I don't know. I don't speak Spanish fluently enough to be able to say that. So I don't know how I, as a lawyer, can properly review it to make proper objections to it other than just what was on the translated transcript. That's what I redacted. I redacted that.
This is reminding me of the issue we had earlier with the summary of the FBI cell phone stuff. Is what's going to happen is the state's going to be moving these, like item number 3, 183 into evidence, which is compilation of all data, but it's not going to be what your witnesses are testifying to, which is we're in a trial where there are allegedly admissions of the defendant saying incriminating things. That's what's relevant here. Is the state just going to be trying to throw in a whole bunch of statements in Spanish, what's not interpreted? We don't know what it is, and that's what the defense is. That sort of like before we had a whole thumb drive of stuff, the whole compilation. It's really not the evidence. Is that what is happening?
No.
So I'm still trying to get my sea legs and find out what the heck is going on.
Yeah, no, I understand. So the point of the 183, which is the compilation, is I have to show how they arrived at their conclusions and the data that they used to arrive at their conclusions. So I'm going to.
Says who?
So that we have an intelligent account of everything.
The intelligent account would be there's a garbage truck, there's audio, video, the defendant's person on there, and the interpreter hears the Spanish and said, these are the words he's saying.
Yeah.
I don't know what the purpose of 183 is your problem, right?
But that's the main problem, Judge, because I don't know, the state has informed me that it has items on it that have not been translated and transcribed. So as to 183, again, I can't say as an attorney, is it admissible or not? I don't know what it says.
Well, look, I mean, if they're willing to waive any objection to it, then that's fine with me. I won't admit it. But
We should waive any objection to what? I don't think that's clear what you're saying.
To the introduction of 183 specifically.
Is 183 the part where the defendant says the incriminating things that Mr. Cormier referred to in his opening statement?
They're in there, but they're in there, yes. But the state is going to rely on the.
Maybe I'm sorry. Maybe I don't understand correctly.
Yeah.
169. 169, is that the one that has that's the Spanish video, audio that your interpreter is relying on to say the things that Mr. Cormier said in the opening statement?
From August 24th of 2018.
Right.
That's the one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where I'm missing the boat is I don't understand why you need to get into all the other stuff. If the main stuff was enhanced, then it's in item number 169. The testimony would be we had audio and video from a garbage truck. It was enhanced. I'm a Spanish interpreter. This is what it says. And you even have something to play for the jury if you wanted to do that. So that's why I'm still trying to figure, but you all are shaking your head in the affirmative like I'm understanding where you're coming from.
Exactly.
And of course, hopefully this is separate from the issue of whether something needs to be deleted from, that's a separate issue.
Correct.
Right.
So
yeah, so
the defense position is we can't just willy-nilly say, okay, let's put in 183. It's got all sorts of stuff on there. We may have jurors that speak Spanish or something in there that they're going to interpret. We don't know what's being said. We do have Nancy Hernandez, Rebecca Cedeno. I'm just looking at our jury panel of people that might be fluent in Spanish. Nicole Hurtado, these are Hispanic.
Is this racial profiling here? Man, why don't you just get a Spanish interpreter and bring them into the courtroom and let them voice what is being played? That's simple. You have interpreters. Bring in a freaking interpreter. This is really starting to piss me off, guys.
Sounding names. But if aside from that, I mean, you wouldn't put in a audio video in another language. We don't know what's being said on there. I don't know why you think you need to do that. So you said because to establish a foundation to do that, and that's maybe where the rub is here. I'm not saying that. Yeah.
So
That's why I saw Jim. I'm sorry. That's why when you said if they're willing to agree to its admissibility, I thought you're talking about 169 and 170, saying if they're going to object, well, there's no foundation for this. We don't have the original raw data, basically. Is that what you meant by that?
Yeah.
But I don't think they're going to make that objection.
That is not the objection.
okay, well then that totally changes.
Okay, that's why I go through
makes
this
things
whole
more efficient. Yeah.
rigmarole.
That's
to
our
get-
concern. We don't know if they're going to challenge how we got to this point. So then we have to then show, here's what we started with. Then the FBI enhanced it. Then it went to a translator. So that's why.
So
we
you're
have-
anticipating an objection that's not
Exactly.
coming,
Yes.
right? The
Correct.
objection is not coming.
We're
And I-
objecting to something, Judge. That's not what we're objecting to.
Right. The foundation for the material exhibits
Yep.
is that there was raw data. It was enhanced. Here it is, and here's what's going to do. But I understand the defense position. Well, that's where you are. Now, on cross-examination, if they were to say, "Oh, you made this up out of thin air. Maybe this is artificial intelligence-generated audio and video," that doesn't look like they're going there. But and that's where you're anticipating they could do that.
Yeah, right. And
In the artificial intelligence division of the FBI. But it's a joke, but
right.
there are people that believe a lot of stranger things, but unless
Right.
it's raised, I mean.
Yeah, but I prepared the case as if there was going to be objection in order to make sure my evidence came in.
understand.
But if they're not objecting, then that's fine. I got no problem
so
with
that takes care of that issue.
Yes.
Now
yes.
we have,
That's fantastic.
it is fantastic, except I hearken back to the Friday when you're all standing here and you said, well, they have some requested deletions to what's on, I think, is it 169 and 170?
Yes.
And I was hoping and praying that was all going to be sorted out and we didn't get to this point. And the silence I took as a positive sign, but maybe that was too optimistic. But that lingers. Because it's referenced, and you referred to it as someone, either the defendant or Mr. Alvarado, I take it, because those are the two speakers on the audio and video, my understanding, made reference to some other murder, non-existent murder, probably, right? Or defendant has been convicted of another murder.
So let me explain to the court the state's position on the redactions. We only received their redaction request, I believe, last week. What we have done, what we've already done, if I understand correctly, is we've already redacted the transcripts, and that we agreed to all the redactions.
Mm-hmm.
We've redacted their transcripts, but in order to redact these hard drives, is exceedingly difficult. Number one, because they're in Spanish. Number two, because they're difficult to play just from a pragmatic standpoint. And it would be very expensive too, because we have to have somebody with the ability to sit down and do that. I think for Rose Rosario, we pay just to
All right,
translate.
so let me just interrupt you there. This may be a problem that I can solve by dictating the way the evidence goes to the jury.
That's what we're agreeing.
Right.
If we play anything from those videos, we would just show them what it looks like and what it sounds like. We wouldn't play a part where there's only very specific parts.
It's exactly what I was thinking of, and
we're
not
in
allow that.
agreement to that.
Not allow the actual audio video to go back to the jury, if for no other reason too. We could have Spanish speakers. It solves that problem too, so they don't do their own translation. They rely on the evidence.
No. That's illegal. And I'm an interpreter. They cannot sit there and do their own interpretation because the two of them are not going to agree. They can listen to it, and if they understand Spanish, derive their understanding from that. But for them to take it and interpret it for the English-speaking jurors, you can't do that. Hire a freaking interpreter to come in, and while they are being played, they interpret what is being said into English. It's easy. Hire a freaking interpreter. Simple. I know I'm yelling. I get so angry. Judge, Your Honor, you cannot allow anybody to interpret anything, even within the jury room, unless it is a certified, qualified an interpreter. You can't depend and put the weight of all of this. You are causing an appellate issue from hell. Bring an interpreter in. It's that freaking easy. You cannot depend on a juror to interpret it for the other jurors. You cannot depend on a juror to sit there and say, I understand Spanish, I speak Spanish. And no, bring in an interpreter. Easy, done. You have them on call. Your court has them. All you have to do is send up an interpreter. 30 minutes, boom, you got an interpreter. We're done.
It's from both sides as far as what's being said there.
And I just got the redactions back probably 10 minutes ago. I just forwarded them to the defense. And what our intentions were that everyone will have a copy of the transcript while it's being read, and they'll be reading it, but it will just be redacted.
Put it in a program, whatever word program you use on your computer, and whatever's written, and have it translated from Spanish to English, and provide the redacted English version. It is not this difficult, people. You're making it difficult.
Maybe that's overly optimistic. Go ahead from the defense.
I don't know the efficacy, Judge, or on a 3851 purposes of me agreeing to allow such explosive and prejudicial items
And sort out the addition. So the way to solve that problem is the item is in evidence. It's not going back with the jury. You play what
I didn't do that.
I ruled on. You hear that, which would be the same situation here too. If they want to hear that portion of 169, 170 that overlaps the transcript, we would bring them out. You all would make sure we're not exposing anything on there that's other than what I just said. Similar type.
Okay, so that would be an item in evidence. Part of it would be shown to a jury, some snippets of the recording. Some of the jurors speak Spanish, and do we expect them to then say, okay, I'm satisfied with that, and they're not going to ask to see the rest of it? This is a video with purportedly the defendant making a confession. What are we going to tell them when they say, can we see the rest of the item that's in evidence?
No, you can't do that. Just freaking send an interpreter in. You can't depend on half of the jury to listen to the evidence and convey it to the English only speaking. You can't.
No, well, that's a separate issue. I'm all ears for that separate issue. That harkens back to the concern about whether they're Spanish speaking jurors. That's something for us. I'm not poo-pooing that issue. That's a separate significant issue for us to discuss.
You cannot depend on the Spanish speaking jurors to interpret it to the English speaking jurors. They're not certified, qualified court interpreters. Your Honor, you should know the law on this. And this is one thing that bothers me in many judicial systems is they don't know the law on this. And so many trials and courts and proceedings and verdicts have been overthrown in an appellate issue because of this. And this is one reason why I advocate so much, because I was sitting in a traffic court and the judge, anybody speak English, Spanish? Oh, you do? Can you translate for me? I'm like, you can't do that. It's illegal.
Maybe this goes back to, I don't know how the show is going to go. Maybe that if you are going to play parts of those just to verify that there really is a basis for this, there really is, that you do it on something that you both agree on, that there's no contest about whatsoever. And if they were to ask to hear more of it, which is really the point that you're broaching, maybe the
items in evidence, right?
right, maybe the answer to that is they can't listen to it. It could be because of the concern that you have, that we're basically telling them, and you both are you planning on calling an expert to say our interpretation is the better one? Because let's put it this way. Well, I guess one answer I could give you now is, considering all the ground we've achieved here, we may put that off and see if it actually happens. But if it did happen, I would consider saying they can't do that, because what would be the purpose of it other than to invite them to do their own interpretation?
Right. Yes, that's true. Conversely, what is the purpose of entering something into evidence if it's held back from the trier of fact?
It's what Mr. Cormier said, just for the purpose that it's in evidence. The jury can't hear the whole thing, but they're establishing the basis that there's a corpus for the interpretation.
And if we had more than 8 days, we would have made a way to redact this. But obviously, we can't do it with everything that's been going on in a short amount of time.
It's functionally impossible with all the witnesses and things that we've been dealing with. So I mean, I think
your point though, in the last point, the only alternative otherwise would be only to put in evidence the state's actual transcription of that. But that does seem awkward, because the jury has no idea of where it came from.
We would certainly object to any transcript coming in as anything but an aid to understanding.
Yeah, so I think the place we landed, imperfect as it is, the best possible outcome.
Yeah, right.
Did you want me to shore that up as far as, can I do that at this time, not having heard the predicates? I can't do that. Y'all will remember what we did here.
Well, I just want to make sure, because this is very important. I had planned that there was going to be an objection, and so I essentially have called enough witnesses to establish almost a super predicate, a way to super authenticate this thing. So I've got everybody in the chain. I've flown people in. They're all in the Gary Morales room right now, waiting to testify. So if the defense position is I can authenticate these only through the translators who will say that these have been enhanced by the FBI, and this is what I use to rely upon when I form my conclusions or my opinions, then that's fine. I just need that on the record now before I release people and they go fly back to their different states, and then all of a sudden they withdraw their objection, and I'm stuck.
I'm not sure I understand your concern, but perhaps it's more important that they do.
I don't understand it either.
Just get a
I have
freaking
multiple witnesses who were going to testify as to 183, right? 183 is all the data and videos that were used by multiple analysts to enhance and arrive at the enhanced versions in 169 and 170. Okay. If they are waiving their objection to the authentication, then that means I don't have to put in 183. And that means I can release multiple witnesses, and that means I can introduce 169 and 170 through the specific translators who translated each of those respective exhibits. If they're okay with that, then I'm okay with that. We shorten the trial. It makes it easier for everybody. I think it's a win-win for all parties, and we go from there.
I want to speak for the defense, but that's what I heard them to say.
Okay.
However, I would assume you have some witness to say it went to the garbage truck place and retrieved audio and video, because the FBI people didn't do that. So
Yes,
that's part
that's
of
one of my witnesses. Right.
Right.
They got
Right. So you could talk about them agreeing to the foundation.
Yeah.
That's part of the foundation too. It is, there's the audio and video. But you're talking about not needing the bigger one to get the little ones in. And that's what I heard them say that very clearly, that we're not going to require that.
I just want to be clear, Judge, because we're talking about two separate things. We're talking about witness testimony and we're talking about 183. I wholeheartedly object to 183 coming in because I do not speak Spanish professionally enough to say what is even on 183 to make logical objections to it. When the state's asking, will I stipulate to a predicate?
That's when you have an interpreter interpret it. All right, June, somebody talk to me. Why is it so hard? Why do they not want to get a freaking interpreter? Get an interpreter, have it translated. It's not that difficult. Anything on that hard drive, your computer will translate from Spanish to English, redact the information. It's easy. If it's an audio file, freaking have an interpreter. You play the audio file and the interpreter voices what's been said. Simple. Why are you being such dicks about this? I'm getting angry and I'm sorry, but it's called get an interpreter.
As to 169 and 170. Please, I want it to be clear. I'm not going to object to like a chain of custody situation, but I would require, and the way that I would do it if I was them is I put on the witness, like Your Honor said, I got it from the waste road truck. I sent it to the FBI. FBI agent says, I enhanced it using blah, blah, blah software. And then I sent it to the translators. And then boom, we're at the translators and we're at 169, 170, and then we're off to the races.
Mm-hmm.
That is what I had expected them to do, not bring in 183 that I don't know what's on that because no one translated that.
Right.
And to be clear, I just want to be clear, everything that's on 183 has previously been disclosed in a variety of different SAMs and discovery as well. So I want to be very clear about that.
I think we're going backwards now.
Right.
I think the state should go forward. We didn't have a hearing about whether the state is authorized to release its witnesses. You have to do what you do as far as part of this case, as far as whether you want to release them or not. That's up to you. But we had our discussion and it led us there.
And Judge,
Because I can't foresee everything that's going to happen and be responsible if you release the witness that's relevant for some other purpose that I can't see, and that's not my role. But I think the defense spoke pretty clearly to it as far as how we're going forward.
Judge, if I may, since we're on the topic, I don't want to do it in a half measure. We do have a different objection to the translated transcripts. So I don't know if we want to take that up now.
This is 169, 170.
And then whatever pieces of items of the state's evidence, the two transcripts are that correspond to 169, 170. I didn't hear if they said the numbers of those yet.
The actual
No,
transcript.
we haven't, we're not at that point yet.
Right. So it would go to more specifically the transcripts themselves. And it's a legal argument. So again, I don't know if you want to take it up now or.
It's up to the state. I don't know if anything that we said or determined is contingent on that, or if it's completely separate.
Completely separate, but we need to address this second thing before we can even determine if that transcripts come in. That makes sense.
What is it? Just tell me what your legal issue is. So I can-
Sure, it's Martinez v. State. It's
Yeah.
761 Southern 2nd, 1074, about authenticating transcripts in use in a trial.
It's a Florida Supreme Court case that lays out procedures for trial courts to follow.
And in Martinez, the transcript is in English, and it's still supremely problematic. And the way that the state, I assume, intends to introduce this transcript doesn't even meet the requirements of Martinez. And again, Martinez is in English. So we've added an extra layer of complexity, and I did bring this up before because it's a translated transcript, which makes it even more difficult. And can I give the case here?
I think I know that case. I've looked at it in the context of our last hearing we had about this. And when I looked at it, frankly, I determined it's not on all fours. It's a different legal situation here. This is a different situation.
Judge, if I may,
Yeah.
just so that the record's clear, and I want to make sure that I lay this out specifically for the record. It's a use of a transcript of the defendant Martinez, and his wife is a participant in the conversation in the transcript, much like Eric Alvarado is a participant in the conversation of the translated transcript in our case. And it starts on page 8, first column, and they talk about the recording itself, and they say to a large extent it's unintelligible and therefore incomplete, which is what we have in this case as well. There's many portions that are unintelligible, even in the FBI enhanced
In that
one.
case, though, in all cases such as that, there was not an actual interpreter on the stand subject to cross-examination regarding his or her testimony, which is what we're going to have here. And the transcript just memorializes their actual testimony here in court, meaning could literally not put the transcript in evidence. Should be the other way to go. You don't put the transcript in evidence. You just literally have the witness testify verbatim to what he or she translated. So it's a different issue than there's something that's not clear, and the judge determines which transcript should go to the jury as being accurate. This is a different situation.
What Martinez tells us, and I think what we may be losing sight of here, is the transcript is not the focus. It's the recordings. The jurors their job is to determine the accuracy of the transcript as opposed to what they're hearing on the recordings. How can they do that in this case with the recordings in Spanish? It doesn't matter what the translator says. The jurors have to hear and compare. They can't just take the word of the translator.
They would have their own translator that they present during their case where what they say is not consistent with our translated version.
And that conflicts with what we talked about before. In that case, the state puts in the, as far as they're not limited to just playing 16970 for parts that you all agree on. They put the whole thing in. And then we're left with the jury. If they speak Spanish, they're able to do that. There's nothing prohibiting them from doing that. It's a different.
What if they're not able to speak Spanish? You were depending on Spanish-speaking people to carry this case. So I'm on the jury and I don't speak Spanish, so I'm shit out of luck here. And I have to depend on a fellow juror to interpret something for me, which they could potentially do. They're not sworn. They're not certified, qualified, sworn court interpreters. How do I know that they're interpreting it correctly? They could be manipulating it to get me to side on their side of the pond. They may want me to go guilty, and I may not be in the guilty boat. But when they interpret this, they're going to interpret it from that viewpoint and that perspective. Dude, you can't do this. You cannot depend on the jurors to speak Spanish to carry this evidence.
Situation than using a court interpreter and telling the jury there's a witness testifying in Spanish, just relying on what the interpreter said. So if you can't have your cake and eat it too from the defense, you either put the whole thing in and the jury's left, if they speak Spanish, to make their own determination and judge that and judge the credibility of the interpreter, or we go the other way. I'm fine either way.
So what you're saying basically is that you send it to the jury and they play it, and those who understand Spanish will understand it. Those who are speaking English only speaking will be shit out of luck. Am I understanding that correct, June? I don't understand. I'm perplexed.
Judge, the other issue that's
Yeah,
raised
but which
by-
way does the defense, you can't have your cake and eat it too.
The other issue that's raised by the case is the transcript is not supposed to be a focus of the trial. Now, how is this not going to be a focus of the trial? You already earlier opined when we started discussing this motion that this is an extremely critical issue in the trial. This transcript, and as the Martinez case says, the risk is that the jury, who doesn't really know what's on the recording, is going to artificially enhance the importance of the transcript and treat it like evidence.
But
that's a risk in this case. And since it contains what is purported to be the confession of the defendant, it's going to be a focal point of the trial, which is not supposed to be according to the
Because
Florida Supreme Court
the
case.
the interpreter in this case is an expert witness, and the jury can accept or disregard everything that person says. That's what your case is about. You're going to battle of your interpreters,
And
which is
that-
what makes this case different.
Well, that argument would be true then in any case where a defendant confesses in a different language.
Right.
And we had to have it translated. That argument would be there. And,
Right.
and I know you also, there are supplemental, or there's instructions during trial for the use of transcripts when it's either in dispute or if it's not in dispute. It even addresses, I know some of you speak Spanish in this case, you have to rely on what the translation is.
But those to me are red herrings on both sides. That's dealing with a totally different situation. You have a Spanish speaking witness and an interpreter. It's a different situation here. And I think I mentioned too previously, I do not want to be commenting on the evidence in this case. You have a dispute between interpreters, or at least you had a dispute. So maybe the situation now is that the defense said they're not calling an interpreter, so they have a battle of the experts.
Judge, can I just
Yeah.
read part of?
But it's not helping me because I don't know where we're going factually and what we're going to get to.
Well,
Now
you do have to make an independent interpretation. According to Martinez, the court should
But
also make an
wait,
independent determination.
Mr. Burns, let's lay the foundation. This is what's going to happen. You're going to get 169, 170 come into evidence as an enhanced version of the garbage truck audio and video, the audio, right? Then the state's going to call an expert interpreter to say, I'm an expert interpreter. I listened to it. This is what's being said, and I'm using my expertise and skill to say that. And they're going to go, you could literally have them go point by point. This sentence, the person is saying this. And the transcript of that is verbatim identical to what the testimony of the person was here. So there's really no danger in that. So long as they testify completely consistent with what they've written down, there's no conflict between the transcript and their testimony. The transcript is only there, and my concern with the transcript is they would have to testify to everything that's in the transcript, which goes back to how long we're going to take to try this case. I don't know how long it is. I've asked that question before, but I was told it wasn't that long. But they would have to do that. So the problem would only arise if the witness does not cover all that ground. And now we put a transcript in without them covering that ground to substantiate what's in the transcript. The transcript would really only come into evidence because you all agree it would assist the jury in remembering what the person said if there's a stipulation. If you object to the transcript, I might sustain that and say the witness has to testify verbatim to do that. And you could use the transcript perhaps as a demonstrative aid in your closing argument. Say, he or she said this is what it says.
I want to make sure I understand. I believe I'm correct that the fundamental task of the jury here is to listen to a recording and match it up with a transcript. Here, they can't meaningfully do that. They'll have an expert tell them what's on the recording, do their job for them, and the court is saying, well, if they believe the expert did the job correctly, that's good enough.
How else do you think it would be proved to a jury that doesn't speak Spanish what's being said on an audio, other than to have an expert Spanish-speaking person come in and tell them, I'm an expert in Spanish, and that's what's being said. It's really very simple what's going on here. This is not rocket science to do that. So if you're gonna, if the argument is about whether the transcript comes into evidence on its own, which is really what the focus is, that's an issue. But there's no other way in fairness for either side to prove the contents of a Spanish audio than to have an expert in Spanish come in who's really an expert say, this is what's being said, and explain it to the jury. And then the jury gets to pass on the expert witness, just like any other expert. Are they skilled enough? Do I reject their testimony? If I accept it, that's what's being said. And the defense is free to call their own person to dispute it, or to cross-examine the person and, to destroy their credibility by impeaching them. But simple as that. So I suppose the question I would pose to everyone here is, that's the foundation. What I'm telling you is the expert's going to be allowed to come in and say 169, which is enhanced, meaning all the noise was taken out. It's as audible as it can be. That's all that this is.
Sure.
Is in evidence, and it's there, and they're going to testify as far as the contents of it. The transcript is just to assist the jury in understanding their testimony, which it could be problematic. They don't cover all that ground. So we'll take that when we. If you want to object to that, you can. We'll go from there.
I just want to point out one additional thing, Judge. The Martinez court expresses preferences for certain methods of resolving these matters. The chief method of resolving the matter is to have a participant in the conversation authenticate and verify. We have such a person here. We brought him from Connecticut. The state did. It's Eric Alvarado. The state is deliberately eschewing and rejecting the best method of solving this by keeping that witness off the stand to try and work it through what the Martinez court says is a second best way of having translators come in and say, this is what's on there. Why are they not bringing the person who was a participant in the conversation in to tell the jury yes or no? Why are we resorting to a second tier answer?
Well, I mean, that could be a play that I do, but I'm going to authenticate. My intent was to authenticate this without Eric Alvarado.
As the silent witness, as we discussed before.
Correct.
Right. And there's been a change too. Before Mr. Burns said that, I thought Mr. Alvarado was testifying because all of the arrows were pointing that direction to me.
You would love nothing
previously.
better than to see him in the next chair.
We did a whole thing about, Mr. Richardson with the jury. Witness comes through the door over here. These are the dynamics of litigation.
Right.
Well, maybe I should be more open-minded to that case, but I've looked at that case. I really have. I don't think it helps me in this particular situation. I think you've boiled it down to the essence of what we have here and go from there. That on the issue of the transcript, I'm not overruling your objection. Let's see where the road takes us with that witness. But it may be, if the defense doesn't agree to the transcript coming in, it may be that the witness is going to have to testify verbatim at the witness could use it to refresh his or her memory as far as the interpretation, but they're going to have to literally interpret it on the stand.
You mean as the recording is playing?
No, just they would have to say they're going to have to
Oh, yeah.
speak
Yes.
the transcript.
Yes,
Speak
and that
the
was
transcript.
that was our original
How long is
plan
it?
anyway. Yeah,
How long
yeah.
is it?
So
How long is the recording?
well,
4 hours.
exhibits
169,
169, I
Yeah.
think is 12 or 13 hours.
Oh, we'll
But-
just be here till next year then.
Right.
You'll be here. I won't be here.
Right.
Right.
The translator can't listen to it.
Right. That's why we're not going to play it in its entirety. It's practically impossible. So our intent was we're going to call these translators, and they're going to, we're going to have them testify as to their transcripts, and that will be the evidence. And we could have a second party come in and play both of the participants. So one translator is going to play one participant, and then a police officer is going to come in and play the second participant. And I think it would be probably less than an hour, or probably about an hour or so for each of these to come in. That to put it in a better context for the pagination, I think the transcript for the August 24th, I think is around 16 pages. For The FBI translation for the multi-day, I think it's 44 or 45 pages. So that's what we're talking. We're not talking hours and hours and hours of playing video that nobody can understand. We're talking about people testifying regarding the transcripts.
All right, so why don't we do this? We'll just see where the road takes us. I don't think I can address anything at this juncture until we get there.
Will the court be open to the standing objection that these transcripts will become a focus of the trial improperly as this evidence comes in?
I'm not going to answer that now because I'm not committing to the transcript coming into evidence, period. I'm just allowing the witnesses to testify as to the substance of they heard what's on 169, 170, and this is what's being said. It's possible it might come in and you may not even have an objection because in my world, it's going to completely overlap. Anyway, you follow me?
Yes.
Yeah.
You may, that may just suit both sides, to do that, but especially if the amount that you said, that could be done.
Yeah.
Speak the transcript essentially where they're describing, I listened to this is what's being said.
Yes.
For all we know, the jurors are going to be writing it down on their notepads as well. I bet you they will.
Yeah. That was the plan.
So the reason I answered that way is you're presuming that I was going to admit the transcript. I may not. Right? Okay. All right. So we've hashed that out. And the irony is we're not even headed into that testimony right now. We're going back into the
We're doing DNA.
DNA. Right? We're still on the DNA. All right. So do you want to bring in Mr. Walker and resume his testimony?
Okay, we're going to pause here because we do have some
breaking news.
We have a press conference.
Gentlemen, those with the publicity surrounding this case, we appreciate your being here. Jeff will enumerate the charges and detail what the county's findings are up to this point, and then he will take questions. The number of questions may be limited, however. I may cut it off. I may assist him in helping to pick the people who are asking the question. We just ask that you keep the questions to the process of what we're talking about.
Audio's bad.
Refrain from asking questions that speculate or get into the political dynamic of the case. For Utah County, this is a murder case. We're trying a murder case. We're trying to keep the questions to that, but I understand that you're under pressure and have a lot of different questions, and we'll try to answer them. We're joined today by our sheriff and our prosecution team and our county commissioners. Jeff is going to be the only one speaking right now, and I'll introduce right now County Attorney Jeff Gray.
Don't move the mic further away, boo.
The murder of Charlie Kirk is an American tragedy. Charlie Kirk was murdered while engaging in one of our most sacred and cherished American rights, the bedrock of our democratic republic, the free exchange of ideas in a search for truth, understanding, and a more perfect union. It is also an offense against the state and to the peace and enjoyment of the people of Utah and of all those who visit here. But Charlie Kirk's murder also strikes a more personal and intimate chord. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a father to two beautiful young children. He was a son, he was a brother, and a friend. Like all murders, the senseless and needless taking of Charlie Kirk's life has shattered the lives of those he loved and those who loved him. To Charlie's wife, Erica, his two young children, his parents, his family, and his friends, I express my sincere condolences and offer my heartfelt prayers on your behalf. I also want to express my concern for everyone who was at Charlie's Turning Point USA event at the Utah Valley University, and all who have been impacted by this tragedy. As county attorney, I am charged with bringing justice to those who offend our laws. I am charged with bringing justice for those who are harmed. I am charged with bringing justice for Charlie Kirk. I am committed to these aims. I take this responsibility seriously. Today, after reviewing the evidence that law enforcement has collected thus far, I am filing a criminal information charging Tyler James Robinson, age 22, with the following crimes. Count 1, aggravated murder, a capital offense for intentionally or knowingly causing the death of Charlie Kirk under circumstances that created a great risk of death to others. Count 2, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury, a first-degree felony. The state is further alleging aggravating factors on counts 1 and 2 because the defendant is believed to have targeted Charlie Kirk based on Charlie Kirk's political expression and did so knowing that children were present and would witness the homicide. The state is also charging defendant with count 3, obstruction of justice, a second-degree felony for moving and concealing the rifle used in the shooting. Count 4, obstruction of justice, a second-degree felony for disposing the clothing he wore during the shooting. Count 5, witness tampering, a third-degree felony for directing his roommate to delete his incriminating texts. Count 6, witness tampering, a third-degree felony for directing his roommate to stay silent if police questioned him. And count 7, commission of a violent offense in the presence of a child, a Class A misdemeanor, for committing homicide knowing that children were present and may have seen or heard the murder and did so based on Charlie Kirk's political expression. Also, following the press conference, I am filing a notice of intent to seek the death penalty. I do not take this decision lightly, and it is a decision I have made independently as county attorney, based solely on the available evidence and circumstances and nature of the crime. Because we are seeking the death penalty, the defendant will continue to be held without bail in the Utah County Jail. Turning to the 10-page information, these are the allegations. On September 10th, 2025, at approximately 12:23 p.m., Charlie Kirk was shot and killed while speaking to a large crowd on the campus of Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Police found the suspected murder weapon, a bolt-action .30-06 rifle, nearby. Over the next approximately 33 hours, police conducted a manhunt for the shooter until the evening of September 11th, 2025, when Tyler James Robinson surrendered to police at the Washington County Sheriff's Office. DNA consistent with Robinson was found on the rifle's trigger. After shooting Mr. Kirk, Robinson hid the gun, discarded the clothing he wore when he fired the rifle, and told his roommate to delete incriminating text messages and not talk to police. Children were present at the time of the shooting. The shooting. Turning Point USA, a nonprofit organization founded in 2012 by Charlie Kirk, organized a public outdoor event to be held at noon on September 10th, 2025 at UVU. The event was the first in a series of similar events to be held at college campuses nationwide. Mr. Kirk is a well-known conservative activist, famous for these type of events, where he discusses various political issues and debates with audience members. His events and comments have garnered a significant number of supporters and drawn the ire of many who disagree with his political views. The event at UVU was announced far in advance and garnered significant publicity and interest. Consequently, several hundred people attended. Mr. Kirk was interacting with a crowd before the event officially got underway. Then at approximately noon, Mr. Kirk seated himself under a portable canopy behind a table and microphone. He began speaking to the crowd and fielding questions from attendees, a format Mr. Kirk commonly used at his events. Mr. Kirk allowed his questioners to approach a microphone positioned directly in front of him. Mr. Kirk's team members were very close to him on his right and left, as well as some behind his canopy and others at various close locations near him. The large crowd surrounded Mr. Kirk on three sides. Temporary metal fencing separated attendees from Mr. Kirk by only a matter of feet. Directly above and behind Mr. Kirk was the UVU Hall of Flags, an indoor walkway spanning several hundred feet with floor-to-ceiling glass windows, which overlooked the plaza where Mr. Kirk was seated. People were in the walkway at the time of the shooting. Approximately 15 minutes into the event, Mr. Kirk was answering a question about mass shootings by transgender individuals when a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck Mr. Kirk in the neck. He slumped to the ground almost immediately. The bullet's trajectory passed closely to several other individuals beside Mr. Kirk, including the questioner who was standing directly in front of Mr. Kirk. Children were visible near Mr. Kirk's stage when he was shot. Mr. Kirk was rushed to a nearby hospital where he was declared deceased. The medical examiner's report is still pending. So UVU surveillance. So at the moment of the shot, a UVU police officer was watching the crowd from an elevated vantage point. As soon as he heard the shot, he began to scan the area for threats. Believing the shot came from a rifle because of its sound, he looked for potential sniper positions. He noted a roof area approximately 160 yards away from Mr. Kirk as a potential shooting position and rushed there to look for evidence. The suspected shooting position is adjacent to an open, publicly accessible walkway. To access the suspected location, a person must climb over a railing and then drop to the roof only slightly below. The UV officer climbed over the railing and down onto the roof. He then walked to the suspected shooting position and confirmed a clear shooting corridor between the position and Mr. Kirk's seat. He also noticed markings in the gravel rooftop, consistent with a sniper having lain on the roof, impressions in the gravel potentially left by the elbows, knees, and feet of a person in a prone shooting position. Police reviewed surveillance from the camera covering the roof and discovered that it recorded an individual dressed in dark clothing cross the railing from the public walkway and drop onto the roof at approximately 12:15 p.m. Although the individual moved out of the camera's view for a short time, the camera again captured the individual running across the roof and then low crawling to the area the UVU officer recognized is where the suspected sniper had dropped into a prone shooting position. After a short time, which matches the known time of the shot, the individual arose and ran across the roof to the northeast. This discovery led to an intensive review of UBU surveillance recordings to attempt to track and identify the suspect. Surveillance revealed the following. At approximately 11:51 a.m., the suspect entered campus from the north. He is seen wearing a black shirt with an American flag in the center, a dark baseball cap, and large sunglasses. Throughout the surveillance, the suspect keeps his head down and rarely raises his head enough to get a clear image of his face. As he proceeds across the campus, he is seen walking with an unusual gait. The suspect walks with very little bending in his right leg, consistent with a rifle being hidden in his pants. This unusual gait continues until the suspect is seen crossing the railway off the open walkway and onto the roof, where he leaves the camera's view. A camera later captures the suspect as he runs across the roof to the suspected shooting position. Immediately after the shot was fired, a camera captures the suspect running across the roof carrying an item whose shape is consistent with a rifle. The suspect is then seen climbing down from the roof. He appears to drop the item he was carrying as he hits the ground in a controlled fall. He then picks up the item and runs toward the northeast end of campus. Expanded crime scene investigation. Law enforcement officers followed the suspect's escape path to the northeast end of campus, where they believe the suspect left campus and entered a wooded area. In that wooded area, investigators found a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel. The rifle contained 1 spent round and 3 unspent rounds. This is consistent with the facts officers observed at the time of and immediately after the shootings. No shell casings were found on the roof, suggesting a bolt action rather than an auto-loading weapon, and only a single round was fired. Each round in the rifle contained an etched inscription as follows. The fired cartridge was etched, "No Tice's bulge, OWO, what's this?" The second cartridge that was again not spent, the last 3 were not spent, were not fired. The second, "Hey fascist, catch," with arrow symbols. The third cartridge, "Oh Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Ciao Ciao." The fourth cartridge, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." The rifle, ammunition rounds, and towel were sent for forensic processing. DNA consistent with defendant was found on the trigger, other parts of the rifle, the fired cartridge casing, 2 of the 3 unfired cartridges, and the towel. Law enforcement was unable to immediately locate the shooter, so they published photos of the shooter from the UBU surveillance cameras and asked for the public's help to identify him. Meanwhile, law enforcement continued to try to identify the shooter through other means. The Washington County investigation. On the evening of September 11th, 2025, as law enforcement continued their investigation, Tyler James Robinson went to the Washington County Sheriff's Office with his parents and a family friend to turn himself in. Robinson's mother stated that the following to police. On September 11th, 2025, the day after the shooting, Robinson's mother saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought the shooter looked like her son. Robinson's mother called her son and asked him where he was. He said he was at home sick and that he had also been at home homesick on September 10th. Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband that the suspect shooter looked like Robinson. Robinson's father agreed. Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. As they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there is too much evil and the guy, referring to Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate. They talked about Robinson turning himself in and convinced Robinson to speak with a family friend who is a retired deputy sheriff. At Robinson's father's request, the family friend met with Robinson and his parents and convinced Robinson to turn himself in. The family friend spoke to police and reported telling Robinson that it would be best if he brought all evidence with him to the sheriff's office to avoid police having to search his parents' home. The friend also asked Robinson if he had any clothes that were related to what he did. Robinson replied that he had disposed of the clothes in different areas. The roommate. Police interviewed Robinson's roommate, a biological male who was involved in a romantic relationship with Robinson. The roommate told police that the roommate received messages from Robinson about the shooting, and he did provide those messages to police. On September 10th, 2025, the roommate received a text message from Robinson which said, "Drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard." The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, quote, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." Police found a photograph of this note. The following text exchange, then took place. After reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right?" Robinson, "I am still okay, my love, but am stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you." Roommate, "You weren't the one who did it, right?" Robinson, I am. I'm sorry." Roommate, "I thought they caught the person." Robinson, "No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering." Roommate, "Why?" Robinson, "Why did I do it?" Roommate, "Yeah." Robinson, "I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence." Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Roommate, how long have you been planning this? Robinson, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. Robinson again, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. IDEK if it's had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The F in messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notice bulge UWU on Fox News, I might have a stroke, all right. I'm gonna have to leave it. That really effing sucks. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine, IDK. I think that was a $2K scope. Wink, wink. Robinson again, delete this exchange. Again, Robinson, my dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle and it is very unique. He's calling me, RN, not answering. Robinson, since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. Robinson, I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. Again, you are all I worry about, love. That came from Robinson. Roommate, I'm much more worried about you. Robinson, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. The search for Robinson's residence. Police executed a search warrant on Robinson's residence. During that search, police discovered a shell casing with etchings like the etchings found on the shells in the rifle near UVU. Police also found several target boards with bullet holes in Robinson's home. Now, as I stated in the beginning, when I read those allegations, these are allegations. And like the evidence set forth in this statement, those allegations, what you've heard from the media, even from state and federal officials, has not been tested in the crucible of a jury trial. I understand the public's desire to know the facts. My own family members have pressed me for information. Why are we reluctant to share the details of the investigation itself and comment on the case? Because I want to ensure a fair and impartial trial. I became a prosecutor because of my love for the ideals of this great country and the principles embedded in our Constitution. The free exchange of ideas and opinions is critical to this great American experiment, but so too are the protections afforded to the accused found in the Fifth and Sixth Amendments. The right against self-incrimination, the right to a speedy and public trial, the right to the effective assistance of counsel, the right to confront one's accusers, and the right to compel the attendance of witnesses. And perhaps most importantly, under our Constitution, the accused is presumed innocent until we, the state, prove to an impartial jury of defendant's peers his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That jury cannot rely on our allegations, on what they hear in the news, or on what they hear from a public official. The jury is the sole trier of fact, and they will ultimately determine those facts based on evidence a trial judge has determined is admissible. Again, as prosecutors, we bear the burden to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. But make no mistake, we welcome this burden. I'd like to now introduce my trial team who will be charged with prosecuting the case. This is a veteran and expert team of some of the state's best trial attorneys. Chad Grunander, who is one of my two chief deputies, Ryan McBride and David Sturgill on the far right there. And those two were very much involved in preparing search warrants, did a phenomenal job, worked day and night to see that accomplished well after Robinson was taken into custody. Also, Lauren Hunt, she is one of our special victims prosecutors, and Chris Ballard, my second chief deputy, who will be handling motions. I'm going to explain just the procedural steps. We're not a grand jury, we don't have a grand jury system like the federal courts do. It's a preliminary hearing system. So the arrest and filing of the criminal information are merely the first steps in the criminal justice process. Today at 3 p.m., the defendant will appear before a judge in the Utah 4th District Court for his first appearance to be informed of these charges and to ensure that he has an attorney to represent him. The hearing will be brief. The judge will conduct that first appearance virtually via WebEx. This is not unusual. In the 4th District, all felony first appearances for defendants who are in custody are held virtually. A link to that hearing is available for media on the Utah State Courts X account at Utah State Courts. Now, following defendant's first appearance, he will be entitled to a preliminary hearing. At that hearing, the state will be required to show probable cause that defendant committed the crimes. The purpose of the preliminary hearing is not to determine guilt, but simply to assure the court that the prosecution has enough evidence to proceed to trial. If a judge finds probable cause and binds the case over for trial, an arraignment hearing will be held. At that hearing, a judge will again inform defendant of the charges against him and require him to enter a plea to each charge. The next step following the arraignment is an opportunity for the parties to file any relevant motions and then ultimately the trial itself. This case has generated a tremendous amount of interest across our nation and even the world. The public's desire for information is understandable, but it bears reiterating that this case will be tried in a court of law consistent with our Constitution, not the court of public opinion. Thus, we will only discuss the case with the press occasionally. It will not be a day-to-day or even week-to-week occurrence, but we will only do so in a manner as not to jeopardize the fair trial process. Before I conclude, I want to express my appreciation for the tireless work of our local, state, and federal law enforcement officers. They have an extremely difficult, dangerous, and often thankless job. I'm proud to acknowledge the exceptional work they do every day, and particularly their work on this case. It was truly a marvel to witness. Their skilled work and dedication have brought us to this point. I'm also grateful for the leadership demonstrated by Bo Mason, the Commissioner of the Utah Department of Public Safety, FBI Special Agent in Charge Rob Bowles, Utah County Sheriff Mike Smith, our local police chiefs, and Felice John Vitti, the acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Utah. I'm also grateful for the support of our governor, Spencer Cox, and our Attorney General, Derek Brown, who is standing behind me today and has offered his support and resources as we proceed to trial. Finally, I want to thank our Utah County Commissioners, Amelia Powers Gardner, Brandon Gordon, and Skylar Beltran. They too have pledged to assist with the resources needed to successfully prosecute this case. I will now take a few questions.
For questions, ladies and gentlemen, just really fast, if you could identify yourself and what organization.
Okay. They are still looking into it. It's an undergoing investigation. They haven't ruled that out. I don't have that information on that.
Hey, we're not going to go through the questioning and all of that because in all honesty, we can't hear the questions. So we're going to move back into this trial. Take a breather. We're going to come back into where we were in this trial. Lord help us.
Yes, let's bring in the jury. We'll continue.
I can't connect to the Wi-Fi network. You might want to check the connection settings in the Google Home app.
All right, jury is present. We continue with the testimony of Mr. Walker.
Well, good afternoon again, Mr. Walker.
Good afternoon.
All right, just two more items I wanted to ask you about. I want to show you what's been marked for identification. State's Exhibit 167. Earlier in your testimony, we talked about that you take extracts for every single piece of item you examine. Is that right?
Everything that I do DNA testing on has an extract.
Okay, and those are saved for multiple different reasons. One of those being that they could be sent to someone else if they wanted to also test that same item of DNA.
Yes, that's correct.
So I want to show you these two items that are inside of 167. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
So both of the items have the Indian River Crime Lab barcode sticker with the case number and exhibit number. And then I hand wrote what is in this item. So I made this piece of evidence. The extracts went into this manila envelope, and then I've labeled it with the crime lab case number, the sheriff's office case number, the exhibit number, and then what extracts are in both of these different items.
All right. What are the two different extracts? We'll start with the one that has the PR number 322696. What is that extract?
This is an extract of the blood standard from Tania Wise, and also inside is an extract of a reagent blank, and then there's a reagent blank number.
What's a reagent blank?
For every, when I work cases, we actually work them in batches, and I can work up to 13 samples at a time in an extraction set. One of those sample, at least one of those samples has to be what's called a reagent blank. And the purpose of this is, how do I know that the DNA profile I get from a sample is actually from the evidence cutting I put in the tube and not from the chemicals or maybe my pipette tips or things like that? So a reagent blank goes through the exact same process, gets all the same chemicals added to it, but there should be no DNA in it. I don't add any DNA to this. And that will at least be at least one with each extraction set I do.
All right. And then the other item with PR number, this one doesn't, this we'll go with, they just have this one marked as 296723-1.
So this is the extract of the swabs from the front passenger headrest and an extract of a reagent blank that was from this extraction set with this item.
At this time, the state would move what's been marked for identification into evidence as 167, into evidence as 167.
No objection.
Those will come into evidence at this time without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination.
No cross-examination agent.
And do you wish to keep Mr. Walker under subpoena or release him, Mr. Carney?
You can do it.
Any objection to releasing Mr. Walker?
No objection.
Mr. Walker, you are released from your subpoena. You're free to leave or stay as you wish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
William Houseman.
State will call William Houseman.
Houseman, if you'll step right up here. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Do you swear affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Please step right this way.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is William Houseman, Hausman.
All right, and how are you currently employed?
I'm currently the president of Prawn Seafoods Incorporated in Miami-Dade County.
All right, now prior to working for that job, did you have a much different job back in October of 2018?
Yes, back then I worked at DNA Labs International for approximately 5 years.
Okay, and if you could tell the jury, what is DNA Labs International? What do they do?
So DNA Labs International does forensic DNA processing.
Okay, and is it a private company? What type of company is it?
It's privately owned.
And does DNA Labs International do testing of DNA at times for law enforcement agencies?
Yes, that's primarily what they do testing for.
All right. What was your job title when you were employed at DNA Labs International?
I was a forensic DNA analyst.
And to become a forensic DNA analyst, what is your background as far as education and training to be able to do that job back when you used to do it?
All right. So I have a bachelor's degree of science from biology at FAU, as well as a master's of science in biology at FAU, as well as going through a training program at DNA Labs International in order to perform DNA analysis procedures.
Okay. And back in 2018, you said you had worked there for 5 years?
Correct.
When you first began your employment with them, were you immediately allowed to work by yourself, or did you have to go through some on-the-job training or any other certifications?
Yeah, so there's a whole training regimen at DNA Labs where you learn new procedures and then you perform competency exams to show that you can perform them accurately.
Okay, and is that something that you went through?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you pass the exam?
For those of you who are just now hearing about this, rest in peace, Charles Redford Jr., August 18th, 1936, September 16th, 2025. He was 89 years old. May he rest in peace.
Examinations to be able to do DNA analysis?
Yes, I passed all those exams as well as proficiency exams that were given twice a year by an external company to show that I could perform DNA analysis.
All right. Now, did you receive any items of evidence in reference to this particular case?
I did.
Okay, and do you know what those items were? Do you recall?
Yes, I have 2 items that I see here. One of the items was the extracts of swabbing from the passenger side headrest, as well as the extracts from Tania Wise.
And what I'd like to show you is what's already been marked into or entered into evidence as states exhibit 167. There's 2 different ones. One is labeled as extracts of swabs from front passenger headrest, and the other being extracts of blood standards from Tania Wise. Is there any markings or identification on there that looks familiar to you?
Yes, I could see DNA Labs International uses their own tape, as well as the initials of one of my coworkers at the time.
Okay. And did you end up doing a DNA analysis in reference to these particular 2 items?
Yes, I did.
What type of analysis were you doing or asked to do in this case?
So what we did is we used a software called StarMix. And what it does is it helps us to evaluate DNA profiles that are mixtures, meaning that there's more than one person contributing to that profile.
And do you look at the standards? I guess, what is the process of how you do it? Do you run the unknown standard and then compare it to a known standard, or how do you do that?
All right. So as far as StarMix, what it does is it weighs 2 propositions against each other, developing a likelihood ratio. So you'll have weighing one proposition against another. So for example, if you have 3 contributors in a DNA profile, it'll weigh the likelihood that one specific contributor as well as 2 unknowns is more or less likely than having 3 unknown contributors.
So for then the DNA extract from the extracts of swabs from the front passenger headrest, were through StarMix, were you able to determine whether or not there was a mixture of a DNA profile for that exhibit?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and what did it determine, or what did you determine in your analysis?
So the DNA profile obtained from the extract indicates a mixture of at least 3 individuals with at least 1 male contributor. And Tania Wise could not be ruled out as a possible contributor to this mixed DNA profile.
So the standard that you get from the extract of Tania Wise is compared to the mixture?
Correct.
Okay. And then you had referenced the use of propositions. Were there propositions considered in reference to Tania Wise's including, or I guess being in that mixture of 3 individuals?
Yes, so 2 propositions were considered, or I should say 2 sets of propositions were considered. So the first one is the DNA profile obtained from the extract is approximately 1.1 times more probable if the sample originated from 3 unknown persons than if it originated from Tania Esther Weiss and 2 unknown persons. Therefore, the strength of the support for either proposition cannot be determined, as the likelihood ratio is uninformative. Now, the second set of proposition that I did, the DNA profile obtained from the extract is approximately 4.5 million times more probable if the sample originated from Tania Esther Weiss and 3 unknown persons than if it originated from 4 unknown persons. Therefore, there is extremely strong support that Tania Esther Weiss and 3 unknown persons contributed to this mixed DNA profile rather than 4 unknown persons.
All right. And when we talk about levels of support in your DNA analysis for mixtures, what is the lowest level of support?
I don't recall.
You don't recall what the lowest?
The
What's
lowest one.
what's the highest level of support?
So I'll tell you the highest level of support is extremely strong, which is what we see in this case.
I don't have any other questions for this witness.
So DNA Labs International, right?
Correct.
That's where you worked?
Correct.
Okay. And I think I heard your testimony to be that extremely, well, I'm sorry, what was the level there that you said?
Extremely strong support.
Extremely strong support that the extract that you received and tested was Tania and 3 other unknown individuals?
Correct.
Okay, got it. And at DLI, you all are capable of testing DNA samples that are pretty old, right?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, I think you all tested a sample that was 22 years old from some gentleman's molar. Do you remember that case?
I don't recall.
Okay, you didn't work on that while you were there?
I've worked on thousands of cases.
Including cold cases, right?
Correct.
Where the DNA is very old.
Correct.
Okay. So you can get DNA from a very old sample?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Any further questions from the state?
There you are.
May Mr. Hausman be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to releasing Mr. Hausman?
No objection, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Hausman. You're released from your subpoena. You're free to stay or leave as you wish. Thank you. And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
Yes, so people say Florida recall Donna Carmichael.
Forgot to put me back on. Sorry about that. Pickle. Bye, Chris. See you tomorrow. Lovely for you to join us today. Thank you.
Previously sworn this session today, so you don't need to be resworn. You're under the same oath previously administered to you. And Mr. Cormier, you may inquire of the witness.
Good afternoon. How are
you?
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Good. So, were you a crime scene investigator that was involved in the search of the defendant's silver Dodge Ram pickup truck?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many times was that searched?
1 time on consent and 2 times with search warrants.
Okay. What are the dates? I'd like for you to spell out the dates of each search.
May I have permission to look at my notes so I make sure I have the right dates?
Yes.
Okay, on Saturday, August 25th of 2018 was the very first time that I spoke about earlier that we looked at the truck when the truck was in the Detective Bureau parking lot, that we searched or processed it then and took photos.
And that was a consensual search?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next search, first search warrant, what was the date of that?
The vehicle was towed to the sheriff's office on August 27th. And then on August 31st, which is a Friday, we conducted the first official search warrant with an actual search warrant.
Okay. And then the second search warrant?
Okay, the vehicle was returned on September 10th to the owner. And then the sheriff's office again issued a search warrant for it and received the vehicle on Friday, the 21st. And we did the search warrant on Monday, September 24th.
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, the vehicle was in the sheriff's office custody from August 27th through November 10th continuously.
No, through September 10th.
I'm sorry, September 10th continuously.
Yes, sir.
And then it was returned to the defendant on September 10th.
Yes, sir.
And then the vehicle was taken back into sheriff's office custody on September 21st.
Yes, sir.
Of 2018, correct? And then it was searched on September 24th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was searched on August 25th, correct?
Yes, sir.
August 31st,
Yes, sir.
September 24th.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now let me turn your attention to some Waste Pro videos. Did the sheriff's office receive into custody an SD card from a Waste Pro garbage truck on August 27th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you participate in the collection of data from that Waste Pro garbage truck SD card?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as, States Exhibit 169 and also States Exhibit 170. Have you reviewed the contents of States 169 and 170, both of which are external hard drives?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is the data from the Waste Pro SD card that was collected on August 27th of 2018, was it placed and provided to David Mingerelli of the FBI in order for him to enhance the audio and video of it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that data used in both of these exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And Your Honor, the state moves into evidence 169 and 170.
Any objection?
No further objections, Judge, other than what we previously discussed.
Those items will come into evidence at this time without objection.
And Ms. Carmichael, thank you. That's all the questions that I have.
No, Your Honor, no questions.
May she be released at this time?
She may.
Any objection to releasing Ms. Carmichael from the defense?
Yes.
From the defense, no objection.
No objection, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Carmichael. You are released from your subpoena. You're free to stay or leave as you wish.
She's like, thank you,
And
I'm
the
out.
state's next witness or item of evidence.
Yes, sir. The people of the state of Florida called David Mingerelli.
Let's see if I spelt it right. Minjareli? Do we know if Taylor Robinson has been brought before the court yet? I thought they were supposed to do it at 2 Utah time. That would be 3 hours, correct?
case clerk is sworn in. Do you swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So Brooklyn, it already happened? Or is it going to happen? I think that would be 4 o'clock my time, wouldn't it?
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Yes, my name is David J. Mingarelli, spelled Mingarelli.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
So I am employed with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm a senior digital forensic examiner. I've been employed as such for the last 16 years in the Miami field office.
Okay. And what does a senior digital forensics examiner do for the FBI?
So the major part of my responsibility is collecting, inventorying, processing digital evidence. That might be cell phones, loose media, thumb drives, laptop computers, video surveillance systems, things of that nature. I'm also trained in forensic audio and video processing and enhancement. The last 3 years, I've been in charge of the digital video retrieval training program, which is based out of Huntsville, Alabama.
Okay. And go ahead and describe your education and your training and your experience to the jury, please.
So as part of being a forensic examiner with the FBI, we have internal training and certifications that we are required to take and maintain our levels. There's yearly trainings, yearly proficiency testing programs, outside education, outside vendors provide training for continually evolving technologies.
Okay. And do you have any experience with enhancing audio and video as it relates to evidence that comes into possession from law enforcement?
Yes, I've been trained to process and enhance audio and video as it relates to digital video images and still images.
Okay. And does that, when you say enhance, does that make it easier for a user to understand?
Yes, the primary goal is to enhance the intelligibility or either the viewability or audibility of video recording or audio recording.
Okay. And I want to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit number 169, which is a video, or I'm sorry, external hard drive that contains video from August 24th of 2018 from a Waste Pro garbage truck. Are you familiar with that item of evidence?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead and explain to the jury what that is.
So that is the video that I processed initially related to this case. Initially, I was asked to review video footage from a Waste Pro garbage truck for the date of 8/24 of 2018. The video was provided to me. The video, as it came in, was in individual 1-minute pieces for the hourly folders. So each folder was separated by hour for the day. We had 1-minute chunks of video. That video was combined into hourly chunks and then to a daily chunk for 4 cameras. Of primary interest when the request came in was the in-cab audio, which was identified as camera 1. So there was a audio track that went along with the video. So that audio track was extracted from camera 1. It was noted that there was some mechanical noise and what we would identify as broadband noise, which is just environmental type background information or that distracts the user from the ability to listen to a conversation or voices in the cab. So when I examined the video, I noticed primarily the fan. There was a fan running, making a clicking noise. So I was able to isolate a sample of that fan audio noise and use that to basically quiet that fan noise down. So it's basically you take a sample, then you use that sample to eliminate the fan noise or lower the level of the fan noise. So the voice conversation would be a little clearer.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury what a hash value is?
So a hash value is in this case, I provided MD5 hashes on my files. The MD5 hash is a mathematical algorithm. Basically, you pass a data stream. I use a tool that's capable of understanding and generating MD5 hashes. So in my case, I pass my file through an MD5 hash algorithm. It generates a unique fingerprint, if you will. It's a mathematical character representation of the data stream. It's to guarantee that my video files have not been changed in any way since I originally created them. So if I was to take those video files and hash them again, I could verify that those files are intact and have not been altered in any way.
And are there hash values contained in exhibit number 169 from the August 24, 2018 video?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And you said that you were able to enhance the quality of the sound, and you mentioned the fan. Can you walk the jury through the specifics of what you did, what type of software you used, and how you actually carried that out?
Yes. So once I combined the videos from the individual cameras and generated the daily camera, I was able to extract the audio track from camera 1, which is what was of interest in this case. That audio track was then brought into, we use the program called Isotope. It's primarily used for audio and post-production audio. So recording artists, things like that, will use that type of software in order to clean up vocals, remove ambient noises, mechanical hums, things like that. It has other features that remove clicking and hissing. It has a feature called denoise. That denoise feature is what I utilized in this case. I was able to isolate an area of the sound where the fan was clicking. I sampled that audio, and then I used that to lower the level of that fan throughout the rest of the video as that fan was playing, which allows anyone that would listen to that file to focus more on the voices if anyone was speaking in the video. And then that audio track, that enhanced audio track, was added back to a quad camera layout that I created. So using Adobe Premiere, which is Adobe Premiere is a video editing software. I loaded the 4 cameras into a layout so you could see them simultaneously. Since they were in 1-minute chunks, they were very difficult to watch. And that was why the original request had come in. It was very difficult to watch 1-minute chunks of video. So the files were all merged together, and then the audio was cleaned up, added back to that quad view, and then rendered and produced. And that's what I provided on the hard drive.
Okay. And did the methods that you just described ensure the accuracy and the genuineness of the words that were spoken between those 2 individuals in the Waste Pro video?
Yes,
that video right there?
Yes.
Okay. And just by you using it, did it actually improve the audio of it and the understandability?
Yes, it did improve the audibility to me.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what has been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 170, which are videos from the dates of August 21st, August 23rd, August 25th, and August 27th of 2018. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Explain to the jury what that is. Thank you.
After I had processed the first video on the 24th, the state's attorney's office requested that I perform the same procedure on these additional dates. And so the difference here is that at this point, the videos, rather than me stitching the original videos as I did on the 24th, so taking those 1-minute pieces and combining them into hourly and then the hourly into a daily for each of the cameras, those videos were provided to me already stitched together. From that point on, I performed the same process. I located the audio track from camera 1, loaded it into Isotope, used the audio filtering that I used before for the fan to lower the noise of the fan, and then took that audio track and merged it back to camera 1, and then rendered a file that contained the 4 camera views with the enhanced audio overlaid.
Okay. And same question, did that process ensure both the accuracy and the genuineness of the words that were spoken between the 2 individuals in the Waste Pro trial?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And did it actually improve the audibility and understandability of it?
Yes, it did.
Okay. State's Exhibit 170, was that particular to a translator from the FBI named Norma Campos?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And turning your attention back to State's Exhibit 169, which is the Waste Pro video from August 24th of 2018, was that also provided to a private translator by the name of Rose Rosario?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mingerelli, thank you so much. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, just so I make sure that I understand, on the days in question, there would be separate folders per hour, and each folder would have 60 sub-files in it, one per minute, right?
If it was an entire hour, then there would be 60. I believe on some of them, the video might have started at 30 minutes or 40 minutes, so you would only have the remainder of the hour. But it was 1 minute chunk of video for each camera separated into hourly folders.
Okay, but some of the files were missing some of the videos. Do you recall that?
The files that were provided by St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office initially, when they had merged the files, once I received them, I realized that I was missing some video. So my understanding was it was just during the merge process. They did not merge properly. So I had made the request back to the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, and they had sent corrected files.
Okay, so all of the files didn't get to you the first time, but the second time they did get to you.
That's correct.
Okay, but we didn't convey it properly the first time. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, no further questions for this witness.
No further questions. Thank you.
May Mr. Mingarelli be excused from his subpoena at this time?
He may.
Any objection to excusing him from subpoena? From the defense?
Judge, we'd ask that he remain under subpoena momentarily.
Okay, you do remain under subpoena. You may step down. Please be sure that the attorneys, you want a contact number for him to get a hold of him if you want to recall him?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
Yes, sir. The people of the state of Florida call Adolfo Cavelli.
What was the last name again?
Cavelli,
Cavelli.
C-O-V-E-L-L-I.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Do you swear affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth and no truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Yes, sir. Adolfo Cavelli Jr., C-O-V as in Victor, E-L-L-I.
Okay. And were you working at Waste Pro back in August of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do for them?
I was the assistant division manager at the end of the career there, but I was basically an operations manager. And I was over the trucks, which was 2 supervisors below me and then the drivers below them, and watch after the operation, the maintenance, and the safety.
Okay. And when you say operations manager, go ahead and just briefly describe what that entails.
Okay, so just in the day-to-day operation, so get there in the morning, drivers check in the morning, make sure we have their vehicles for them and their routes, get them on their routes to go pick up the trash, was over their safety, made sure I met with the route managers to make sure we take care of any issues with driver call-outs, vehicle breakdowns, and items like that, and then make sure we get the garbage picked up every day.
Okay. So if we were to envision a chain of command for Waste Pro in August of 2018, where would you have fallen?
Okay, towards the top. So right above me was the division manager. That was the highest person at the local office, Darlene. And then I was below her as the assistant division manager, which was really just a title change for a pay adjustment while I was transitioning into her position when she retired. I did not make it that far. I left before then, but that was it. So it was the division manager and then myself, I guess you would say number 2 in command, but number 1 over the operations.
Okay. And while you were there at Waste Pro, was there an individual named Jose Soto-Escalera that worked there?
Yes.
Okay. And did he fall below you in the chain of command?
Yes.
Okay. What was his position?
He was a residential driver.
Okay.
Picked up garbage at the houses.
Okay. Did he report to you, or was there an intermediary layer in between?
Correct. We had 2 people. So there was route managers or route supervisors. So the chain of command for Jose was myself, then Mike Smith or Michael Smith, and then Jose.
Okay. And did Jose's wife work there as well?
Yes. At the time, Deb Kendall was the other supervisor.
Okay. And where did she fall in the chain of command?
So her and Michael were equivalents. So it was Darlene, then myself, and then Deb and Mike, and then the staff of drivers.
Okay. And did you, you said, I believe that Jose Soto-Escalera was a driver, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What is a prerequisite to becoming a garbage truck driver at Waste Pro?
In order to drive a vehicle for ours, you need a commercial driver's license, a CDL Class B as in boy with air brakes.
Okay. Gotcha. And if you did not have a commercial driver's license at Waste Pro, were you allowed to drive one of the garbage trucks?
No.
Okay, so you had to have the CDL, is that right?
Correct.
And did Jose Soto-Escalera have a commercial driver's license?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Eric Alvarado?
Yes.
Okay, who is Eric Alvarado?
He was a helper for Waste Pro. At the time, he was Jose Soto's helper. I believe they were also related. I'm certain that it was his nephew.
Okay.
Jose was the uncle of Eric Alvarado.
Okay. Did Eric Alvarado have a commercial driver's license?
No.
Okay. So was there ever a circumstance where Eric Alvarado would have been allowed to drive the Waste Pro garbage truck?
No.
Okay. If Eric Alvarado attempted to drive or drove a Waste Pro garbage truck, what would have been the consequence?
Well, if I found out about something that somebody was driving that should not have been driving, they would have been terminated.
Okay. Okay. So a swift and immediate consequence.
Yes.
Okay. So let me turn your attention now to the Waste Pro garbage truck. There is a Waste Pro garbage truck, I think named number 1363. Are you familiar with that truck?
Yes.
Okay.
1363. Yes.
Okay. Who was assigned to that truck in August of 2018?
Jose Soto.
Jose Soto-Escalera?
Yes.
Okay. Was he the driver of that truck?
Yes.
Okay. Was that truck outfitted with a camera system?
Yes.
Okay. And did that camera have an audio system as well?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go ahead and explain to the jury the camera system from Waste Pro garbage truck number 1363?
Yes. The garbage trucks, for those type of garbage trucks, it was called the residential rear load garbage truck. We had 4 cameras and 4 audios. So we had a camera facing out of the front of the truck. So if whoever was driving, it was what the driver was seeing. So there's a camera facing forward. There was also a camera in the cab of the truck, finding out what was going on in the cab along with the audio. There was also a camera and audio in the back of the truck. The back of the garbage truck you call a hopper, and that's where the garbage goes in. So in case someone got hurt back there, whatever, there was a camera back there also for accidents. And then there was a 4th camera on the driver's side looking backwards. So basically what the driver was seeing, if he was looking in the rear view mirror on the driver's side, it's what the camera was saying is what he was saying from the camera.
Okay. So can you explain to the jury?
No, I think he's reading or writing or just looking down.
Why Waste Pro had this camera system? Why would a garbage truck have all of these cameras?
So we put them in, it's now pretty much standard in garbage trucks and buses, put in for safety measures. Originally put in for, if someone rear-ended us, but, they were going to sue us for getting, for us slamming on the brakes, we had the video to prove otherwise. We are also used for measures for improved safety metrics. If a driver was eating while driving, that's a no-no. Talking on the phone while driving, that's a no-no. So it was, again, put in to improve our culture.
Okay. And was there also a microphone located in the Waste Pro garbage truck number 1363?
Yes.
Okay. Explain to the jury where the position of the microphone is.
Okay. So the audio in the video in the cab of the truck was more, if you look at the cab, like it's 100% wide, it was more on the first third, more for the driver, right? So probably like 35% in from the driver's side. So 2/3 from the passenger side. So more on the driver's side.
Have you had occasion to listen to videos and audios from those Waste Pro garbage truck based on your job experience?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it easier to hear the person who's seated in the driver's seat versus the passenger seat? Is it equal? Tell the jury about that.
Okay. So it's definitely easier.
Sure.
Sidebar. So, yeah, they are moving quite a bit faster than I anticipated. And that's in a way good. In a way good. I mean, they're moving right along. I am so yeah, I am so surprised. How about y'all? Are y'all kind of on the same boat I am? Oh, I hate spam calls. I've been getting a lot of spam calls today. He does look like he's falling asleep. I don't think so, but I thought so earlier, but he was like this. Then all of a sudden I saw this and he was handing a piece of paper over. Who knows? If he's falling asleep, then boy, he's got a problem. Yep. So we bingo card. Let me show the bingo card for now. I only have these 3: video, no objection, and what if any, unless I'm wrong. June will let me know. But right now, those are the only 3 that I have currently. Okay, back
with instructions.
Okay. So and you're familiar not just with this one particular Waste Pro truck, but all of them?
Yes.
Or most of them at the time?
When I was working, yes, for the vehicles that were at my location.
Sure. And are they laid out in essentially the same way with cameras as you've previously described and a microphone in the same location as you previously described?
Yes, for all the residential rear loaders, that type of truck, they were all the same.
Okay. Okay. And as part of your job, did you have occasion to listen to and watch camera footage and also listen to audio footage from other trucks during the course of your employment?
Quite often.
Okay. And how often would you do that?
I would say it would be regularly, depending on the week, but it could be as easy as someone saying that their garbage was missed, to an accident, to an altercation on a vehicle. I would say easily one time a day, maybe more.
Oh, wow.
But
Okay.
yeah, I would say 5 days a week, 5 times a week, maybe not all once a day, but maybe 3 on one day, 2 on, but 5 a week maybe.
Okay. And based on the placement of those microphones and all of those trucks, is it easier to hear the driver versus the passenger? Is it equal? Tell the jury about that.
Yeah, so on the, again, just speaking about the residential rear loader and those type of vehicles, those cameras, again, were closer to the driver. So the audio, I don't know if the microphone faces a certain way, but it was a lot easier to hear the drivers over the people in the passenger seat.
Okay. Thank you. Finally, let me turn your attention back to Jose Soto-Escalera. Describe your relationship with him. Was he an acquaintance? Was he a friend? Was he a good friend? Was this an employment relationship? Tell the jury generally about that.
It was an employee who became an acquaintance. Most of my staff acquaintances, employees.
Okay. Okay. Did you ever have any kind of a beef with him or anything?
No, not. Oh, I'm sorry.
Can we approach
Sure.
it?
Sidebar. We have another sidebar. We got another sidebar. Well, we're having more sidebars today. We are definitely having more sidebars today. I am whoops. Who? What do you mean? Oops. Oh, I need to let y'all know we have some new things
The
going
court's
on.
instructions, you can rephrase the question.
And you've never had a problem with the defendant, Jose Soto-Escalera?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Soto-Escalera in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Blue shirt, black jacket, and glasses.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Yes, sir.
No cross judge.
May Mr. Covelli be released from the subpoena at this time?
Email. Or actually, no.
You want him to remain?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You do remain under subpoena. You may step down, subject to recall by the attorneys.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Prince.
Sure.
Another sidebar. Okay, so sidebar. All right, so we are down to one word. What, if any? If that happens, we have a coverall. So everybody should have at least 10 bingos. We'll see. Y'all should be bingoing. Come on, y'all. I mean, why are you not bingoing? Oh, that's a nice picture. Oh, that's really a nice shot. Okay, guys, we have some new things. If you put hashtag Team Ada, look what happens. Yay, look at that. Isn't that great?
That's actually going to conclude our work with you today. We have some other work to do after you leave. As I told you, we will take as much work as we can outside of your presence before you get here, after you leave, so as to take up as little of your time as is necessary. Please remember, don't do any research about the case. Avoid all media reports of the case. Don't talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors. Please leave your notepads on your chairs. Tomorrow morning, 8:45, same procedure as you followed today. Enjoy your evening, and we'll see you in the morning. We'll be working on the case in the meantime. right, jury has exited. As I was saying, as you're doing what you're doing here, I was thinking about was I'm not really changing much. I'm just refining it. And a premise to that, I just want to be sure. I think this is accurate. The two items that are now in evidence, 169, 170, they do include things that the jury should not hear.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So therefore, my ruling would be at this time, the way it would happen is when an interpreter is called that listen to these items, they'd be able to testify as to portions of it. Whatever portions they testify to on direct or on cross will be able to be played for them. Whether you want to do that or not, it's up to you, but they can be played for the jury. It's evidence. Also, same thing, while they're deliberating, they have to come into the jury room to listen to that. With regard to a transcript, into the courtroom, right, to avoid that. That's the main purpose of that. The issue about where I think I was wrong and misspoke, and I was actually doing what I was accusing you all of doing, which is confusing that Marshall situation with this. The part about the jurors maybe be able to speak Spanish and doing that, that is what it is. If they have Spanish abilities, they hear it, they're allowed to draw any conclusions, just evidence like any other evidence. So when you're picking the jury, that kind of is built into this case. I'm not sure if it hurts or helps either side. That's not my concern. But so they'll be allowed to do that. The transcript part of it really is just the situation of if you agree. If you do not agree, I would not allow a transcript to come into evidence, because that's equivalent of any expert saying, here's my testimony in the case. Not only did you hear me, but now you have my testimony going back with you. If you wanted to use it as a demonstrative aid, I might be open-minded to it, just to be sure that it actually says exactly what they're testifying to while they testify, like on your screen or something like that. But I think that's pretty clear to me that that's all proper and would resolve any issue in that regard. So some of that came a little bit clear, particularly after Mr. Burns' objection to the transcript, if it were to go that route. And it's legitimate. Just imagine if you call the witness and they only testified to portions of it, and you put the whole transcript in, that's even worse than the scenario. So not only is it, here's my testimony, it's here's my testimony that I didn't even testify to. So with that, and hopefully, while you were talking to me before,
can I come in with
said
you?
it was like a year long or something, whatever that was. That was like everything that's on those, not the portions that we're relying on were I think you said one is like 44 pages. So, yes. So that's something that you'd have someone, there's no way around that. That's what they have to do. But probably more importantly, the issue about the jurors potentially understanding Spanish, that, like I said, that's built into the case. I think if I were, listening to, I was dissecting what I said, I'm like, what's the problem with that? There is no problem with that. If they speak Spanish, they're able to do that. Versus the scenario, what I was conflating it in with is you have someone who speaks Spanish and we're having a court interpreter. That's where the jury is supposed to rely on the interpreter and not use their Spanish. This is different. This is actual evidence in the case. So,
well, you'll recall we asked the questionnaire about their ability to speak Spanish. So we did know.
Right. And this is South Florida, which is an interesting dynamic too. And the exhibit A for that would be that your witness is at the moment also in a trial in Broward County with the identical situation. I bet you if you went to all 50 states, maybe only California would have this situation where at the same time within the geographical area, you have an expert witness doing the same thing. But I welcome you if you want to make those phone calls and see if we can get that resolved. That would probably help keep the flow. Especially now that I'm told by Mr. Burns that the state is not calling Mr. Alvarado, because that takes a big chunk of time left for our, it could be that we have dead time and we're waiting for something. So does that change as far as, let's segue into a whole, where are we going time-wise?
Well, I was just going to say earlier, you might expect this evening or tomorrow morning when I can get my ducks in a row to receive a motion to incur costs to get my witnesses here from Connecticut and from Puerto Rico. It's going to be $8,000 to $10,000, I think, transportation and whatnot. And because I think the state's fixing to maybe conclude a little bit earlier, we're running a little bit early.
Sure.
I'm trying to get them here as quickly as we can.
If you do that, as I did with Ms. Minton's motion on the depots, I always have my laptop with me wherever I go because it's part of the nerd rules of procedure. You must travel everywhere with your laptop.
Quite remarkable, Judge. Day, night, weekends, we hear from you. Yes.
Right. So I'll be able to e-file that whenever I get it, which would facilitate what you need to do.
Yes.
I completely understand the bind that you're in there. I'll get that done as soon as possible. There was an issue about JAC getting emailed on it and the other thing, but that's really not my concern.
You're gonna have to move faster than Jack, I think, here. Judge.
Yeah, and
Yes.
they've expressed through their email that we don't want to, we're not requesting a hearing on it, so I'll get that done as soon as I see it come through.
Thank you, Judge.
To follow the same procedure Ms. Minton did, where it went directly to me as well on the email.
Yeah, it's gonna probably come through her office.
Okay.
I was about to say, Judge, she's pretending like he's going to do it.
Yeah, I can't really be trusted with that type of stuff. Judge.
All right, anything else from the state for us to address? Or?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing, of course, I am going to call the ASA who is responsible with Ms. Rosario in the event that we can't get that worked out. And frankly, I don't think it's, I'm sorry to say, I don't think it's going to work out. I've already spoken to her. That was a few weeks ago, though.
Right.
I was been texting Ms. Rosario here today. So I'm going to try, obviously,
Right.
but I don't know if we can pull it off. So that
I
would mean,
understand.
yeah, that would mean that we would have to take her Thursday. So I would only have just a handful of witnesses
Right.
tomorrow and then Thursday.
So we're
I
on the record.
appreciate you're doing everything you can do. I know of a case, there's a judge, I think ironically, perhaps in Broward County, who would say, call your next witness, and if you don't call the witness, then they'd like dismiss the case, which is just, I've never done that. I would never do that. It's completely inappropriate. I appreciate your effort to do that. Some of this is built in. I'm just going with, in the best case scenario, you're able to work it out and we're able to move things along.
Yeah.
If that's how it is, I would even be able to explain to the jury, which you may want to consider, we would be proceeding except the next witness unfortunately has to testify in another trial in another part of the state. So that's the reason for the delay. If you're concerned about that, otherwise I would just, not touch that.
Remember Judge Trowbridge?
Oh, I tried many cases before Judge
I
Trowbridge.
would hate to have to tell Judge Trowbridge, I don't have a witness right now, Judge.
Well, that segues very well for when we're off the record. I'll tell you my court TV experience that I had with Judge Trowbridge back when the dinosaurs were roaming the earth. I think you all will appreciate that story now that we've kind of, the roads have met in that regard. All right, so nothing else to take, and we'll be adjourned until 8:45 in the morning. Tomorrow we'll continue. The good news too, I think the state would say we're ahead of schedule, basically.
We are very far ahead.
I mean, really the goal with this case was to resolve the guilt phase this week, one way or the other.
Oh, we're definitely there, I think.
Okay, great. And I had sent you all before we started the evidence, my proposed changes to the jury instructions. I don't know if you got that.
We received it.
Right, so I have that because we talked about charge conference. There's only like a few issues to discuss. One of the issues on there too is, and you're probably going to want it, but I don't know. Part of the murder instructions deals with the heat of passion part of it. So I don't know if you want that or not. You're probably going to say yes. I just assume so. But other than that, the other interesting thing was, as I remember, the charge that says count 1 and count 2 are separate. You should consider them separately, which I think we should take out because they're bound together in this case. So something else to think about.
I don't disagree with you, Judge, like logically, but legally, I'm going to ask to keep that instruction in.
So something for the state to
We'll
contemplate.
sleep on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, sleep on that one because my concern there would be confusion of the jury. I don't want to take away the jury's pardon power, but the law has always been that I'm not supposed to instruct them on that. Can't argue it to the jury, but they have it there. And it really wouldn't be eliminating it to avoid that instruction. The problem is I'm inclined to think it's a contradictory thing and it would just cause confusion. Unless you can think of a scenario that I which I'm open-minded to. Sometimes there's a scenario that I haven't thought
I
of.
have a legal argument that I'm going to make that.
There could be
necessitates
some,
that.
there could be some factual scenario living. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of the same thing here. We'll find out. But so something for the state to ponder too. Right. All right. We'll see you tomorrow then. We'll be adjourned till tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, I'm just going to switch tabs, but keep it on a mute right now. We are going to just hold up here for a little bit. I do want to see the hearing for Charlie Kirk's Red Rumor. So I do want to be able to see that. I'm going to stay live enough for long for that. Yeah, and it's okay. Self-care is vitally important. And we expect that when we encourage self-care. So if anything is difficult, please self-care. That's important. Your mental health is the most important to us. Let's see what they're saying here.
Video from August 24th of 2018 from a Waste Pro garbage truck.
Asked him if he was off, I believe, and he said that he was.
Okay, so courtroom, we're going to hop around a little bit with Court TV while we wait for this hearing to happen in the Taylor Robinson's first court appointed appearance. So we're going to hop around with them just a little bit. So patience, please. We don't have too much longer to wait. Definitely self-care today or anytime you're watching a trial and it triggers you. How is your puppers doing? Hello, Mr. Joe Schmo. How are you doing?
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott here with Michael Ayala. Before we get you to the next trial, I just wanted to mention in the Pregnant Mistress, a murder trial that after they finished with that witness, they ended court for the day. Yep. So that is why now we're going to turn to another trial that we are following out of Florida, the dosed and choked murder trial for Herbert Swilley.
The 57-year-old contractor is accused of killing his husband of 10 years in March of 2023.
Prosecutors say that Swilley drugged and strangled Tim Smith in their home and then moved the body to an apartment they owned where he staged a fake crime scene.
Now, before we get you back to court, let's get caught up on the details of the case against Herbert Swilley.
Are you guys saying they may have, they're going live in Utah now, Brooklyn? If so,
happened. After he didn't show up for work, Smith was found dead in an Ocala, Florida apartment in March of 2023. Police say Smith had been drugged, beaten, and strangled. His sister spoke with local station West News.
My brother's not a small person, or wasn't. He was tall, and he was strong, and I can't imagine what he went through, and it breaks my heart to think of it.
Swilley posted on GoFundMe announcing Smith's funeral and reportedly raising a couple $1,000s on the platform. Swilley also stood to receive more than $300,000 from a life insurance policy on his husband.
Just from the first initial conversation I had with him, he changed his story in that conversation 3 times.
After a months-long investigation, deputies arrested Herbert Swilley, charging him with the murder. Investigators say Swilley drugged Smith and strangled him with a ligature at the home the couple shared, and then drove his body to a secondary apartment the couple had, where investigators say he staged a fake crime scene. According to the arrest warrant, Swilley told police the couple had an open marriage and used that apartment for sex with other people they met on social media. Swilley has pleaded not guilty to the murder of his husband.
Now let's go into the courtroom together. We are picking up with testimony of Tammy Warner, who knew the victim, Tim Smith.
Were you friends with the defendant, Herbert Swilly, also?
Yes,
Did you socialize with Tim and the defendant outside of work?
yes,
Did Tim normally come into the office every day?
yes.
And what hours did he generally work?
He was generally there between 8:30 and 5.
And would Tim let you know if he wasn't coming into work?
Yes,
And if he wasn't actually at work and you texted him a work question, would he respond?
always.
Now I want to direct your attention to Friday, March 24th of 2023, the day before Tim's body was found. Was Tim supposed to come into work that day?
As far as we knew, yes.
Did you go looking for him during the day?
Not during the day. We eventually I called Herbert because we didn't know where he was at, and it was the end of the month, and we needed Tim to sign off on all of our admissions.
Okay. So at some point that Friday, you realized Tim was not at work.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, you have to answer yes or no?
Yes,
Thank
sorry.
you. It's okay. And he wasn't there. Did you text him when you realized he wasn't physically at work?
Yes, we did.
All right. Did he ever respond to you?
No.
And was that unusual?
Yes.
And is that the time when you said you had contacted the defendant then?
Yes, it was in the afternoon.
Okay. Do you know around what time?
Somewhere between 3 and 4.
And why did you contact him?
Because it was closing day and we needed his authorization to close the deals.
Okay. Were you concerned that he wasn't there and wasn't responding to texts?
Yes.
And what did you tell the defendant when you called him that day around 3 or 4 that Friday?
Just ask him if he was off, I believe, and he said that he was asleep when Tim left. He didn't know what time he left, so he figured he was at work.
Did he tell you anything about where they slept in the house?
Eventually, yeah, the conversation went to he slept in a different bedroom. They all three have their own bedroom.
So he told you he and Tim didn't sleep in the same bedroom?
Correct.
All right. And he didn't know where Tim was?
Correct.
Was there any talk about checking an apartment to see if Tim was there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know about this apartment before this Friday?
No.
And what did the defendant say about this apartment?
They had an apartment that they used for their sexual encounters with other men.
So he told you this on this Friday?
Correct.
All right. And did he say he was going to go check this apartment?
Yes.
Did the defendant give you the address of this apartment?
Yes.
Okay, and how did that happen?
In the conversation, just being concerned about where Tim was because Tim wasn't responding to anyone.
All right. Did you actually go to the apartment that day?
I did.
Now, after you initially talked to the defendant and found out about the apartment and location of the apartment, did you talk to the defendant again before you yourself went to the apartment?
I don't remember, to be honest, if it was before or after. We talked about doing a well check and having someone come out. Herb did not want to go into the apartment because it was in Tim's name, so he did not want to break into the apartment.
Did you ever tell him to break into the apartment?
We kind of all talked about it, but I did not encourage him one way or the other than we just need to find Tim.
So about what time did you go to the apartment?
After work, I believe, somewhere around 5.
And since you didn't know about it, I take it you had never been there before?
Correct.
All right. Did anybody go with you when you went to the apartment?
No.
All right. And what did you see when you arrived at the apartment?
Tim's Jeep.
Is that a white Jeep?
Correct.
And what did you do? You got there, you saw Tim's Jeep, and what did you do?
I knocked on the door, no answer, called for Tim, checked the windows. They were blacked out with black curtains, I guess you couldn't see in. They were all locked. I checked the Jeep to see if he was in it, just to look and see if there was any indication of where he might be. It was locked. So I believe I probably talked to her after that, and then we just decided we'd wait and see if he comes home.
And that's how you kind of left it with the defendant that day?
Yes.
All right. Were you concerned that night after you left the apartment that Friday evening?
Yes.
Okay. Now, moving on to the next day, which would be Saturday, March 25th of 2023. Did you reach out to the defendant that morning?
Yes,
Okay, why?
to see if Tim was available, if Tim had come home.
All right. And what did the defendant tell you?
No,
Did you tell the defendant to do anything at this point?
we talked about a well check.
Doing another well-being check?
Correct.
And did the defendant agree that he would do that?
Yes.
About what time in the morning? Do you remember when this was?
It was probably around 10-ish, give or take.
All right. And after you spoke with the defendant and he agreed to do another well-being check, did you ever go to the apartment?
I did.
And about what time did you get to the apartment that morning?
Probably between 10:30 and 11-ish. Not long after we talked on the phone, I told him I would meet him there.
Why did you do that?
Concern. Friend. Herb was my friend too.
And now, by the time you arrived at the apartment that Saturday morning, had they found Tim's body?
They had.
And how was the defendant's demeanor when you got there and they had already, how long had it been since they found Tim's body when you arrived?
Wasn't very long.
How was the defendant acting when you saw him?
He was just standing on the side of the road, kind of holding his face and just really kind of, I don't know, stoic.
Now, what did you do the rest of that day?
I stayed there with Herb and my husband came, called our other two best friends to let them know what was going on.
Just tried to support the defendant?
Correct.
And obviously you were upset. This was one of your close friends.
Correct.
Now, the Monday after Tim's body was found, which would be March 27th of 2023, did you go somewhere with the defendant?
I did.
Where did you go?
I went to the attorney that he had hired for himself.
Okay. And what vehicle did you go in?
Tim's Jeep.
And why did you go with him? What happened with the Jeep when you got to the attorney's office? Why were you going there?
We were going to the attorney just to support him. Another friend was meeting us there. Once we got to the attorney's office, she talked to all of us, asked me.
Okay, don't tell us anything that she said.
Oh, no.
On the way there, did you notice whether the Jeep was clean or dirty, anything like that?
It was spotless.
Okay. Did you talk to the defendant about why the Jeep was spotless?
He told me that him and Jordan had gone and cleaned it.
I cleaned the Jeep?
Yes.
Okay, this is the Monday after Tim's body had been found?
Yes.
All right. Did you ask the defendant why he cleaned the Jeep?
No.
Okay. Did the defendant ever say anything about not wanting the cops to have ammunition against him?
Yes.
Okay. What did he say that in relation to?
He felt like they were going to come after him.
Okay. Was that in relation to cleaning the Jeep or something else?
Everything.
All right. So he said he didn't want the cops to have any ammunition against him.
Mm-hmm.
This is 2 days after Tim's body's found.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Robert.
Please.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You mentioned on direct examination that you were close with Tim Smith, right?
Correct.
He was your friend.
Correct.
Was he a close friend?
Close.
And her, my client, was also your friend.
Correct.
You did not know about the apartment, correct?
I did not.
Okay. And you only learned about the apartment when Tim did not come into work on March 24th, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, the Friday, 23rd.
Were you aware at the time you learned about the apartment that Tim and Herb were in an open relationship?
Yes.
Okay. So you knew that leading up to that day?
Yes.
Okay.
Open relationship?
And you had mentioned that after Tim's body was discovered at the apartment, you responded to the apartment, correct?
Yes.
And you observed Herb and his demeanor after learning the news of Tim's death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you witness him cry?
Briefly.
Okay. And you mentioned that a few days later that you went with Herb in Tim's Jeep to Herb's attorney's office.
Correct.
And you did that to support Herb.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no questions.
Did you redirect?
No, Your Honor, we'd ask that she be excused.
You're excused, ma'am. Thank you. Have a very nice day.
All right, we're going to have more of the Dustin choked murder trial next. And I just have to comment on this and say, you know what? Sometimes people forget that it's not just things that are recorded that can be used against them. It's what they say to the people and friends around them.
Yeah, but I'm not so certain, and this is something we'll talk more about later, that the idea that he felt the cops will come after him is necessarily damning.
Right.
I mean, he was the
Anybody
one
would
closest,
think
and he
that.
knows anybody would think I'm the first guy they're going to look at. So,
Except maybe if he said, but I don't want them to have ammunition against me. That crosses maybe.
It can be
We'll see.
interpreted that way.
All right, more of that trial's up next.
All right, and before I just want to remind you folks, if you can see the clock is still rolling, about 22 minutes or so, we're going to have the first hearing for Tyler Robinson, the man accused in the killing of Charlie Kirk. So keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Tonight, on closing arguments, the suspect in the shooting of Charlie Kirk appears in court for the first time. We're live with the very latest as we break down today's hearing.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series.
I've never seen anything like this.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. Season premieres September 27th.
Only on Court TV.
Now, I don't know that guy. Do you know that guy? Who is that guy? That's interesting. Yes, Nightbot. Everybody click. Do you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do the giveaways while we're waiting. We almost had a coverall. June, you did a fabulous job with this bingo card. Thank you so very, very much. You are the best. She is really awesome. So we thank you so much. Also, tonight, movie night. Simplify. When his reckless younger brother is given an unfair prison sentence, a Marine Corps reservist is torn between his by-the-book code of loyalty to his family. 7 o'clock Central Time. 7 o'clock Central Time is that. So we're going to go here. We're going to go ahead and do giveaway. We're going to wake up everybody. It's one of those days, y'all. It's one of the days. So let me get... here we go. Here's our drawing. Good luck, everybody. Congratulations. Here's the I shared. June, congratulations, Boo, you won. Let me draw again. Pinkitude. You won again. Yay, there you go, Angela. You got. I so love that little thing. Look at that little. Okay, here's the big one. Deborah, congratulations. We had so many. I'll do one more. Unless Ahmad wins, and then we'll do it again. Yay, Jesse! Woo-hoo! Congratulations to all the winners for today. Thank you so much for joining me. We greatly appreciate it. So very much. Y'all are awesome. We are a few minutes away from the Tyler Robinson's first court of appearance. This is going to be a case everybody follows. No bueno on that one. So let me see if I can pull up my notes from the trial for so far. Okay, so here are the highlights from today's trial. Detective Christopher Newman hopped in. I'm going to mute them. Okay, they're still muted. Christopher Newman continued on cross. He confirmed multiple DNA samples that had been collected and several men who could have been the father of the unborn child. The cell phone tracking analyst, FBI agent Kelly DiPietrantillo, testified as a cell phone analyst, showed how Soto-Escalera's cell phone movements placed him moving towards Tania Wise residence, and then now Wise's phone was tracked moving away. Uh-oh. I got to get it back. There we go. The DNA forensic evidence showed that Wayne Walker Jr., criminalist in the Indian River Crime Lab, testified about the DNA evidence, confirmed that Soto-Escalera was the father of the Wise's unborn child. Additional forensic evidence, swabs from the vehicle seized at the scene, Soto-Escalera's DNA, and also pieces of carpet from the driver's side of the vehicle tested positive for Wise's blood. And then we had a lot of dispute over some evidence that they were trying to bring in, but it was in Spanish, and they were having a very heated discussion as how to remedy that. You're always a winner, chicken dinner, schmo.
He sponsored other people.
You want to hop on and visit with me for a few minutes before we get into the hearing? You can, Joe.
Were you and Tim close?
We were friends.
Did you know Tim's husband, Herbert Swilly?
I did.
And do you see the person you know as Herbert Swilly in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you please point to him and describe something he's wearing?
He's wearing a gray jacket and yellow shirt with a blue gray striped tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
It will still reflect.
And how did you meet the defendant?
I met the defendant the same way. He eventually came into the rooms, the Alcoholics Anonymous room, Happy, Joyce, and Free,
All right.
that we attended all together.
Did the defendant join AA at the same time as Tim or a different time?
No, it was a different time.
Was it before or after Tim?
It would have been after Tim.
Okay. How long after Tim joined AA did the defendant?
Approximately at least a few months.
Now, at some point, did you actually become the defendant's sponsor in AA?
I did.
And how did that happen?
He asked me if I would sponsor him, and I agreed to help him.
All right. And when was this in relation to when Tim was murdered, approximately?
Probably less than a year, but it was probably several months before.
And were you and the defendant close?
We were friends as well. I was friends with both of them.
And now you said you saw Tim quite often at AA meetings. How often would you see the defendant at AA meetings?
I would also see the defendant at AA meetings, not quite as frequent as Tim. Tim was almost an everyday meeting person like I was at the time.
But the defendant was not?
Not at that time, no.
All right. And did you socialize with Tim and the defendant outside of AA meetings?
We did go to dinners on Friday nights. Usually the last Friday of the month, we'd celebrate. And we would occasionally go to brunches on Sunday morning as a group.
Okay.
So.
Did you ever go to Tim and the defendant's house?
I did for a Thanksgiving dinner that we all went to, a large group of us from our AA group.
All right. Now, was there a small group of people from AA that included Tim and the defendant that spent time together in the AA meetings and then outside of the meetings, as you were talking about?
Yes, it was usually right after meetings or holidays. We serve Thanksgiving dinners together and Christmas and, things like that after the meetings.
All right. And what were the names of some of the people that were in your small group from AA that spent a lot of time together?
I would say Daryl, Larry, Teresa, Candy. There was others. It's been a little while.
Now, was it known within that group that the defendant and Tim had an open sexual relationship?
To my knowledge, yes.
All right.
But that definition could be different to different people.
Were you aware that they had an apartment for those activities?
Yes, I was.
And when is the last time that you saw Tim before he was killed?
The Wednesday night, it would have been Wednesday night. He chaired the meeting. It was a big book meeting. And I had not spoken to him in a while, but I was able to say, hey, how you doing? That kind of thing. We were putting books away. And that was the last I ever saw him.
All right. So if his body was found on a Saturday, March 25th of 2023, it was the Wednesday prior.
It was
to
the
that.
prior Wednesday. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how was he acting at that meeting?
Normal, good. He led a good meeting and everything was pleasant and he seemed to be well.
Okay. Was the defendant at that meeting?
I don't remember, but I believe there's a possibility it was. It was a large group. We probably had 60 to 70 people in that meeting.
So you're sure Tim was there because he led the meeting?
He led the meeting.
All right,
So
but
he was
not
definitely-
sure about the defendant?
I'm not sure, but I think so.
All right. Now, did you see the defendant at an AA meeting Friday, that we were just talking about Wednesday, that following Friday, March 24th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am. I sat across the room from him that day.
Okay. And what time was that meeting?
Every meeting at Happy Joyce Infirmary was 5:30 to 6:30, 7 days a week. So that was 5:30 to 6:30 that evening on Friday.
All right, so Friday, March 24th, 2023 at 5:30. You said you sat across from him at that meeting?
Yes, ma'am. Across the room.
Was Tim at that meeting?
No.
Now describe for the jury, how was the defendant's demeanor at that meeting when you first saw him?
To me, it looked like he was red and it was something was bothering him. I could tell he was, when you can tell something's weighing on somebody or bothering him.
Okay.
And so he looked reddish, almost purple in the face. That day I could tell something was wrong.
Now, after the meeting, did you talk to the defendant?
Yes, we did. Usually we walk out and then it was right by the yellow parking poles there. He seemed to open up a little bit.
Did you ask the defendant where Tim was?
I did.
Was it unusual that Tim wasn't at the meeting and the defendant was there?
Not totally unusual, but yes, it was. Usually they were always together. And so every meeting I usually saw Herb at, Tim would be there too. Tim would. So
where did the defendant say Tim was when you asked him that after the meeting?
They weren't speaking is what he said. He didn't know. And I didn't, that was the first I'd heard of. Obviously there was something going on to where they weren't speaking at the time.
Okay. Did he say why they weren't speaking?
He did not, as far as specifics, I'm trying to recall, it was something, just they had some type of disagreement and he did not know where Tim was, had no idea, mentioned something about like GPS, Tim didn't want to be found wherever he was and he could not track him.
So they had some disagreement and he didn't know where Tim was?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, what did you say to the defendant?
All right, let's bring back in criminal defense attorney Eric Puryear. Eric, here we are in an important part of this case for the state. Now, again, we've said many times, state doesn't have to prove motive. But one of the things they're beginning to do here is begin to show sort of the fissures in their relationship, the problems that were developing leading up to the killing of Tim. So how important is this to the state's case? Again, keeping in mind, they don't necessarily have to prove motive.
And it's true. You are exactly right. The state never has to prove motive in a murder case. But in the minds of those jurors, as they're considering reasonable doubt, as they're looking at the totality of the evidence, they want to know why someone would kill someone else, especially when that someone else is a longtime partner. And so showing those cracks in the relationship, showing the problems, talking about prior instances of domestic violence and other things like that are key to proving the state's case in a murder trial like this one.
So how do you deal with bad facts? And here's what I mean. If you're representing this particular defendant, whether or not you have actually voir dired the jury about the specifics, you're still going to have some people that do not think kindly of the fact they had another apartment, that they both in an open relationship used to have sex with other men. But I think sometimes when you hear those kinds of bad facts for some people on the jury, that's a negative thing you have to overcome. How do you deal with that as a defendant or defense attorney representing the defendant?
Voir dire is certainly an important first step. We want to remove anyone from the jury who can't be fair to the defendant because of disagreement with any aspect of the defendant's life. But beyond that, during the whole case, we want to help the jury see the defendant as a person, help them understand that they're a person, they're complex, there's good parts and bad parts to everyone's life, and we want to focus on the evidence. We want to focus on that reasonable doubt, and during our closing arguments, we want to emphasize what the state has to prove and what the jury's duty is to carry out the law and justice.
And that it really wasn't relevant, maybe, that they were doing that in another.
Well, I think it could help the defendant because it gives you the opportunity to argue that the fact that they were doing that creates a whole lot of other people who could have done, who committed this murder. So you can sort of flip it on its head if you represent the defendant.
That's a really good point. Eric.
Are you reading that title? A mother accused of cutting daughter's putting trash bag on head and acquitted for red room. Houston, Texas. Okay. Texas woman accused of unaliving a 5-year-old daughter has been found not guilty by the reason of insanity. Melissa Tone allegedly confessed to cutting her daughter, Nicole Bradshaw Towns, throat and suffocating her with a trash bag on October 22. Harris County Sheriff reportedly took Nicole to the park in Houston suburb where the attack occurred. During the assault, Nicole reportedly pled with her mother, saying, "I've been good." She fought for her life. Prosecution said that Tones lit Nicole upon realizing her daughter was still alive, wrapped the child's head in a garbage bag for 30 to 40 minutes, suffocating her, according to the report. Tones then drove to the hospital with a plastic bag still around Nicole's head, where the ER nurse found the girl inside the laundry mesh bag on the floorboard of the passenger of the SUV. It's reported that Town had a history of schizophrenia. It's been institutionalized at least 9 times. Nicole was evil compared to the chunky, horror character. She was acquitted and found not guilty by reason. Oh, Lord have mercy, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm just dumbfounded by that one.
Per year. Thank you, of course.
Okay. We're getting ready to come up. We're waiting right now. It should be any minute now. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. For those of you who are still here, appreciate you so very much. Oh, my Lord, y'all. That is just... I know where she's going to end up, in Kerrville, Texas State Hospital for the forensically and criminally insane. Yep. You know, I haven't had wild rice in a long time. It takes a while to cook. It took an hour. But that was very, very good. That was really good. Let's see. I guess I can get that ticker off now. Yeah, me too. It has been an interesting journey. Sorry, it's hard to type and talk at the same time. Yes, thank you for supporting me and sharing the day with us. Definitely. Thank you so very much. I'll be honest with you. Both my mods in the background have been under weather today, and I'm so grateful that they've sacrificed to be here. So everybody give them a round of applause. We love our mods. We really do. Uh-oh, I just see the very tip of one head's mod. I see the mohawk. I'm giving you a hard time. You're good, boo. You're good, boo. Okay, we're getting ready to go live in this hearing. It'll be interesting. And they said it was going to be short and sweet. So it won't be probably 5 minutes. Thank you, Miss June. Like I said, I haven't had that kind of yep, we're deleting. Thank you. I've got comments popping up. Oh, you're welcome. My mods have been so fabulous. Yes, I did, June. We'll have to do both of those. I'm getting ready to set all that up. Let me see what's on my calendar. I could have sworn I had it on my calendar.
Please be seated. Court is now in session. Good afternoon. My name is Judge Graff. I will be handling the first appearance calendar today.
Oh, look at him.
At the conclusion of the hearing, for the first case, the court will take a recess and remind all those who are scheduled for the first appearance calendar to log back in 15 minutes after the court has taken a recess. As a general note, no electronic usage is allowed unless pre-approved. Any disruptions
he's in a
will be
self-harm
removed.
vest.
To the jail, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yep, he's under
Calling
self-harm.
case 251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Could you state your name?
Tyler James Robinson.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Robinson. I'm Judge
You
Graff.
didn't have a choice.
Mr. Scortis.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. You're probably already aware of my presence or why I'm here, but if not, I am not entering an appearance. I'm not counsel on this case. I'm working with the county to get counsel assigned, but we need you to allow for the appointment of counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Scortis. It is
Public servant.
Well, I want to go through the qualifications
Absolutely.
for indigency, but that is my intent, Mr. Scortis.
Very well.
And I thank you for being here. So, Mr. Robinson, you have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, the court can appoint an attorney to represent you. I have reviewed your declaration of financial status and find that you are indigent. I'm provisionally appointing a Rule 8 qualified attorney to represent you on your case, Mr. Robinson. Along with their filing of their appearance of counsel, the assigned attorneys must file declarations with the court that outline their qualifications under Rule 8 and Rule 8C. Under Rule 8B and Rule 8C for counsel appointment in a case where death may be a sentencing option. I'm ordering that those declarations be filed prior to the next hearing date, which is set for September 29th at 10 a.m. Mr. Robinson, I also wish to inform you of your right against self-incrimination. Anything that you say in court today could be used against you, and we want to protect your constitutional rights. Mr.
Okay, what time did they say the court date was on September 29th?
Robinson, at this time, you will remain in custody without bail. Mr. Scortis, is there any other points that you wish to address?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Turning to the state.
Yes, Your Honor. Chad Grunander for the state. I'm also joined
and they're listed as attendees: Ryan McBride, Lauren Hunt, David Sturgill, and Chris Ballard. We are the trial team on this case. I do have a few points I'd like to bring up with your honor. We have filed a pretrial protective order on behalf of Erica Kirk. We would ask the court to review that. It should be in your queue, your honor, and sign that.
Thank you. I have reviewed the pretrial protective order and will be issuing this pretrial protective order in favor of Erica Kirk. Is there any other business that we need to address today, counsel?
Just for the court's information, we did file just recently, within the last few minutes, a notice of intent to seek the death penalty that was filed by Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray. So that should be in the court's file. Lastly, I would just indicate to the court and to, at this point, Mr. Robinson, that we are prepared to collect all of the discovery in this matter and get that turned over to the defense as soon as possible. Rule 16 requires us to provide what we have relied on in charging the information and bringing these charges within 5 days once it's requested. So that'll be prepared to disseminate to the defense as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Grander. Mr. Robinson, what I also want to do is you have the right to have the charges read that you stand charged of, and I wish to read those to you at this time. Thank you. Mr. Robinson, for count 1, aggravated murder, a capital felony in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-5-202, in that on September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Charlie Kirk under the following circumstances. The defendant knowingly created a great risk of death to another individual other than Charlie Kirk and the defendant. Notice conviction of this offense may carry the death penalty or, pursuant to Utah Code 76-3-207.7, a mandatory term of imprisonment for life without parole, or an indeterminate term of not less than 25 years, that may be for life. Victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2. Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. Notice, if the trier of fact finds beyond a reasonable doubt that the victim targeting enhancement applies, the sentencing judge or the Board of Pardons and Parole shall consider the defendant's selection of the victim as an aggravating factor. Violent offense committed in the presence of a child aggravating factor, the sentencing judge or the Board of Pardons and Parole shall consider as an aggravating factor in their deliberations that the defendant committed a violent criminal offense in the presence of a child. Count 2, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury, a first-degree felony in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-11-210 sub 2 and 3C, in that on September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant Tyler James Robinson discharged a firearm in the direction of Charlie Kirk, knowing or having reason to believe that Charlie Kirk may be endangered by the discharge of the firearm and that the act caused serious bodily injury to Charlie Kirk. Victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2. Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. Notice, if the trier of fact finds beyond a reasonable doubt that the victim targeting enhancement applies, the sentencing judge or the Board of Pardons and Parole shall consider the defendant's selection of the victim as an aggravating factor. Violent offense committed in the presence of a child aggravating factor. The sentencing judge or the Board of Pardons and Parole shall consider an aggravating factor in their deliberations that the defendant committed a violent offense in the presence of a child. Count 3, obstruction of justice, a second-degree felony in violation of Utah Code Annotated 76-8-306 sub 2, in that on September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant Tyler James Robinson, with intent to hinder, delay, or prevent the investigation, apprehension, prosecution, conviction, or pursuant to any person regarding conduct that constitutes a criminal offense, conceal or remove the firearm used to shoot Charlie Kirk, and the conduct that constitutes an offense would be a capital felony or a first-degree felony. Count 4, obstruction of justice, a second-degree felony in violation of Utah Code 76-8-306 sub 2, in that on or about September 11th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, with an intent to hinder, delay, or prevent the investigation, apprehension, prosecution, conviction, or punishment of any person regarding conduct that constitutes a criminal offense, destroyed, concealed, or removed the clothing he wore during the shooting, and the conduct that constitutes an offense would be a capital felony or first-degree felony. Count 5, tampering with a witness, a third-degree felony in violation of Utah Code Annotated 76-8-508, in that on or about September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, believed that an official proceeding or investigation was pending or about to be instituted, or intended to prevent an official proceeding or investigation, and attempted to induce or otherwise cause his roommate to withhold testimony, information, a document, or an item, to wit, directing his roommate to delete incriminating text messages. Count 6, tampering with a witness, a third-degree felony in violation of Utah Code Annotated 76-8-508, in that on or about September 11th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, believed that an official proceeding or investigation was pending or about to be instituted, or intended to prevent an official proceeding or investigation, and attempted to induce or otherwise cause his roommate to withhold testimony or information, to wit, directing his roommate to stay silent if the police questioned the roommate. Count 7, violent offense committed in the presence of a child, a Class A misdemeanor in violation of Utah Code Annotated 76-3-203.10 sub 2 and 76-3-203.14 sub 3a little double I, in that on or about September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, committed criminal homicide in the physical presence of a child younger than 14 years of age, with knowledge that a child was present and that may have been seen or heard the commission of the criminal homicide. Victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code Annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2, Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. That concludes reading the information. Mr. Robinson, this case is set for September 29th at 10 a.m. It will be a waiver hearing, and I will be the judge assigned to this case. Mr. Robinson, I invite you to join us at that time. Is there anything further, counsel?
No, Your Honor, we'll have counsel appointed by then. Thank you.
Mr. Gurander, anything further?
One item, just for clarification, Your Honor, the hearing on the 29th, is that in person or WebEx?
Thank you. That is a great question. It will be via WebEx.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
All right. I want to thank all parties for being here, and this concludes this hearing at this time. Court is in recess.
All right.
Well, they said it was going to be quick. And that it was. Nope, that's not going to work. So that was his first felony appearance, and that is the end of that. Y'all. Give me a minute. I will do that. Downloading something I want y'all to see. I just came across it and I absolutely think it's stinking cute. It's stinking cute, and I agree. I agree so much. I'm going to pop it up here. I just thought something cute would be fun. Okay, there we go. Oh, it didn't show up very good. It's never mind. It says, sometimes I just want to throw cow poop at people, fertilize them so they'll grow up. I mean, ain't that is cute, y'all. You got to admit, that'd be cute. All right, everybody. It has been a long day. We've been live over 8 hours today, almost 8 hours and 20 minutes and a few seconds. We are going to be back here in Discord, not back here, in Discord tonight. We've got the movie Simplify that we're going to be watching 7 p.m. Central Time. Once again, mods, I love you. Thank you guys so very, very much for all your hard work. And we'll be back here at the same time, same court tomorrow morning. I think that the prosecution will probably rest tomorrow. If we didn't have that long drawn out discussion about translating in Spanish, probably would have rested today. But we're going to rest tomorrow and most likely and go into the defense's case in chief, and possibly we'll be totally done by Friday. That would be fabulous. We'll see what happens. All right, mods, if you'll hang right there for a second. Everybody, y'all have a great evening. Remember, hug your families, kiss your loved ones, and don't forget to tell them you love them. And don't go to bed angry, because you never know what tomorrow holds. We'll see you later. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.